We're going to create a new file in here, and we're going to call this decision tree, because that's the first model we're going to work on. And now I got to prepare my terminal window, so give me a second on that, guys. Okay, there's my terminal. Need to make that bigger. I think that's pretty good for you guys. And then I need to activate my environment. Okay, there's my file, decisiontree.py, okay? All right, so that's it, right? That's all we're writing. Remember, we are code editors, not code writers. Starting with a blank screen is for the dinosaurs. And we're not going to be doing that, all right? Yeah, all right, so let's bring up our good friend ChatGPT. So we're going to find out what ChatGPT knows. I'm pretty sure sklearn is part of it, but we'll see. I think it was Oluwasegun that asked that earlier, right? So there you go, Oluwasegun. It says that scikit-learn has it. XGBoost we could also be using. LightGBM and CatBoost. Let's see if it suggests anything else. Oh, TensorFlow also has it. So plenty of frameworks for us to use. We've been using scikit-learn, so I want to stick with that because I think scikit-learn, just writes us a little bit cleaner code, right? So let's go ahead and use that and say, we got to find some data, right? Scikit-learn does not include the baseball salary set. However, you can easily obtain it from various online sources. Loading from a local file. Okay, so it does not have that data set. That's okay. Maybe scikit-learn has something else we can use. Actually, maybe we can use the housing data set, huh? I'm just not sure that had enough features for us, but let's see. The iris dataset. The wine dataset. 108 samples with 13 features. That might be good. The breast cancer dataset. 30 features, 569 samples. That's pretty good too. Diabetes dataset. I think that's also known as the Pima Indians dataset, I remember. Okay, so the Boston housing dataset we know we've tried to use. Yeah, California is more for moderate or for regression, which makes sense. I don't think it'd be good for that. Okay, you know what? Let's use the wine data set. So if you're not familiar with the wine data set, it tries to classify wines based on the attributes that are contained within the records for the wine. It's a very common data set to use in academic classes. So, you know, it doesn't hurt to be familiar with that data set. Okay, so yeah, the target variable representing the type of wine, 3 different classes. All right, I think we should use that. I think that'll provide us some pretty straightforward examples for us to think about. Because really, what we're going to try here is we're going to try a decision tree, just a plain vanilla decision tree, and then we're going to try a random forest, and let's see what the different answers are, different quality of results we can get. Okay. All right. Let's see what the results are here. Okay. So one thing, well, let me bring this code over to Visual Studio so you guys can see it a little bit better. So just for my quick read, the code seems very reasonable, right? We're loading the wine data set. We're splitting our train test data. We're declaring that we want to use a basic decision tree classifier. It's going to set a random seed for us. It's going to go ahead and fit it. It's going to run your predictions against your test data. And then in this case, guys, this is a little bit different, just slightly different. We are going to, it's a classification problem, right? So classification problems are best displayed with confusion matrices. So in this case, the measurement that it's using is the accuracy level, right? And that's okay. You know, that's a totally valid metric. So up to this point, we've been talking about MSE, but in this scenario, it's actually going to use the accuracy as the metric that we're measuring against. So our question is always, here's the accuracy of our baseline model. Can we improve upon that accuracy, right? So slightly different than what we've been talking about before, but still a completely valid approach, okay? So I think that this code seems fairly reasonable. It's only 37 lines of code, and it wrote it to us in less than 5 minutes, guys. We got to this code in less than 5 minutes. That's pretty darn good. All right, so I think that we should execute this because really it's not very complex. I mean, these 3 lines is the heart of it, right? We're declaring the decision tree classifier as our desired model. We're asking it to fit the model, and then we're asking it to run the predictions, and then based on those predictions is where you're getting the accuracy scores, right? So fairly straightforward. For those of you that have been attending every class, you know, this is your 6th class, you know, this should look fairly standard to you too. But let's try it, right? You never know until you run it. So okay, wow. The accuracy is 0.94. That is not bad. You can see here in our classification report that we have 3 different classes, right? The accuracy across all classes is 0.94. And the F1 scores are perfectly reasonable. Because remember, F1 scores are a combination of your precision and your recall, right? So all of these look fairly reasonable to me. Remember, however, that the support column is also the number of members of that class. So in other words, there were 14 members in class 0, 14 members in class 1, and 8 members in class 2. So this isn't a very deep data set, unfortunately. And maybe, maybe we'll switch to a deeper data set, right? I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake to choose this. We'll find out. But this is what we're getting with a plain vanilla decision tree. And then down here is our confusion matrix. The confusion matrix isn't very well done. I don't think we should be happy with that metric. So let's ask ChatGPT to change it. We're not going to change it. ChatGPT is going to change it, okay? Oh, wow. It even ran the code for us in the example. I didn't even see that. Wow. Did you guys see that? Wow, look at that. We literally generated the same table. That's crazy. That's crazy. So ChatGPT is not only writing the code for you, it also outputs the results for you. So you don't even need an IDE, right? Like it'll run it for you. It'll say, yeah, here's the code. I know you like it. Let me just go ahead and run it for you. That's crazy, guys. That is cool. I haven't seen that before. And somebody can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but in our previous classes, I don't think I've seen it do that either. I don't think I've seen it where it'll just say, oh yeah, let me just run the code for you. That's crazy. All right, so let's see what it gives us here. Okay, wow. So it's actually going to plot it for us, which is great. And it gave the example, but it didn't show the plot as an example, which is interesting. That's interesting that it's willing to show us this, but not the plot. Okay. Maybe that's a limitation. All right, so let's run this. And we're going to see a plot pop up when this code finishes. Oh, it needs Seaborn. Okay, that's fine. Should work now. Okay. So here it opened it up in a different window. So you can see down here, we got the same results in the confusion matrix, right? Accuracy 0.94, same layout, but now we're getting a visual result to the confusion matrix. Really, this looks really good. Essentially, the model only made 2 errors, right? That's what we're saying. We're saying that this up here was misclassified and that this up here was misclassified. Everything else was perfectly classified in the model. Now keep in mind though, the entire data set is 36, right? So the classification, well, I shouldn't say that. The entire data set is, our validation set is only 36 members, right? So is that enough to say that this is a great working model? No, you probably want more members in your validation class. But still, for those of you wondering, this is what a very encouraging confusion matrix looks like. So we're going to move on to doing the random forest approach, but I'm not optimistic that we can improve on this, right? All right, so somebody write that down. The accuracy is 0.94, and that's our baseline. That's what we want to improve upon, right? So let's try it. Let's try something else. We go back to ChatGPT and we get it to work. So one of the things I like to do is I kind of like to bookmark the latest code, right? So I'm going to ask it to do that, right? Okay, so now we bookmarked it for us to use in the future. So now, well, I want to make sure I also say I want to use the same metrics. All right, let's see what it does. Oh man, look at that. I love this. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. All right. Let me bring this up and we're going to need a new file. This is going to be random forest.py. All right. So here's why I love this, guys. Well, you tell me. Let's get the chat going again. Why do I love this? Sorry, let me bring that up again. Sorry. I think that this is beautiful, right? Why am I in awe of this code? Why am I in awe of what we just did? Anything catching somebody's eye here? I think the code is correct, by the way. But I think this is just beautiful. Why is that? What do you guys see? Hey, Stefan, welcome to the chat. Stefan, I see that you're on Instagram. It might be easier for you to switch over to YouTube to see the wider screen. The link to the YouTube is a pinned comment in Instagram if you want to look at that, okay? So guys, I'm going to look at some of these questions. You know, think about that. Why should we be in awe of this code right now? Michael says, and also step functions. Yeah, Michael, you're right. I might have forgotten to include step functions in my previous list, but you're right. Step functions is another one. Good eye, Michael. See, that means you're on top of things. I like that. Good job. Sarp says, will you go into mathematical statistics or high dimensional or dependent statistics or how you use any of these? Not just today, but I'm wondering if you'll ever discuss these topics. Sarp, I don't think I've seen you before. If it's your first time, welcome. Sarp, so my goal is to demonstrate and to create content that shows real-world data science of how it's done. So real-world data science and the math behind it is using libraries. So yes, we are using some of these methods that you mentioned, but we're doing it all under the hood, right? If you want to work in the field, you know, in a corporate environment or, you know, as a data scientist, it's probably more critical for you to learn how to execute these models, how to be creative with models, how to create business impact with the models, than it is to get too caught up in the individual intricacies of statistics or of math or algorithmic mathematics, right? So that's not really what I teach. I just don't think it's practical. I think it's overrated. I teach more about how we can actually use the models and be functional with them, okay? Yassine says clarified steps. But it was clear before, right? It was clear over here too, right? They did the same, they had the same steps too, right, Yassine? So what else? Oluwasegun says properly commented. Yeah, but but so was this. This is a decision tree code, right? I mean, that was properly commented too, yeah? What else, guys? Anybody else? All right. You're getting closer, Yassine. Use the same testing size and the same approach used previously. It did use the same approach in the data, yes. So you're very close, Yassine. What I'm in awe of is it's just one line difference, guys. But look at these two. Line 17 is really the only one that changed. And even then, only this declaration changed. To be more specific, right? So I want to leave you guys with, I want to impress that in your minds, because when we talk about testing and trying different models and you know, knowing when to move on from your baseline, it's not complex, guys. The code does not always have to be complex. And this is why we use libraries, right? Because libraries can make it easy to switch from one to the other. So I'm really enjoying how right here before our very eyes, we have two completely separate tests. We have two legitimate tests that we are running on completely different models, different approaches, different math, right? We have people asking about math. But it's literally just one, not even a whole line, one declaration within that line. That's all it takes to try a completely different test, a completely different algorithmic approach. So I want to impress that upon you, because this is where I get disappointed when teams lose that discipline to try, well, teams and individuals lose that discipline to try different models, to run an appropriate champion model search. In a lot of cases, it's just like this. It's just one line of difference. Just try something else. Try a variation on your code. And ChatGPT kind of makes it easy, right? Because on ChatGPT, you can say, okay, cool, I like that model. I like those outputs. I like everything you did there. But now just do it with another model and then a different model and so on, right? But I really want you guys to take this to heart, because this is how simple trying different models can be, okay? So I think I've hit on that point enough, but you guys know that I'm big on methodology. I'm big on people executing data science properly. And a lot of teams go wrong right here, where they jump to neural networks, they jump to their favorite model, they jump to something else. But just try it, just execute the code, try it. You don't know until you try, okay? Oluwasegun asking a great question here. Do you recommend hyperparameter optimization before switching to another model? Yes. Yes, Oluwasegun. You want to get the most you can out of that one model approach. So yes, you would want to try to get the most you can out of decision trees and then move on. Get the most you can out of random forest and then move on, right? You definitely want that, yes. Having said that, it doesn't always have to be in sequence. You can run some of these things in parallel, right? Like we could set up the model in the hyperparameter tuning and then run it overnight, right? Like all three, like let's say we're trying both of these that we're looking at. And then you want to compare your best hyperparameter tuned model to your, or decision trees to your best hyperparameter tuned model for random forest. So yeah, you absolutely want to make sure you're getting the most out of it. And before you make the decision to say, okay, I'm going to put this model to the side. So yeah, great question. But yeah, you definitely want to do that. You want to maximize what you can out of those models. Okay. All right. So let's run this. We haven't run this. What's our baseline again? Somebody remind me in the chat. I think I called it, well, what did I call this? I think I called it random forest or forests. Random forest. Wow. Tell me what you see. Tell me in the chat. What do you guys see? Yeah, thank you, I guess, and it was 0.94. Thank you for that. Thank you, Rahul. All right, what do you guys see now? Please interpret the chart that is on the screen. I like Lakshmi's assessment of improved. Yeah, we've improved. Anybody else? You can look, if you're shy, you're just hanging back, that's okay. You can just choose to agree with a person. Maybe you just want to agree with Yassine, or you just want to agree with Lakshmi. That's totally okay. But I know we have more people watching than participating, so feel free to just say, yes, I agree with Lakshmi, or I agree with Yassine. Rahul says 100, yep. I get it, Lakshmi. I'm just having fun with your answer, but I get it. Michael says too sweet. Let me know what you mean by that, Michael. All right, yeah, I mean, you guys are catching it, right? We're perfect, right? We're perfect on the accuracy, which is great, right? Now, two things here, guys, right? To be practical about this. One, this example is serving my previous notion to you guys that random forest should give you a better result, right? Trees is like just a basic plain vanilla decision tree, right? It's a single model. It doesn't take very long to compute. It's pretty straightforward. Whereas random forest is a lot more complex. It's trying random features. It's trying all combinations of things, so on and so forth, right? So it met our goal in the sense that we show that they're an improvement, because there should be an improvement, right? A random forest is a much more complex approach, so there should be a significant. You should be disappointed, or maybe even suspicious of the quality of your code if there was no improvement, right? Now that doesn't mean you're always going to reach 1, but there should be some rise above whatever your baseline is. It just so happens our baseline was very high in this scenario. So for that goal, I hope that this is illustrated to you about how much more better or improved results you can get with random forest over a decision tree, right? From a practical perspective, you should always be suspicious of models get a 1.0. In this case, though, there's only 36 in the cross-validation. So, you know, I'm okay with it being 1.0, right? That's going to happen on such a low sample size. But again, the purpose of understanding that a decision tree is going to be very, very hard to perform better than a random forest because of the same theories that we just learned about, right? I hope that makes sense to you guys, okay? Yassine says, can you please give your opinion? But whenever I see 100% accuracy, I get the sense that something isn't right, like overfitting or not enough data. Rahul says, yeah. Would I be able to rely on a model with 100% accuracy? Agree with Yassine? Yeah, but I just explained that to you guys, right? I mean, what's throwing us off here is the 36 sample, right? In cross-validation. That's a very, very small set. So yeah, you are going to get 1.0s in that scenario. So I'm going to ask you to put that to the side in your mind. The takeaway here from a lesson perspective is that we got the expected result in the sense that we significantly improved over your standard plain decision tree model, right? Yes, you should be suspicious of 1.0 results, but I would be even more suspicious if one of my employees came to me and says, I got this with the decision tree and I got a lower result with random forest. That should be a rare occurrence, right? And again, this model, it just so happens we had a very high baseline with the plain decision tree. Okay, so I hope you guys are able to make that distinction, right? Let's put the 1.0 to the side. You know, that was kind of an anomaly because, you know, such a small cross-validation set. But the win is seeing the improvement, okay? So, to help illustrate that, let's do the same exercises with different data sets this time, okay? We're gonna ask for a better data set this time. So let's ask ChatGPT. And let's go ahead and bookmark this also, right? All right, so now let's ask for a better data set. All right, let's see what ChatGPT says. Titanic is 891 rows. That might be good. Adult census income set. Okay, that's 48,000 rows, 14 features. California housing set. Kaggle data. Okay, so it's pulling from other data sets. Adult census income. It's trying to predict individual income exceeds 50,000 a year. Okay, so that's, in other words, that's a like a binary decision problem. And Titanic is also binary because it's a survival of a Titanic. But this one has 48,000 rows. Okay, I like this one, and it comes from sklearn. So let's try it. We're going to repeat the same exercises, guys, but with these deeper data sets. So we're going to see that same improvement or that same result. It just won't be 1.0 because I think some of you are being thrown off by the 1.0. So let's do that. Adult census income data set. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's still going? Come on. That's enough. Stop. Wow, that's a long answer it's giving. It's giving every single result. Jeez. Please show me free one with the adult income data set instead. All right. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit more complex because one, it's going to be a binary model, guys. And two, you can see it's doing some pre-processing, right? Like it's handling missing values. So this is good. It'll be good for us to see this. So we need a new file again. Decision tree v2. Let's see what this gives us. We're not gonna be too fussy about the code because we know that we're still using this same line, right? The decision tree classifier. That's no surprise. We saw that earlier. It's just using a different data set and different pre-processing, right? That's it. Again, we're just doing this to better illustrate the difference between a standard decision tree and a random forest. So we'll run through this pretty quickly. So decision tree v2, and this might take a little longer to process. Oh, well. What is it telling us? It's some sort of error in one of the columns, right? Could not convert string to float and self-employment not included. Okay, is that one of the ones that the code pre-processed? I don't think it is. Huh. That's weird. How is ChatGPT giving us an answer when the code wouldn't run? Let's copy this and tell ChatGPT. All right, so ChatGPT is claiming to have fixed itself, which is still weird that it gave us an answer, right? Maybe the answer is a hallucination. But then again, we're about to verify that if we're going to run the code ourselves, right? Same error. That's weird. Oh, wait. Cursor change from auto. You can set, therefore, in pandas is not installed. Okay, maybe it's my own local install. So the way we can fix that is we can ask ChatGPT what pip installs I need. Maybe I just don't have the right installs. Pretty sure I already have all. I'd be surprised if I don't have pandas. Yeah, which I already have. I forgot what the pip install to force an upgrade is, so we'll ask. Okay, so it's an upgrade. Just to make sure I'm not, you know, doing something locally bad. No, that's already done. Let me close this out. That's a little. That's already also satisfied. That's weird. It can't be Seaborn. We just installed that. And the last one is Matplotlib. Weird. Okay, so it's already satisfied. Everything's updated. So what's going on here, guys? Anybody spotting something that I'm doing that's just clearly wrong? What do you guys think? The Valley's trying to be sending a copy size. See the caveats. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT one more time about this. Okay, so it's gonna try to do it one more time. Oh. Maybe I didn't save the code. Oh man, that might have been my fault. Maybe I didn't save before running. Shoot. That would have caused the same error, wouldn't it? That might have been my fault, guys. Nope. Huh. I think somebody had a suggestion in the chat. Rahul says, I faced the same error, faced the same problem before, couldn't resolve it then. Although Augustin says you could try checking the label encoder method. You could try ordinal encoder. This is why I love live streaming, because it teaches how you professionals go out solving problems that rise in the real world. Well, Rex, I'm tempted to solve this by just dropping the call. I don't know how great that is. Let's just do that. Let's just drop the column. You don't want to do that in an actual setting, but just to kind of get us beyond this, I want to do that. All right. So we copied that over. we're gonna do that. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. How is that still? That is super weird, guys. No rule. I faced the same problem before, couldn't resolve it then. Okay, so maybe this is a known issue, guys. Why didn't you guys tell me before choosing this data set? Come on, guys. All right. Let's do something else. Real quick, let's switch over. We're just going to switch over to the Titanic dataset. It's the same thing, right? It's a binary selection. Maybe not as many records in it, but still a valid approach to do what we want to do. Because again, I'm not trying to show you guys data. I'm trying to show you guys the difference between the results of the decision tree versus random forest. Okay. So that's done. Oh, I copied it too early. I got too anxious. I copied it too early. There we go. That'll learn me. Okay. This is not great, guys. This is not good. You can set parser equals auto to silence this warning. But this is not a warning though. The first part's a warning, but down here, this is a value error. Huh. Where would we even set that parser equals auto though? I'm guessing that it's in the fetch. Yeah. What if we set? Let's follow what it actually says in the error, but I'm not optimistic that this is going to help us too much. We're probably still going to get the error, yeah. Yeah, so we got rid of the warning, but not the error. Because the error is still male appearing in what it thinks should be a float, what it should be a float column. Man, that's annoying. I don't think we can drop the categorical features like we tried before, because the Titanic dataset, if I remember right, is heavy on categorical features, right? Like your gender and other things. So I don't think we can do that. Shank says, are you in a virtual environment? Yes, I am, of course. I think the problem appears when the algorithm tries to deal with non-numeric values as the error appears in the fit method. Yeah, you're right. I guess the error is due to the data type not converted when we use the encoder. Maybe. I just checked. Actually, the model can't handle categorical data. Try changing label encoder to ordinal encoder. Yeah, you think so? It doesn't like that so far. Well, I guess we'd have to do it up here too, right? All right, let's try Oluwagesen's suggestion. Okay, didn't like that, but different error. Expected a 2D array, got a 1D array instead. Huh. Let's go back to ChatGPT. Properly encoding the categorical features to handle missing values. Okay, well, that would help. Age, fair, embarked. Okay, so it's doing a little bit more with the variables. All right, let's try this. What a mystery, hey chat. But it looks like some of you have come across this before. Still didn't like it. So we know that it's most likely a gender column, right? Let's see if we can ask it to focus on that. Okay, so there's a sex column that it needs to revisit. I didn't see it make a change though. Where is it addressing the sex column? Does anybody see it? I don't see it. I see code that is literally the exact same as before. That is weird, guys. I'm not happy with how ChatGPT is trying to fix this. Chat, what do you guys think? Maybe, maybe try Google Gemini. Wow. Not a lot of faith in ChatGPT, huh? Have we label encoder transformed? Yeah, we have. That's down here, right? What if we were to drop sex here? Let's add that to our list. I think that's going to greatly affect our results. Wow. It's having problems across the board. So this is a whole separate different column that it's having problems with. So it just doesn't like the categorical columns at all. Weird, right, guys? That is weird. Can you try to open a new tab of ChatGPT and ask it to correct the error? Maybe the amount of context is causing it to get confused. You know, Yassine, that's a really interesting suggestion. The problem I have with that suggestion though, Yassine, is that all of the LLM companies, right, the AI companies, they always say that context is one of their biggest like features, right? Like, you know, if you remember like Google Gemini, right? They announced that their context goes like some ridiculous amount, like a terabyte of context or something. Like, to these LLMs, more context, more better, right? So that's the problem I'm having with your suggestion, that it just doesn't make sense, right? Like, a lot of these companies are saying, hey, you know, context is the thing. That's kind of like what they're competing on, right? All right, although I guess it wants me to scroll down. This code is the same, although I guess, right? This is the same. It's really all in the data prep. But let me know if you see something. Meanwhile, we're going to try Yassine's suggestion. I'm not enthused about it because yeah, let me, so what do you think, Yassine? Give it back the code and say it's causing an error? Oh, whoops. So let's tell it what error it is. I want to go back. Where am I? I want to go back to this. I want to remove this. And then I want to get the error and feed it back. Please run the updated version of your code. Okay. I don't know what it updated. It doesn't look overly updated. try running this. Oh, same error. Let me go back to the chat. Restart terminal. But when they say they can handle up to a certain amount of context, wouldn't that mean if we surpass the amount of the model, we'll start to make mistakes? Yeah, but we haven't done that, right? I mean, 2 terabytes of text is a lot of text, right? Like we would have to be like writing a lot to do that. Because that's the way I had it in my mind. Maybe I was really mistaken. No, I think you have the right instincts, but the limits for context is much higher than what most people think, right? I mean, 2 terabytes of just your text is like an encyclopedia's worth of text, right? Like a whole series. It's not a book. It's a series of books, right? So yeah, it's just I don't think that's it. Yeah, class is a category variable, but it thinks that it should be a float. The model thinks it should be a float. So let's see what ChatGPT says if we just report back the same error. Might have some columns still being treated as strings. Handle potential mixed data types, which is good, right? Because we might have mixed data types. All right, this is doing a lot more pre-processing. All right, let's try this, guys. Oh, we got there, guys. We got there. Whew. We got there. I have got the error, and it generally occurs with encoding the categorical data. Yeah, Rahul, that's what it was, right? The categorical variables were not being encoded properly. Maybe give us the code in Discord. She'll learn something trying to solve it from the error. I still think, but we solved it, Yassine. We solved it, man. Were you losing faith that we were going to do this? Come on. All right. So all of that just to get this. Yassine says hallelujah. Yeah, man. We got there. We got there. Yeah, why is the chat quiet now? Like nobody's cheering for this? Come on, guys. We did it. We did it. All right. So what do you guys see? We see a confusion matrix, and then we see the visual confusion matrix, and we see the accuracy. What do you guys think? Tell me. Give me feedback. What do you guys think? So again, if you're not familiar with Titanic, it basically has the attributes of the passengers and whether they survived or not. What do you guys think? What do you think of the model? Yeah, so now we can leave the debugging behind. And let's get back to the model. What do you guys think? Look at all the emojis coming in the chat. Yeah, we did it, guys. So what do you guys think about the model? Yassine says model is actually bad. Not terrible, though. Not too terrible. Anybody else? Michael says not looking good. Guys, not every model is like 95 plus, right? All of a second says this model's a little above average. Yeah, above average. I mean, I really don't think it's all that bad. So one thing is jumping out at me. If we look in the graphic, isolate for the survived category. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Yassine. It's making a lot of errors here, right? In this line in particular, it's making a lot of errors in the survived, right? It's pretty good at telling you who didn't survive. Right? I mean that accuracy is actually higher than 65, right? It's the F1 score there is 73, right? So that's pretty good. In the did survive, it's not great, right? That accuracy, that F1 score is only 0.5, right? So it's almost like a toss-up whether it's going to get it right or not. So that's not good, right? So yeah, but it's just a baseline, right? It's just a baseline for us to use, right? So we can improve, right? The whole point is to test, right? We ran a test. We have a baseline. Let's improve on the baseline. And this time, we're going to make it super easy on ourselves. Over here. And we're going to call a new, we're going to need a new file. And this is going to be random forest v2. And guess what, guys? Watch me closely. That's it, right? That's all we should have to change. We saw that in the earlier example, right? It literally just comes down to not even this one line, but this one declaration in the line. Where was it? Right here, right? That's all we got to change. That's how easy it can be, right? Let me make sure I got that right. I think I did. Oh, is it ensemble? Oh, I see. I pulled from the wrong one. I need to pull from ensemble. Yeah, there we go. But that's it. Just changing those two lines, the import and the actual declaration. We should be done after that, right? So let's go back. Python. Random forest v2.py. Oh. Okay. So random forest has a whole other set of its own problems. That's weird. Does not accept missing values encoded as NaN natively. Okay. All right. Well, maybe I got too ambitious. All right. Maybe it's going to change the pre-processing here. We'll see. Excuse me, guys. All right, let's copy this code. Let's carry this over. Let's see if we can run this. Yeah, it does not like that at all, does it? Guys, we went from one error to another error. Missing values, not properly. Here's how you can do it. Updated code with NaN handling. Okay. All right. So it looks like it's handling the missing values in a different way. We'll see whether that's true or not. Nope, same error. All right, ChatGPT, let's see if you can correct yourself one more time. What do you think, chat? Has anybody seen this error before? Yeah, you're right, Yassine. We haven't even talked about hyperparameter tuning, right? Right now, let's just get the initial models working. Man, that's the same error. Wow, look at that. Sex and embarked have quite a few NaN values. That's crazy. I think I saw a comment in the chat. Shakib, I don't think I've seen you before, so welcome. Dropping the NaN values will help. Yeah, you're right. And we know what they are, right? Sex and embarked. Why are there so many? That's crazy. All right, so we're going to take Shakib's suggestion here. All right, let's see what this does. All right, so it says it drops any rows of the remaining NaN values. Now, keep in mind though, right, this might have an effect on our results. However, since we're using random forest over a baseline of standard decision trees, we should still expect a net improvement. All right. So there should be no more of those values. Oh, same thing. Now we're back to those encoding problems. Huh. Well, that's annoying. Okay, looks like it's gonna drop and then encode? Is that the difference? Yeah, because here it's encoding and then dropping. So it's fixing itself to do the drop and then encode. That doesn't sound like a terrible idea. What do you guys think? So maybe ChatGPT was able to recognize that. But we'll see if it works first. Nope. What if we were to drop those columns entirely? Because we know what's causing it, right? We know that sex and embarked is causing it. It did not like dropping embarked. All right. Or did I misspell that? No, that's... All right, let's see how ChatGPT corrects itself. Okay, a lot more pre-processing code in this version. Wow, that's a lot of code actually. I'm curious. We're gonna go from 79 lines to how many? To 92 lines. Yeah, it felt like a lot of code. Man, that's still the same error. What do you guys think? What's chat have to say about this? Shakib says encoding the category about... Yeah, but it's already doing that, Shakib. Right? There's clearly already code for it, right? So let's help GPT here. So it looks like hopefully it'll add handling specifically for that error. Yeah, there we go. So it is adding that. Okay. It's explicitly addressing that one column. My fear here is that it'll just point to another column that also needs help. Yeah, same thing. The problem is we can't easily figure out what column that is. Is it in the error somewhere? Does anybody see what column that is? I don't think it's going to be explicitly labeled out here. But I have a feeling it's the embarked column. Because we saw that embarked was also weird, right? It's our only other categorical column, so we can add that code ourselves, I think. Oh, wow. Oh, now we've gone full circle, guys. This is the same first error that we got. Oh no. Oh wow, we've gone full circle. Maybe the same suggestion from before, changing to ordinal encoder. Yeah, you guys think so? All right, I'm open to that. Yeah. We're talking about here, right? It still doesn't like the. Yeah, but how can it contain those values when we know there's none, right? Missing values after dropping those is like 0. It's 0 across the board. That is super weird, guys. Let's try ChatGPT one more time. Drop all NaN values before splitting the dataset. Oh. Okay, maybe. You'll have a lot of code. Convert string to float, Q. That is weird. One more time here. Okay, so it correctly identified that it's the embarked column. So is it gonna? Okay, so now it's okay. Look at that. It's adding new handling for the embarked column specifically. Okay. That makes me optimistic, right? Yeah, so it's handling the sex column explicitly, and it's handling the embarked column explicitly. All right, we got there, chat. Good job, ChatGPT. Woo, that was a big diversion just to show random forest, guys. Well, now that's creepy, the embark column. I don't know what's creepy about it. I mean, it's pretty normal. It just had it just needed explicit encoding, that's all. What do you guys think? What do you see? Tell me what you see. By the way, guys, we're coming up on 3 hours for this stream. About 2 hours of those were caused by ChatGPT errors. I shouldn't say that, by encoding errors. And by the way, guys, while you're thinking about that answer, you know what's really cool? Is if you look at the error that we gave ChatGPT, we just told it convert string to float Q. Now, I guessed that it was embarked because it's the only other categorical column. But if you look at ChatGPT's answer, it knew it because of the values that are contained in the embarked column. So it was smart enough to be able to say, okay, well, where is Q? Oh, that's the embarked column. And this is how I'm going to fix the embarked column. I mean, come on, guys. If you're not impressed by that, I don't know what to tell you. That's pretty impressive that it was able to do that. I'm impressed by that. All right, so what do you guys think about the results? Oh, whoops. Sorry, I meant to bring that up. Wait, where am I? Yeah, terminal and then the graph. What do you guys think? I see improvements. Anyway, improved. What do you mean, Lakshmi? Michael says improved. Yeah. Yeah. You guys are right. Should we be surprised by that? No, right? We're supposed to get improvements, right? Sorry. We're supposed to get improvements. Random forest is an inherently different, arguably better approach, right? So what I'm liking is how we improved the survived column, right? Because what was our F1 score? Like 50.0.50, right? That's not a great F1 score. But now we're at 0.73, right? And for the not survived column, we're still at a really good F1 score. We improved the F1 score, right? Now we're at 0.85. That's great, right? So yeah, I hope that you understand. You know, if you put aside all the debugging we had to go through, I hope you understand how powerful random forest can be over decision trees, right? What the benefits are of experimentation. You should always be trying other models. You never know what's going to improve it. And then to Yassine's earlier point, we haven't even done any fine tuning, any hyperparameters, right? We still have some of those levers to pull, right? Lots of stuff that we could still be doing to help us. But yeah, but now we're on a better path, right? Now we're at a 0.80 overall accuracy. We've improved over the baseline model, right? Over the decision tree model. So now what do? Now we take this 0.80, that's our new champion model. But now we move forward and we try to beat it. Maybe neural networks will do better, right? Maybe other things will do better. And you move on and you try other things, right? So this is the power of experimentation and the power of trying different models. All right. Manoj says yes. Rahul says not surprised. Yep. Lakshmi says means after all the efforts of debugging got good results. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, Lakshmi, we weren't debugging the model. We were debugging the data. So, like, yeah, it's good, but it's not so good. But you know what? Like I said, in this final step, we should all be impressed that ChatGPT didn't give it the column, right? But ChatGPT took that Q value and said, oh, that most likely belongs to the embark column. And here's how I can how I can explicitly encode the embark column. Guys, that's pretty impressive. I mean, seriously. I mean, if you're not impressed by that, I don't know what to tell you. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. Wow, we are at the 3-hour mark. I am so proud of all of you for sticking through to the end. Thank you for hanging in there with me. I'm exhausted, and you guys are probably exhausted too. I gotta go get more water. I'm gonna go enjoy the rest of my day, but my day has been off to a great start because I've been able to spend it with you. If you want to carry this conversation over, feel free to join our Discord. Lots of really good people there. You know, feel free to come and talk to us. But otherwise, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you've enjoyed this session. What a session, 3 hours, guys. So I'll see you again soon. Shakib, yes, I live stream every day at 1500 GMT, and this particular class is every Sunday at 1500 GMT. Rahul says we are the champs. Yeah, we should be proud of ourselves for getting this far. You're right, Rahul. We did great. We all did great. And some of you have been here all 3 hours. Gosh, good job, guys. And by the way, guys, I'm really proud of you guys because remember, this is 8 sessions, 10 chapters. We have done 8 of 10 chapters. Like this is a serious book, and we've done it. Like we only have 2 more to go. Good job, guys. Good job. Really proud of all of you, and thanks for hanging in there. So until next time, take care of yourselves, take care of your families, take care of the loved ones around you, and I'll see you next time. Hey everybody, good morning. Happy Sunday. Hope that you're doing well. It's a beautiful day out where I live, and I hope the same for you. Today's another Sunday in our continuing series of the Introduction to Statistical Learning book. Today is session number 7. We are on chapter 9, which is amazing to think about. I want to start off by saying how grateful I am for all of you that have stuck with this series and for those of you who continually attend, because it's just amazing to me that we have made this much progress. This is such an interesting book, such a tough book, but I'm really proud of everybody that's, attended. And, I'm also pretty proud of myself for being able to teach this book. It's just, I have so much respect for this book and for the authors that to be able to teach it is really just kind of something that I'm also just personally proud of. So really, thanks to all of you for making this series possible and for sticking it out. It's been a lot of fun. So I feel like we've run a marathon. All of us have run a marathon, and today's class is like the last turn. You know how you make like that last turn and you can see the finish off in the distance? Like that's where we're at, right? Like we're not there yet. We're not there yet. 2 chapters left, but we can see the finish in the distance, right? Like it's possible, right? It's possible. It's coming up, right? So we have this Sunday together and next Sunday together, and we're done. We can proudly say that we finished out the Introduction to Statistical Learning book. So really proud of all of you guys, and I think all of you should pat yourself on the back. Really interesting. So as usual, we do a little bit of a different conversation on days like today. Obviously always looking for people to say hello and come in when they can. But we don't usually do questions on Sundays. We usually want to do the materials. We're going to have a pretty interesting discussion today on support vector machines. Really important topic. And as I've always said, we're just adding tools, right? We're adding tools to our toolbox, right? That's all this is. Modeling is just a tool, right? So we're doing tools to add to our toolbox to use at a future time in our professional role as data scientists, to help us grow, help us solve different problems at different times, right? But overall, the intent here is to keep on adding tools to our toolbox, understand how to use them, and understand when not to use them, right? That's another big skill of data science, right? Being able to identify what you need at a particular time, super important skill, right? So you're welcome to fill up my chat with introductions, if you, whatever you want to talk about. But no questions, like I said, I don't usually take questions on Sundays. And I know that some of you, kind of just like to hang back, just kind of watch the class, and that's cool too, right? But, we're going to just keep it, nice and collaborative as we always do. I always ask questions of you guys. It's in my nature to teach with the Socratic method, with the different questions that I'll ask and things along those lines. So really appreciate all of you being here. And again, I'm just grateful that we've made it this far. You know, we've come pretty far, guys. We've come pretty far. So really grateful to be able to spend this time with all of you. All right. So again, if you're just joining us, feel free to introduce yourself, or otherwise we'll just get started. We'll get right to the materials. We had a long session last week, right? I think we went for 3 hours, our longest session yet. So maybe we can avoid going that long. I don't know how we're gonna go. Let's see if ChatGPT cooperates this time. But yeah, you know, just another Sunday class, guys. So let's start from the beginning. DevRoy98 says, hello, Dennis. Hey, Dev, how are you? I think this might be your first time attending. If it is, you know, welcome. Feel free to let us know the city, state, province that you're from. Joseph, our good friend Joseph says, happy Sunday, Dennis, and everyone. Looking forward to today's class. Yeah, Joseph, a happy Sunday to you too. I hope you're doing well out there. Sarvesh says, good morning to you, Dennis. Sarvesh from Mumbai, India. Sarvesh, good to see you. I think you've attended every day this week, so really appreciate your continued support, my friend. Yassine, you know, Yassine, I used to say Yassine, our man in Morocco, but apparently you're not the only one. We got like 1 million people in Morocco apparently watching my stream. So Yassine is from Tangier. Welcome, Yassine. Hope you're doing well. You know, Yassine, one day, Yassine, you're going to tell me that you learn more from me than you learn from your professors at university, you know, because I'll put my skills up against most people out there teaching data science. So one day you're going to tell me that. Watch. I can feel it. Rex, our good man from NYC. Hello. Hi, everyone from New York City with love. Well, thank you, Rex. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. M. Shadran, I think this might be your first time attending. If it is, welcome. Please let us know your city, state, province. And I usually don't take questions on Sundays. On Sundays, we usually focus on the class, okay? But feel free to come back on other days. I take plenty of questions. Patrick, where you been? Patrick, we were going to send a search party for you. We were going to send Joseph out there to look for you. Where you been? Good morning, everyone. I hope we're all ready to learn. Yeah, Patrick, I hope so too. Today is an interesting chapter. Interesting chapter today. All right, Dev. So it looks like it is your first time. Welcome. You know, feel free to let us know, you know, whatever you'd like about yourself, you know, especially, you know, city, state, province. Like to see where everybody's from. Manoj says, good morning, sir. Happy Sunday, everyone. Hey, Manoj, how are you? Manoj, you're from Bangalore, I think. Or was it Mumbai? I think it was Bangalore. So I hope you're doing well, Manoj. Thanks for coming back. You're such a great supporter. Thank you so much. Michael, how you doing, my friend? Happy Sunday, Dennis and everyone. Michael from Benin City, Nigeria. Looking forward to our class today. Yeah, thank you, Michael. I know you've been attending quite a bit, and I know you usually stay for the entire time. So I hope you're getting a lot out of it. Michael, we only have 2 more classes, man. Today and the next Sunday, and that's it. We are done with the book. That is amazing, guys. I'm so excited about that. Really proud of all of you. I'm sorry, I don't know the name. I don't read Arabic. I only speak a little Arabic, but I don't read it. If it's your first time, welcome. I think it might be your first time. I usually don't take questions on Sundays. We usually do the class on Sundays, okay? But feel free to stay for the class or come back on another day. Happy to take your questions, okay? Okay, Dev, thank you for the introduction. I'm from India, currently living in Dublin, Ireland. Okay, very cool. Very cool. Are you studying out there? You know, very cool, Dev. Welcome and thanks for joining us. Hey, Santine, I think this might be your first time. On Sundays, we usually focus on the class. We are doing the Introduction to Statistical Learning book. So that's what we usually focus on Sundays. So happy to, you know, have you ask questions around the class, or, you know, so please feel free to stay, or you can come back on like any other day really, and I take questions then, okay? Leo, our good friend Leo says, good morning, guys. Now, Leo, we have both guys and girls in this chat. Women 25 to 34 are my biggest growing demographic. I think I'm 15% women now, so good morning, guys and gals. We are an inclusive chat. So thank you, Leo. Glad to see that you're back. Hope that you're well. So Manoj is, yes, Manoj is from Bangalore. Patrick says, I've crawled out of my hole to see the sun for a bit. Okay, well, good. Well, you came out for a good reason. You know, I think this class is providing some value. I'd like to think so, you know. So yeah, you know, glad that you're here. M. Shadran says, I'm from Pakistan. Okay, very cool. Thanks. We get a few people from Pakistan and from that part of the world, so welcome. Rohan, you're late, buddy. Rohan's usually first, and now you got all these people ahead of you, Hey, Rohan, I gotta warn you, man. I'm growing. This morning, I crossed 3,000 viewers on YouTube. Yesterday, I crossed 17,000 on Instagram. So you're gonna have to hurry, Rohan. More competition, man. You're gonna have to be quick. I mean, look, you were 2 minutes late, and there are like 10 people ahead of you, my friend. You're gonna have to work on it, man. You've lost a step, Rohan. Ahab, our good friend Ahab. Hello, Dennis and chat. Ahab, I know you've been staying for the whole lesson, so really glad to have you back. Hope you're well, my friend. Kartik, thank you so much for joining. I think this is your first time. I usually don't take questions on Sundays. We just focus on the class. Right now, I'm just doing introductions to keep things friendly, but and you're welcome to stay for the class, but I usually do questions on other days. Okay, my friend? Malak says, hello, sir. I'm Malak from Morocco. Malak, welcome. I think it's your first time. You can't just tell us Morocco. Morocco's a beautiful and diverse country, right? You can't just say Morocco. There's like a million cool cities in Morocco, right? You got to tell us from where, okay? Mehdi, same comment, my friend. You can't just say Morocco, man. You got to tell us where Morocco. Mahaba says, Mahaba from Malaysia. Cool. Welcome, Mahaba. I think this might be your first time. I don't recognize you. But yeah, welcome. Sahara? Is it Sahara? Sahara says, greetings from Algiers. Cool. Algiers. What country is that in? Is that Algeria? From Algiers. Or is that Morocco? Where is that? Let me know. I'm curious. I can't place Algiers. Yeah, let me know, please. Patrick says, it's amazing to see so many new faces. Yeah, it is, Patrick. Absolutely. Now, Patrick, Joseph, and Rex, who you see in the chat, they're my moderators. They help me out on YouTube, Twitch, and on Discord. And I've been telling these guys, get ready. Get ready. We're going to be busy. We're going to be busy, guys. Get ready. And I think they're seeing it now. You know, my channel has seen a lot of growth. So thank you to all the new people, and thank you so much to the moderators who help me out on a volunteer basis. So if you see them, you know, give them a shout out. You know, they're volunteering to help keep the chats organized and clean and all that. So, you know, thanks so much to Patrick, Joseph, and Rex for helping out. Really appreciate them. Leo says, that's what I also say to my girlfriend. I don't take questions on Sundays. Nice. I like that, Leo. I like that. Yeah. So that's the theme for today. No questions on Sundays. No questions. Ricardo, our good friend Ricardo, back in here. Ricardo from Atlanta. Thanks for everything, Dennis. Thank you so much, Ricardo. I know you're one of our early supporters, so thank you so much for coming back. Yeah, we're gonna have a good class today, Ricardo. So you picked a good day to come back. Okay, Leo, thank you so much. Good morning, guys and gals. We keep it inclusive on the data science with Dennis chat. Ahab says, it's been so long since I looked at ISL. I stopped at regression because I started getting into NLP, but this is a good chance to get back to it. Yeah, great, Ahab, great. You know, Ahab, it's funny because I've had, you know, a good number of people tell me that. Mostly via private message because I think people are a little bit embarrassed, but generally people have told me, you know, I've had that ISL book on my shelf. I just never read it, but your classes have been great and I picked it up again. A lot of people have been telling me that. A lot of people have been giving me that feedback of, you know, I have the book. I just never used it until I heard you explain it. So I take that as a huge compliment. Because as I told you guys, I pride myself on being able to explain complex things, you know, to anybody. So I take it as a huge compliment. But yeah, I hear this, Ahab. A lot of people are telling me the same thing you are. And you know what? One of the things that I kind of like a similar comment as far as this book goes. And this is, and I'm sharing this because it's a point of pride with me. I'm kind of proud of this, guys. But you know, I did this book during my graduate studies. That means I've had this book for 12 years. Like definitely 10 plus, but probably like 12 years I've had this book. and I used it for my classes. And it was a super hard book. I just remember thinking, wow, that book is like serious, right? Because it is a serious book, you know? It's hard to understand this book outside of an academic setting. And it's so dirty. I mean, I'm embarrassed to show, but it's even dirty because it sat on my bookshelf. And actually it sat in storage, right? Because, like, you know, I've moved and things. So it's actually been in storage. Sometimes it's been on my bookshelves. So this book is like super dirty, super like worn down, right? But I've also done a ton of data science in between then and now, right? So I'm taking a lot of pride in being able to come back to this book that was so daunting, so difficult when I first used it. And now when I'm doing the materials for you guys, I have like a whole new perspective on it, right? And obviously the things are coming easier because I'm like, oh yeah, I get that. Yeah, they need this, they don't need this. I've never used this, I use this. Like, it's easy for me. Like when I prepare the class materials, I can just devour the chapters super quick. And I've taken that as a point of pride because it's like, it shows me personally how far I've come just in my own data science practice. So I'm going to stop there because I don't want to get all sappy on you guys, but you know, me revisiting this book, just like other people have told me, has also helped me because it shows me how far I've come as far as like putting some of this stuff into practice. And just being able to say like, oh yeah, I get that. Whereas 12 years ago, I was like, oh my God, this book's impossible. What am I doing? I'm going to fail this class, right? So I hear you, Ahab. A lot of people are telling me they're revisiting the book. I'm revisiting the book, and I'm really proud of that. So I'll stop there before it gets too dusty in my office. Charaichi says, hello everyone, I hope you're doing great. I'm Fadwa from Casablanca, Morocco. Nice. Very cool. Welcome, Fadwa. I think this might be your first time attending. Once again, I have about 1 million people from Morocco in my stream. I don't know why that is, but welcome. Morocco's a beautiful country. I've been to Casablanca plenty of times. I stay out there out in the Corniche in Casablanca, beautiful part of the world. Really enjoy being out there. But yeah, welcome. Michael says, congrats on the growth, Dennis. We all here for it. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it's been growing like crazy, guys. Gundu says, love your stream, bro. Sorry to drop off. I'll join again. Hey, no worries. And by the way, Sunday is a good day to join on my YouTube because it's a widescreen view. So you're welcome back anytime. We usually go at least 2 hours. So you come back later today if you want. But yeah, YouTube is usually a little better format for Sundays. Wasim, our friend in Morocco. Wasim, I can't remember what part of Morocco you're from. Wasim says, hello, everyone. Good to see you, Wasim. I won't say which city I'm from, but it won a countrywide vote as the most boring in Morocco. What? You guys voted on that? Who takes a vote on that? All right, well, maybe somebody else can tell me what that city is. Okay, guys, so in the chat, tell me, in the chat, what is the most boring city in Morocco? All right, tell me in the chat. Ahab, I don't know. From what I know, I'm going to guess it's a northern city, and I'm going to guess you're in the northeast of Morocco. I can't remember what that region is called, but different friends I've spoken with and different things I've heard that the northeast of Morocco isn't exactly lively. It's not Marrakesh, right? So I'm gonna say you live in the northeast, but somebody in the chat tell me what's the most boring city in Morocco. Okay, there's plenty of you in Morocco. Okay, so Ajit says, hello, Dennis. Hey, Ajit, welcome. I think this might be your first time. No, I think you've been here before, so welcome. Michael says Algiers is in Algeria. Okay, I thought so. I just couldn't exactly place it. Okay, Malak says, yes, it's my first time. I'm from Rabat. Lots of people from Rabat in here. Quite a few people from Rabat. Okay, so Sahara says, Algiers is the capital of Algeria. Cool. Welcome, Sahara. Ajit says, hello, Ajit this side. Nice. Nice. Welcome, Ajit. Ajit says, no, it's my first time. Okay, Ajit, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, lots of growth on YouTube, so glad to have you here. Anthony Washington says, first time here, just finished my master's in DS, trying to break into the field. Cool, Anthony. Let us know where you're from. We always like to share our city, state, province. Ahab says, but I wasn't just reading. I literally filled a whole notebook with notes, and I'm just at the regression chapter. Well, I think we did regression in like chapter 3. So feel free to go back to the replays, Ahab. I put those replays up, and you guys can watch it part by part. Mahmoud says, hello, sir. I'm Mahmoud from Egypt. I just started learning AI. Cool. Welcome, Mahmoud. You're in the right place. You're in the right place because I try to keep things accessible and keep things, bite-sized for everybody to understand it. And today's chapter is going to be very bite-sized too, okay? Yeah, so Ahab, we're going to figure out what city you're... Was it Ahab or Wasim that wouldn't tell us? No, I think it was Ahab that wouldn't tell us. But yeah, all the other Moroccans in the chat can help me figure out which is the most boring city in Morocco. I can't believe you guys voted on that. Rex will take care of that message. Ajit, my first time as well from India. Okay, cool. So Wasim says, I would assume Kenitra is the most boring, but I don't agree with that. Where is Kenitra? Help me figure that out. But like I said, I'm guessing that he's referring to a city in the northeast of Morocco. That's what I've heard, right? I mean, I'm not saying I'm an expert on Morocco, but that's what I've heard. But yeah, so guys, that's all the introductions I'm seeing. If you're not introducing yourself, that's okay. You might be shy, but I know that I do have a lot of new followers on both Instagram and on YouTube. So thank you so much for being here. If you're looking to learn machine learning, AI, and all that, it's you're in the right place. I try to produce things that are bite-sized. This book is where professional data science begins. So if you're learning this book and you're watching here, you're on the right track. Forget the tutorials, forget the boot camps. This book is where serious data science begins. So Wasim says Kenitra is next to Rabat. Oh yeah, no, that can't be the most boring part of Morocco. No, because that means that you're also near Casablanca and all that. So yeah, that's not the most. I'm sure that there's more boring parts. So I'm going to say Ahab is not from Kenitra. All right, so we'll figure that out later, guys. But I want to get started. I want to get started on chapter 9, and I think that we're going to have a good time with it. So everybody, put your thinking caps on. We're going to have some audience participation. We're going to have some coding, with AI, ChatGPT, all that good stuff. But yeah, let's go ahead and do this. So let me bring up my slides. All right, so for those of you that are new, I always prepare a deck so that you and all of us can talk. I will ask questions, of the chat. Please participate. Don't be embarrassed about your answers. We don't pick on anybody. We don't make fun of anybody's answers. Just collaborate. All right, talking things out is an extremely important part of the entire, not just data science process, but the entire scientific process, okay? All right, so here we go. Chapter 9 of 10. Again, congratulations, guys, we made it. Support vector machines. All right, so audience participation. Let's start off right from the bat. Somebody give me a definition for support vector machines. It sounds like an intimidating topic, right? So give me your elevator pitch, right? As brief as possible. I ask you, what's a support vector machine? Give me your elevator pitch, all right? I'll give you guys a minute. Don't be embarrassed. Just participate. What is a support vector machine? Elevator pitch. Okay, Ahab, thanks for volunteering. Ahab is offering up. I always thought of it as an advanced KNN that doesn't have the same problem of high dimensionality. Okay. Okay. Yadu Krishna, welcome. I don't think I've seen you before. Yadu Krishna says SVMs are separating hyperplane. Okay. Anybody else? You know, you can also choose to agree with a person. You know, if somebody wrote something that you like, go ahead and agree with them. It's up to you. Leo says algorithm used for simple classification tasks. All right. Ahab says, so in other words, it does not rely on Euclidean distance. Okay. Leo says, it was the first I've learned in a master's. Really? This is how they start you in a master's program? Interesting. Interesting. Anybody else? Give you guys another 30 seconds here or so. Hey, Leo, I'm curious to know if they're teaching this book in your master's program. So Manoj says it separates the data points by using hyperplane and classification. Okay. SVM is a supervised machine learning algorithm used mainly to separate two classes, using while giving a possibility to tolerate some error, and can be scaled to use nonlinear data. Can be scaled to use nonlinear data. Okay. All right, so Patrick is agreeing with Yassine. Joseph says maybe a type of machine learning model used for classification tasks involving a hyperplane. All right. All right, cool. Anybody else? Last call. Or, you know, you can just choose to agree with somebody. You can say, hey, I like Joseph's answer. I like Leo's answer. Whatever you'd like. Leo says, no, they like to make things harder. Yeah, some programs will do that. For sure. All right, guys. So, you know what? I think everybody basically gave a really good answer, right? You know, maybe we're going to fine tune a couple things. But yeah, I think everybody gave a perfectly reasonable answer, right? So if we go to the next slide, and oops, yeah. If we go to the next slide, okay, let me get some of the final answers here. Rohan agrees with Yassine. Yep. And then Wasim says, I think of it as an algorithm that finds a max margin on the hyperplane that separates data points. Okay. Reasonable answer. Again, we're going to fine tune some of these, right? But everybody gave reasonable answers. So if we combine those answers with things that I've written on my screen in the slides, you're going to see them reflected here, right? So people in the chat said it's a supervised method. That's correct. People in the chat said it's a classification tool. That's correct, right? Because it's not really good for scalar data. One of the things I didn't post here, and you'll see why I didn't post it here, but some people also said it's for two classes, for binary classification. And generally speaking, that is also correct, right? So yeah, it's a classification tool based on a plane. Now, people also mentioned planes, and it is based on a plane. And it's for binary data, and it's supervised learning, right? So those four things, generally speaking, do describe support vector machines. Somebody also mentioned that it's similar to KNN, and we're going to talk about that. That's not incorrect. We're going to talk about that. But yeah, collectively, the chat did give a pretty good explanation of SVMs. Now, I have a third bullet point in here. And the third bullet point, you know, maybe it's going to cause some of you guys to turn this off, right? But you know that I give you guys the real world view, right? And the real world view that I've experienced is that SVMs have kind of fallen out of use. they've fallen out of use because one, classification problems overall are out there, but they're not nearly as common as tools as algorithm. You're not going to need them as much as algorithms that give you a quantitative output, right? Like the scalar data outputs. And two, how often do you have binary problems? Most of the time, you're going to need a minimum of 2 classes, right? Sometimes you're going to need a lot more classes, right? So in practice, if I'm being 100% honest with you guys, I've never used SVMs in the real world. You're usually using another tool, most likely neural networks, because neural networks tend to handle, multi-class problems a little bit more elegantly, right? And the world is not always a binary place, right? And also, when we're talking about hyperplanes, right? Because somebody did mention hyperplanes, right? You're usually talking about something that's linear. And as we've discussed in the past, we don't always live in a linear world, right? So there's just a lot of practical reasons why you may or may not use, most likely not use SVMs a lot in your careers. But again, I hesitated to include that because I know that it kind of biases the conversation a little bit. But as I've always promised you guys, my intent is to bring you a real world view. And the real world view of that is that, there's usually other ways to handle classification problems. Okay? So keep that in mind, kind of keep that in the back of your head. Still an important chapter. I don't want that to draw from the importance of this chapter. It's still important to understand the concept. But again, just being honest with you guys, the real world view, SVMs isn't something that I've really seen a lot from a practical perspective. Okay? Wasim says, isn't classification very important in bioinformatics? Sure. But there's a lot more to classification than SVMs. Don't neural networks do classification? Regression does classification. You use regression a lot in bioinformatics, right? So there's a lot of ways, that you can use classification, right? Don't equate classification with SVMs. There's a lot of tools for classification, okay? All right, so in addition to what we've covered, and in addition to what, you guys posted in the chat, the authors draw a pretty nice line to help you understand that support vector machines are actually a family of models. And they put together these 3 models, right? Or these 3 parts of the family, right? Maximal margin classifier. So that, so by the way, guys, if you remember anything from this class, remember this slide, okay? Maximal margin classifier, you're looking for the single plane that fits your data best. And you want it to fit your data basically exactly as possible. Support vector classifier, you're still looking for a plane, but you're willing to allow some errors to still fit and give you the least amount of errors. So maximal margin, you're looking for the plane with 0 errors. Support vector classifier, you're allowing some errors. And then the third part is support vector machines, where the best fit may not be linear, right? So if you think about those, it's kind of a graduation of what allowances you're giving to your model. Maximal classifiers, you're saying, nope, it can only be one line and that line has to fit the data perfectly. Support vector classifier, maybe we can make some mistakes. We can allow some mistakes if the plane is a little better. And then support vector machine says, well, who says it has to be a plane? It could be anything we want it to be, right? So that's basically kind of what we're going to look at, right? It's kind of like a graduated scale of what you're going to allow. Now, obviously, you're introducing a few more errors along the way, right? That's why the maximal margin exists, because that is like the no error approach. But, you know, in some cases you're saying, I'm okay with some errors if it gives me if it's still a reasonable model, right? So that's kind of like what I want you to think about. Like I said, if you remember anything, remember this, because these are the different types of classifiers that are out there. Okay? Wasim says neural networks are hard to interpret, though. Not always. One, they're not always hard to interpret, and two, you don't always need interpretation, right? Not every problem requires interpretation. Depends on the problem. And there are some techniques to make neural networks interpretable. So I don't agree with that blanket statement, right? As scientists, we should always be careful about making blanket statements. So I don't agree with your blanket statement. There's ways around it. Okay. Sahara, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I think it's Sahara. Sahara says, what are real life projects where you would typically use SVMs? Classification projects, right? It's all classification tools. So think about projects where you would have like a yes, no, true, false type of decision, like some sort of binary decision. So like a loan application, some sort of credit scoring, really all kinds of things, right? Some sort of industrial measurement for for a prediction of failure, things along those lines. But it's basically for binary decisions. Okay. Ahab says you can use regression neural network with a final layer of sigmoid function to turn into a classification, right? I think you can. I don't know about the sigmoid being the final layer though. Yeah, I suppose you could. Yeah, you could. I mean, I think that's maybe adding an extra layer of complexity depending on how you look at it. But yeah, Ahab, you could find yourself to a solution doing that. Leo says, what are your thoughts on simplifying the output for complex problems in binary? I've built some classification models for where it's possible. Yeah, it is possible. Sure, of course. The hard part is choosing the thresholds for what is a fit for a positive fit for your class or not, right? Because a sigmoid function or these outputs, they just give you a probability, right? That's all they give you. But is that probability good enough? You don't know that, right? It depends on the problem. It depends on what you're trying to solve. And sometimes that probability will be dictated to you. Other times you'll have to find it yourself, determine it yourself. So yeah, I mean, it can simplify it to a single number, but what does that single number mean for like a go, no-go decision, right? You know, and we talked a little bit about this, I believe it was like 2 weeks ago, where we talked about how, you know, like I think we were talking around reinforcement learning, right? Where if you set a particular threshold for a binary decision, just because you fix your data you fix your data and you do a reinforcement learning, it still doesn't mean that those outputs are going to rise beyond the threshold that you've set, right? So that threshold that you choose is kind of important, right? Like coming up with that threshold is a little bit of science, a little bit of art, and a little bit of business too, right? Again, depending on what you're trying to solve. So yeah, you can break it down to that, Leo, but what then? You can get to a single number, a single probability, but what then? Okay, so think about that. Yeah, despite the nuances of the data, yeah. Yassine says, I think SVM is strong regarding one versus all classification, like for fingerprint detection. Maybe. I'm not fully educated on what the data for fingerprints looks like, so I really can't fully comment on this. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there's use cases out there where it is strong, but how many times are you going to come across those use cases, right? Generally speaking, you know, we don't always live in a binary world. We don't always live in a linear world. The overwhelming problems that you guys are going to work on are going to be multi-class problems. So Ricardo asks, so it's unlike R squared scores. Yeah, it's unlike it. It's definitely not like that, Ricardo. So R squared scores are a reflection of how your testing data fits your model, right? Like what proportion of your data can be explained by the model. But that's more of a scalar output, right? And really R squared scores are almost, I think they're pretty much exclusive to regression, right? When it comes to classification, you're relying more on like your confusion matrix, your true positives, your true negatives, false positives, false negatives, your accuracy scores, your recall and precision, all that, right? So yeah, R squared, we're not really going to talk about today. R squared is really more on the regression side. Okay. Ahab says, actually, I use linear SVC for a text classification problem, thinking it was binary. Wanted to classify permission versus direct questions, and realized I didn't take into consideration non-questions. Yeah. Yeah, Ahab, I think you went through a very, very valuable exercise. But once you go through some of those exercises, you very, very quickly start to realize why neural networks are so powerful for NLP tasks. I mean, I can't say I've read a ton of NLP white papers in the recent past, but I've rarely come across an NLP problem that isn't solved with a neural network, right? I mean, if you're working in NLP, you're basically exclusively working in neural networks. And particularly, you're working a lot in LSTM neural networks, right? If you guys want to find out why and come back to me with an answer, I'll be impressed. But like LSTM neural networks are basically like, you know, like it's hard to do NLP without those, right? I only used it because I had a lot of features due to tokenization. Yeah, but neural networks are perfect for that, right? Like more inputs, like the more a neural network kind of makes sense, right? So, you know, kudos to you for trying different approaches. We should always have an open mind to trying them. But a lot of features is more reason to use neural networks than other things, right? I mean, neural networks are excellent at more features. So yeah, I mean, valuable exercise they have, don't get me wrong. But NLP dominated by neural networks. And more features, more need for a neural network. I mean, that's just the way it is in the way neural networks are designed and all that, right? So keep that in mind, right? I mean, there's a reason why NLP is dominated by neural networks. Yeah, that was 6 months ago. I'm a tiny bit better now at linear algebra. Yeah, but you don't need that to be good at neural networks. You need to have a frame. You need to understand a framework to be better at neural networks, right? And also how to use them and things like that, right? And for NLP, you need to understand your embeddings and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, like, if you read most of the stuff out there, like white papers or articles or whatever, there's a reason why neural networks are being used for NLP, right? All right, so good commentary, guys. All right, so let's go on here. Let's talk about the maximal margin classifier. And it's very simple, right? What is the hyperplane that fits our data? That's it. That's all we're looking to find. Not what fits our data best, but what fits our data. Period. Right? That's really what we're out to find. So this is what it looks like. So Sahar, I think you asked earlier, right? What are some of the problems where you would use SVMs? Basically, when your data looks like this, right? When your data looks like this is when you would use an SVM. So the one of the first steps you should be doing for most of your data when you first get it, part of your EDA, should be to start plotting out some of your data, right? Start plotting out what you think. Well, in the case that you know what you're looking to predict, start plotting that out versus potential predictors, and start seeing what the data looks like. And we talked about this when we talked about regression, right? After a while, it kind of becomes a little bit of a pattern recognition exercise, where you can start to kind of lay out parts of your data and say, "Oh, that looks like a x cubed layout, right? Or that looks like a parabola." So same thing here. To answer Sahara's question, this is how your data would look like for you to say, "Oh, I think an SVM problem or SVM model might fit this data," where you have two fairly distinct classes. So for the maximal margin classifier, you're basically looking at what line best fits my data. So just in case you can't see it, the left and right charts are the same in terms of data, right? It's the same data points. The three lines that you see here are three attempts at getting the right fit. So you can see that this is line number 1, and that's a pretty good fit, but tons of errors for this class, right? For the red class. The second line fits pretty good too, and it reduces the errors for the red class, but also introduces a few more for the blue class. And in the third line, the line that's ultimately chosen, which is also reflected on the right-hand side, fits the data, it fits it perfectly, with an equal balance or the most possible equal balance of errors in both classes. So you're still going to make errors. You're still fitting your data in the same way that all your other possible lines did, but it's where you're fitting for the least errors, the least possible error, right? So that's basically what you're trying to show here and what you're trying to do with the maximal margin classifier. And obviously, as you can imagine, you can imagine, or you literally have to visualize that there are lines all across this plane here that also fit, right? Like you could literally draw an infinite number of lines between these two. They each have their own level of errors, but the algorithm is telling us that this particular line fits the data best. It still fits it so that there's no errors, and then you're making the least amount of errors with this particular plane. That's it. That's all there is to the maximal margin. But as I say again, it is very, very rare where you are going to find such defined data for your problems, right? Very, very difficult to find something where your data is like this. Another thing you should consider is if your data is so defined, are we not constrained by the fact that the maximum margin classifier is a hyperplane, which means that it's linear, right? We saw some nonlinear approaches in regression. Couldn't we do a spine somewhere? A spline somewhere? Like imagine if we were able to do this line, but then at this point here, we were to spline it to be able to capture some of the errors here. Or rather to reduce some of the errors here. So what I'm trying to impress upon you is that there are some maximum margin classifiers that you should be trying, as part of your experimentation. But don't forget about regression. Don't forget about spline regression, ridge regression. That might be valid too when your data looks like this. Because remember, it's all about error reduction, right? So couldn't you use a regression method that we've already learned for this? I think you could, right? But keep that in mind. Keep that in mind that maximal margin classifier is handy, but in the real world, you're probably not going to come across it as often as you think. All right. All right. So what's support vector classifiers? So support vector classifier says, well, we don't have to be perfect with the way we classify data. We might be okay with some errors. How you make that decision is a function of how your data is spread out, right? In the previous example, this data, is kind of sort of clustered together, right? This general area that they show in the left side chart is basically the only place where you can draw a perfect plane, right? Like you really can't draw it down here or up here, right? But, maybe there is other data where you can kind of play with it and say, well, it's okay if we allow this one error or two errors or whatnot, right? So Sahara says, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that similar to a multiple regression line? Yes, you could choose to think of it that way. Yeah. Yeah, Sahara, feel free to refer back to our chapter on nonlinear regression. I think that'll give you more information on that. But yeah, you can choose to think of it that way. Sure. All right, so that's basically what support classifier says, right? Maximal, you're looking for 0 errors. What is the plane that gives me 0 errors? And by that, I mean 0 misclassifications. Support vector says, I'm okay with some misclassifications. So this is what that looks like, right? So essentially, as I write here, you can sacrifice accuracy on some observations to help the remaining observations. So I don't think the authors really do a great job of highlighting the difference between these two charts. So this yellow emphasis over here, that's my own emphasis added. Okay, guys? Just so you guys are clear on that. So here, we're basically saying, well, look, if our data looks this way, that's where we're going to go ahead and draw the maximal classifier would tell you that this is the hyperplane you need, right? But just adding that one single point over here in the second chart, look how much you have to move your plane. You've created many more errors, or you've increased the scale of the errors on your blue class just to include this one blue data point, right? Is that efficient? Is that needed? you know, every problem you're going to be solving is different. But in most cases, no, it's probably not efficient to modify your entire plane just for that one extra data point. Maybe you're okay with the original plane and leaving one misclassified entry here. Depending on your problem, that may be okay, right? Or not, you know, it depends, right? But that's basically what the support vector classifier asks, right? Well, you know, maybe we're okay with one or two misclassified points. That's basically what you're trying to do here with the differences between the maximal classifier and the support vector classifier. I think on the next chart, you know, they also display this. And again, I'm slightly disappointed with how the authors have kind of laid this out. I think they could have done a slightly better job. So again, the yellow highlight is my own emphasis added, just so we're clear on that, okay? So take a look at this line. So this line here maximizes your accuracy for your red class. You're sacrificing one misclassified red member, and you've properly classified all of your blue data points, but with a lot of potential for error, right? Because you've essentially added a little bit of bias to your algorithm to favor the red class, right? You're gonna be super accurate on your red class, and your blue class. Yeah. This other line kind of does the opposite, right? You're kind of optimized for your blue class. You sacrificed one blue data point. And you're still good for your red class, but a lot of noise, right? And then your maximal classifier would tell you that this is the plane, right? This plane is what helps you include all of the class members properly. And then the same thing over here, right? These two charts are kind of examples of the same item. But I believe there's a couple extra data points here, right? Point 11 and point 12 are new data points. One for each class. Okay? So again, just as before, the algorithm, the math is in finding what that plane looks like that still minimizes the amount of errors that you're going to make. And that's it. Sarvesh says, this is where we would use regularization, soft margin, SVM. Maybe. Not all projects are SVM, right? And we're going to talk about that a little bit. Not all projects are SVM. Some of them may be maximal, some of them are support vector classifier. It just depends on your data, right? This is why we plot data, guys. This, you know, I hope the greater takeaway you guys are realizing, this is part of the reason why we do EDA. Right? I mean, creating these plots and looking at what your data looks like should be part of your EDA process. So, yeah, you could use it here, but you don't know that going into it. Right? I mean, again, that's one of those things that academics doesn't really teach you. I mean, like, when do you get to these plots? How do you make the determination? So keep that in mind, Sarvesh, right? That it's easy when it's given to you in a book, but how do you do that in the real world? Vishal says, hi, sir. Hi, Vishal. How are you? I think this might be your first time. Welcome. Vishal, feel free to switch over to YouTube so you can see it on widescreen. But, thank you for being here. Okay. All right. So, next portion. So now let's talk about support vector machines, right? So in regression, we all saw how we do not live in a linear world, right? So support vector machines help us find non-linear answers to classification problems. So question for the chat. Where else did we see non-linear approaches in regression? There was a name for it. There was a name for the type of regression that we were using to help us with non-linear problems. So give it to me in the chat. What was a name when we were looking at scatter plots and we were looking for like that same pattern recognition? There was a name for that. What was that name for that non-linear regression? All right, give it to me in the chat, guys. I'll give you a minute here to think about it. So Surox, I think this might be your first time. So glad you're here. Thank you. How will you handle imbalanced data? I think you meant unbalanced data. Many answers to that. It depends on the data you're working on. Sometimes you can handle it, sometimes you can't. It just depends. Are you unbalanced because the data is naturally unbalanced, or are you unbalanced because of your sampling? It could be both of those, right? Can you balance your training data just for model training? Yeah, but that can be a little dangerous, right? There are some risks to that. Sometimes you can get more data, other times you can't, depending on the nature of the data. So I wish I could give you a simple answer, but it just depends. But to your point, you should be trying to be getting as balanced data sets as you can, especially if you're talking about binary decision problems. Casual Economist says, I'm not even on this chapter yet. That's okay. That's okay. One, we all learn at our own pace. And two, feel free to go back to my replays. I think you said you're on regression. Regression was part 1. So just start from there. Part 1 and go to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then today you're in 7. And next week you'll be in 8. But yeah, I have all the parts up there on my YouTube for you guys to watch, okay? Casual Economist says, I'm still going to try and hang. Cool. I like that. Positive attitude, guys. I like the positive attitude. You got to stay with it. Okay, so Sarvesh says kernel regression. Yassine says polynomial regression. Patrick says agree with Sarvesh. Joseph says polynomial. Michael says polynomial. Patrick agrees with Yassine. You can't agree with both, Patrick. Come on, pick a side, Patrick. Christina, welcome. Christina, I think you were here yesterday. Christina says polynomial regression. Okay. Anybody else? Last call. Where else did we see this? Casual Economist coming in strong with a different answer. I'm on log regression. Nice. See, I like that. I like seeing people take a stand. I'm going to go against the grain, and I'm going to say log regression. I like that, Casual Economist. Really, as a side note, guys, I love seeing people go against the grain, because I like to go against the grain, right? I love it, Casual Economist. My favorite story in the world is, the emperor has no clothes, right? It takes guts to be the small child to say, wait a minute, what are you talking about? You guys are idiots. He's not wearing any clothes. I love that, Casual Economist. Good on you, man. All right, anybody else? Last call. Last call. Patrick's still deciding whether he's on a kernel regression or polynomial regression. Also, I think stem functions and splines. Okay. All right. So yeah. So generally speaking, what I'm trying to impress upon you is the polynomial side of it, right? However, having said that, casual economist is not wrong. A log regression is similar to what I had in mind. The point being that we don't live in a linear world, and polynomials or logs or some sort of transform to our data usually leads to Patrick has now agreed with a third person. Oh my gosh, Patrick. Yeah, that's funny, Patrick. But the point is that it does lead to other data or to some other non-linear result in our data, right? That's really kind of what I'm trying to get across to you guys. So Christina, Michael, Yassine, all of you around polynomial regression, you have the right idea. Casual economist, same thing. A log regression is indeed an example of a non-linear approach. So that's exactly what leads into this, right? So SVM has this notion of these polynomial kernels. Your kernel is kind of the center of where you want to start. And then the polynomial function determines the shape that you want to draw around that kernel. And that's basically what's illustrated in these charts, right? So again, coming back to the earlier question by Sahara, if your scatter plot looks like this, okay, well now maybe I want to go ahead and use an SVM approach, right? This looks like something that's eligible because I'm seeing some natural patterns that might make sense for that. So here I can go ahead and say, what the authors are trying to illustrate over here is that this dashed line, that's my kernel. And then I can use that as a basis for my polynomial function to create what that group should look like. I'm sorry, I can't remember who, but earlier in the chat, somebody mentioned KNN. KNN is a clustering approach, right? Well, this looks suspiciously like a cluster, right? So these are times where, your SVM and your KNN type of approaches, you kind of start to blend a little bit, right? So maybe, you would try KNN instead of SVM, or maybe you try both, right? It's possible that both of them will give you similar answers. It's possible they'll give you divergent answers and it's the same data. You never know. Again, depends on your data, depends on what you're trying to solve. But this is basically what SVM is, right? Every other chart we've had to date has been a hyperplane, a linear selection, right? Do you guys see any straight lines on these charts? You don't, right? This is all, this is kind of like the essence, if you will, of SVM. So again, maximal classifier, what is the single best line that doesn't cause any errors? Perfectly classifies everything. Support vector classifier, I'm okay with some errors. SVM, why does it have to be a hyperplane? That's what we're doing here. There's no hyperplanes on these slides, or on these charts rather. Right? That's it. That's really the essence of the chapter. We don't live in a linear world, so we don't have to have models that are linear. They can be polynomials. So these are the notes, right? Support vector machines introduces these K kernels that serve as the center of the formulas, as I said. And the kernels are basically where are those points on the plane where it makes sense to create a group. That's all we're doing. And now, one of the strengths of SVMs is that if we're picking where the kernel goes, then can't you have multiple kernels? And the answer is that you can. So now you can use SVM to go beyond the binary problems. It is possible to have a multi-class approach to SVM. I can't remember if I have a chart on that or not. I do. So SVMs can be used for classification problems that have more than 2 classes. And again, it's pretty useful in the real world, right? The world is not always binary. And then the lambda tuning parameter comes back. We've seen lambda tuning in other models. And it helps you fine tune the errors that the model makes. Right? We use lambda parameters to help us fine tune the errors that are made by that, by the model itself. Okay? So that's basically it, guys. This chapter introduces that family of 3 that are commonly referred to as the support vector machines, but it's really kind of 3 different approaches to classification problem. All right. All right. So I believe that after this we are ready to go to code. Yeah. So are there any questions before we go into the coding side? Leo says regularization parameters. Yeah, sure, Leo. You can refer to them as that. I prefer to think of them as hyperparameters. Just because to me, they represent something that you can tune and that you can help with your model. So I just always call them, because I kind of use hyperparameters as a blanket statement across all models. Because again, as scientists, those hyperparameters are what creates experimentation. If you think about it this way, if hyperparameters didn't exist, then there'd be nothing to experiment on, right? It wouldn't be a science. So yeah, regularization, hyperparameters, right or wrong, I use those terms interchangeably. All right, so anybody out there with questions? Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and bring in our employee, ChatGPT, to help us. Are you guys still with me? Give me a 1 in the chat if you're still with me. Give me a 0 if you're lost. All right, you guys are still with me. Good. I'm seeing some 1s in the chat. Look, guys, no question that the level of difficulty in our classes has gone up in the past couple of weeks, but you guys have been doing great. Lakshmi, so good to see you. You didn't introduce yourself earlier, Lakshmi. Glad you're here. Casual economist is a 1-ish. So maybe you're like a 0.75 casual economist. But yeah, glad you're here. Look, guys, it's not always going to make sense your first pass through, and that's okay, right? But I'm trying to give you guys the highlights of the chapters, trying to give you guys the real world of the chapters. We'll go from there, okay? And by the way, guys, if you still need additional help, you want to talk some things through, please don't forget about our Discord. Our Discord is, increasingly becoming active, right? So we have a couple of different discussions going on there. Lots of people contributing it, different ways. We are up to 165, 67 people. So really lots of good participation. So feel free to join. Link is in your chats. But we have a great community on there. So if you have questions beyond the classes, it's a good place to do it. All right. All right. So let's go. I'm ready for some code. So if you're a veteran from last week, we definitely had some challenges around the data that we were using with ChatGPT, right? Sorry, let me bring up the right screens. Okay, there we go. So I figured that today we would start doing some plotting. Start by doing some data creation and some plotting. Because I think that's going to help us just, one, work with reliable data. And two, I really would encourage all of you to start getting used to looking at plots. Start getting used to looking at different charts. Because at some point, that pattern recognition is super important, right? So let's start by creating our own data. And we're essentially going to try to recreate some of these charts by showing two different classes. Okay? And then we're going to see what code we can write to model those different classes. All right? So we're bringing in our good friend ChatGPT. If you guys need me to blow up anything on the screen or whatever, let me know. But I have my ChatGPT ready to go. I have my Visual Studio Code ready to go, and I have my terminal ready to go. Because remember, guys, professional data science is not notebooks. So we are using an IDE, and then we are executing things in terminal. And then, that way we have control over our code, and our code becomes that much more scalable and deployable when we write, in pure Python, pure scripts. Okay. All right. So let's go to ChatGPT. And let's go ahead and ask for 500 members in each class. Save the data to a CSV file. And then also plot the data, show me the plot, and save the plot. What else do we need to specify here? Data servers and plots. Plots for me, show me the Python to create a data set that has two classes. And we should also add some features, right? That has, let's ask for 4 different features. 4 unique features. 2 classes of So we're going to go ahead and ask for this code, but we didn't specify that we wanted the classes to be distinct from each other. So I'm guessing that we're going to get a really random scatter plot, and that's okay. And it's a good starting point. Okay. So let's copy this code. Let's bring it to Visual Studio. Visual Studio usually makes it a little bit more visible for you guys. All right, what do you guys think? Is this code reasonable? Yeah, so here's the first line of the actual code. What do you guys think? It's using make classification. Where is that pulling that from? I'm guessing maybe NumPy? Oh, okay, sklearn. It's pulling it from sklearn datasets make classification. Cool. What do you guys think? I think this looks pretty reasonable to me. And it's going ahead and telling us that feature 1 and feature 2 are the ones that it's going to be plotted. I think this looks fairly reasonable. What do you guys think? Patrick says code looks solid to me. Yeah, I think so too. Let's run it. So let's make sure our file is there, which it is. So Python plots.py. All right. So this is what it gave us. What do you guys think? Dennis, why not notebooks? Why not notebook? Well, because we didn't come from broken homes and live on the street like a pack of dogs. That's why, Leo. Come on, Leo. Yassine says it's creating 4 features, but only 2 are informative. Does that mean the other are not relevant for separating the 2 classes? Maybe. I don't know, Yassine. We haven't really looked at the modeling side of it yet, right? I mean, look, part of the reason why we're doing our own data is to kind of, save us from having headaches, right? I mean, like we did last week, right? And then also because we still have to model it, right? This is all just exercise data, right? It's good for us to kind of let ChatGPT choose it for us, because in the real world, you're not going to have like your choice of data. Like you can't go back to the business and say, no, I can't work with that data. Give me some different data. Like they're going to give you what it is, right? So we don't know. You've seen that life is full of mystery and wonder, right? So we just gotta play the ball as it lies, as we say here in the US. All right, so Leo says LOL. I don't know what you're talking about, Leo. All right, so what do you guys think? Give me some observations here, right? Because look, guys, this is what you're doing in the data science team room, right? You're saying, hey guys, we got this new data from the business. Here's what the scatter plot looks like. Let's talk this out. What do you guys think? Give me some feedback here. What do you see? Yeah, so Leo, in all seriousness, yes, Patrick is right. You can't deploy a notebook, right? That's usually the rule. I know other people will tell you differently, but they're wrong. But look, when you're working in an enterprise, you're talking about working in a scaled environment where your code is going to be distributed across multiple data centers, across multiple load balance servers. They're going to need fast performance out of it in a lot of your applications, so on and so forth. Notebooks really prevent that, right? Notebooks are really more of a study and an experimentation tool, whereas the scripts are going to be something that you can, well, scripts and programs, by the way, are going to be something that you can actually deploy. In other cases, in a lot of cases too, remember that your code is not going to be standalone code. It's probably going to be consumed by another application or another process or something else that is already functional, right? It's already in flight, right? Like they might tell you, hey, we have this great web app, blah, 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 and we need you to write an algorithm for this small portion of the web app. Well, they're not going to change their entire architecture just to accommodate your notebook. The cleanest way to integrate is to say, here's my pure Python script that does what you need, right? So that's why, I encourage people to get away from notebooks, because it's really more of a study tool. It's notebooks were created because they're a convenient way to hand in assignments, right? But as far as these large scalable environments or situations where you are integrating into another existing in-flight project, in nearly every case, you're better off just producing, scripts and programs that are pure Python, okay? Patrick says, I'm seeing 2 Gaussian distributed classes. Yeah, okay, cool. I like that observation. Patrick says some degree of overlap. Okay, Patrick. Tell me about that overlap. What did we just learn? Tell me about that overlap. I think you're hitting on a key point there, right? Josue says, hi, I'm late by joining the boat. Hey, welcome, Josue. I think yesterday was your first day and you're back. So cool. I like seeing that. Welcome. I think you were from Argentina, was it? I hope you're well. So Josue says some points are closer, so try to cluster is complicated if we want exactly division, or maybe to determinate ways to cluster or classify like SVM. Just guessing. Not a bad guess. Michael agrees with Patrick. Yassine says, I think for this data, there's a lot of overlapping points from the 2 classes. I think we will have irreducible error at some point using only these features. Okay, Yassine, both you and Patrick are using the word overlap. What should that tell you based on what we learned today, guys? Pull on that. I tell my people to pull on that string, right? Dig deeper. You both of you use the word overlap. So what does that tell you? It tell you something. Yes, you can use notebooks, but on different kind of solution. Coding is not working well because you will normally be running code in company, not only testing your environments. Yeah, Jose. I think I get what you're trying to say here. Yeah, I mean, you can use it locally just as, your own sketchpad, but trying to deploy a notebook to an enterprise corporate environment, that's amateur hour. You definitely don't want to do that. Okay, so you got to get away from notebooks as early as you can in your career. Yassine says, we will use the benefit of tolerating some error. Okay. Tell me more, Yassine and Patrick. Guys, I think Yassine and Patrick are hitting on a key point there, right? What does the overlap tell you? There's a big clue in there, right? Or anybody else want to give their opinion? I'll give another little bit here. What else do you guys see? Anybody else? Oh, Lakshmi, you're so close. Overlapping indicates it's challenging to distinguish between the classes, especially in the overlapping region. You're so close, Lakshmi. Tell me more about that. Anybody else? Patrick, there will be multiple possible separating hyperplanes depending on our business needs. Is there? I don't know, Patrick. I don't know if I'm on board with 100% of what you just said. Josue Manuel says exactly, maybe for some testing local as you mentioned, but about the Jupyter notebooks. And yes, second day here. Enjoy the time here. All right, cool. So thank you so much. Appreciate you coming back. Tell your friends, guys. Tell your friends. Atarva says there must be some correlation. Okay. I'm kind of on board with that. Okay. All right. So you guys are so close. You guys are so close. All right. So here's what I want you guys to think about. Earlier, we agreed, and the authors introduced us to SVM being like a family of three, right? Yassine, you got it, my friend. You got it as soon as I started. Yeah, you got it. So yeah, Yassine, I'm gonna highlight your answer, right? So, family of three, right? Maximal, give me the one single line that makes no mistakes. 2, give me the line that I'm okay with some mistakes. And 3, give me the non-linear line, right? That's maximal, support vector, and support vector classifier and SVM, right? Can somebody show me where the maximal classifier line is? Give me a 1 in the chat if you see a maximal classifier here, or give me a 0 in the chat if you don't see a maximal classifier. So 1 if you see a maximal classifier, and give me a 0 if you don't see a maximal classifier. Christina says, maybe we can use polykernel or RBF kernel to distinguish between these two classes? Maybe, yeah. Yeah. You're on the right track, Christina, but I kind of want to go down the list, right? Because remember, this is what you're doing in the data science team room, right? And we talked about like pattern recognition, right? So, like you should develop an eye for these things, right? So again, give me a 1 in the chat if you see a maximal classifier. Give me a 0 if you don't see a maximal classifier. All right, last call for votes. Most of you are already voting. One if you see a maximal classifier, a 0 if you don't see a maximal classifier. Atarva says first day here. Welcome, Atarva. Glad that you're here. So Wasim says it's not possible to make a maximum classifier. Pratik says that he does see a maximal classifier. So remember, Pratik, 1 if you see a maximal classifier, a 0 if you don't see a maximal classifier. All right, so the majority of you are voting 0. Yeah, and I think you guys are right. So that's where you guys were talking about the overlapping, right? You were dancing around it, right? Overlapping basically throws out your maximal classifier, right? And this is kind of what I meant before earlier when I was talking about how it's really hard to find data that's that neatly laid out, right? And again, I'm putting emphasis on this because this is the process, right? When I talk to you guys about methodology, about data science being a process, this should all be part of your thinking. I'm going to plot some features out and I'm going to just read it. I'm going to take in the data, right? This is me doing EDA, right? So that's the first thing we should think about. Do you see a maximal classifier? No, that's off the table. All right. So let's go to the next one. Support vector classifier. Give me a 1 if you see a support vector classifier. Give me a 0 if you don't see it. And actually, I'm going to move this just a little bit over to make it better for the Instagram folks, if there's anybody on Instagram. That shouldn't mess up anybody on YouTube. All right, so again, guys, give me a 1 if you see a support vector classifier. Give me a 0 if you don't see a support vector classifier. I'm going to move it over just a little bit more for the Instagram people. Hey, Kartik, I usually don't take questions on Sundays, okay? We're focused on the class. You're welcome to stay for the class. You're also welcome to switch over to YouTube where you can see things a little better. Or you're welcome to come back on another day, but I usually don't take questions on Sundays, okay? All right, yeah, so quite a few of you are voting 1. Yeah. We could probably find a support vector classifier, right? And in this case, we might actually find multiple planes, right? I mean, just as we saw from the authors, there's multiple planes possible, right? There's kind of a natural plane right here, just below the 0 mark. But as you can see, there's still going to be a good number of blue points in the orange class and orange points in the blue class. But yeah, you could find it. Okay, so Josue, I love that you're jumping ahead here. Josue brings up a good point. But you have a margin of error if we talk about support vector classifier, right? Because it's not perfect in that case. Or am I far away? No, you're on the right track because that's what I was going to say next. So yes, we can find a support vector classifier. Now, here's the question: is it going to be any good? Maybe not. You know, like I said, for me, my eye is drawn right here, right below the 0 mark. And that seems like a good point. You're going to capture a lot, but I'm still seeing a lot of blue over here and I'm still seeing a lot of orange over here, right? So is a support vector classifier possible? Yeah. Is it going to be any good? I'm not optimistic of that, right? Atarba says we will have to introduce some slack. Yeah, Atarba, you will. So guys, this is really important. This is where you talking to the business and the conversations you have with them and the problem that you're trying to solve matter, right? This is where you take them in, right? Wasim says, a linear SVC is not... You can't say that, Wasim. You can't say that. You can't say that because you don't know what the business problem you're trying to solve is. Right? It's possible that you're going to get a 65% accuracy out of this. And guess what? It's possible that the business is going to come back and tell you, great, we're at 45% accuracy right now. So if you can get us to 65, you'll increase our sales by 20%. Wonderful. They may not want you to go further. That happens, guys. There will be times where your work will be dictated and maybe stopped by the business and say, yeah, that model works just fine for us. Right? So you really can't say that, Wasim. You can't make blanket statements like that. Or like we saw before in regression. I know some of you who have been here before have heard this example before, but for those of you that are new, right? If I told you this model is like 80% accurate and it's a model for loan decisions, you might say, okay, we're okay. We're okay with a 20% default rate. That's better than what we do now. Right? And it's okay because we know that when people default, we can always do collections and we can always, we can get that money back somehow, right? But we're okay with 20%. But now I tell you this model is 80% accurate and it decides when a Tesla, when an automated Tesla presses the brakes or not. Are you okay with 80%? Probably not, right? So you really can't make blanket statements like that. You have to know what you're solving, what the business is after. So I see the model. It's not going to be great, but it might be good enough for the business, right? I'm not going to name names, but I've had clients who they take an approach of, maybe you've heard this saying in the past, don't let perfect be the enemy of good, right? So you might have clients or projects or situations where you tell them, hey, look, I got you to 65%. If you give me another 2 months, I can probably get you to 80+%. They're going to say, no. 65% enough. We don't want to pay you anymore. This is the end of the contract. Thank you very much. That happens, guys. Whether right or wrong, whether good or bad on the business's part, that happens, right? Some people say, hey, that's good enough. I don't need perfection. I need good enough. So it depends. It just depends, guys. You just never know. So Josue says, if we back to the data, we need to understand what features we're analyzing. Yes. You're not incorrect on that. But one, you're introducing the risk of bias coming into your decisions when you do that. Bias and domain knowledge. And two, make sure you do that with the business. You shouldn't be trying to interpret features on your own. Your data science team is not a business team, right? You're a tech team. So yes, you're on the right track, but make sure you do it in a healthy way. Sahara says, Sahara, please let me know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Would it be possible to add another dimension in this case? Sure. Excuse me. Sure. Yeah, look, we're just walking through one example, right? But yeah, in a full data science process, you would be trying as many feature combinations as you can. Absolutely. Yeah. Atarva says, according to the business requirement, we can adjust misclassification. Yes, you can. That's absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah. So Atarva here is referring to your false positives and false negatives, right? And you can adjust based on feedback from the business. I've had that happen to me before. And the reason I say that is because when it comes to false positives and false negatives, you can usually assign a dollar value to what it costs the business to make that mistake. And in some cases, those values are different enough, disparate enough, where the business will say, I want you to give me a model that's optimized, and it's okay if it's only 70% accurate, but I want that 30% to be more of this error than that error. Atarba, you bring up a great point, because this 100% happens in business, okay? So to illustrate that, you might say, hey, here's your support vector classifier, but here's the mistakes you're making in orange, and here's the mistakes you're making in blue. And your business might come back to you and say, well, you know what? The blue errors cost us $5, but the orange errors cost us $300. So please make sure you actually shade the model. And they're going to ask you to move that line over so that you actually make less of the orange errors because you're minimizing costs, right? So yeah, Atarva, thank you so much for bringing that up. I had forgotten about that. Super important point. That also happens in the real world, where they're going to say, we're totally okay with errors, just make sure it makes these error Y more than error X, because error X costs us a lot of money. Error Y, we're okay taking the loss. So thank you, Atarva. Thanks for bringing that up. I'm just talking about the data we're working with right now. I meant a linear SVC wouldn't be the best fit for the data. There's probably better ways for it, Wasim, but that doesn't make SVC bad for this. SVC may be acceptable in some cases, right? So just be careful with blanket statements. That's really what I'm trying to impress upon you, right? The bottom line is you never know, right? There's very few absolutes in data science and in all of science, right? We as scientists, we should try to avoid talking in absolutes, right? So you really can't make the blanket statements. Jose says, got it. Okay, cool, Jose. Yep. All right. So I think because we've had so much talk on the SVC, let's do it. Let's map out an SVC here. I think that could be fun, right? So we're going to keep this chart and we know what data we're working with, right? So guys, just for fun, in your mind, envision what the SVC model would look like, because we're going to plot it out, right? So I'm going to guess that the SVC is probably a vertical line, a near vertical line right below the, the 0 mark here. That's what I'm guessing, right? That's just me using my eye. It might have a slight skew. It might have a slight skew to the right because I'm seeing some orange over here. So I think it might be a slight skew to the right. But that's just my view. That's just my bias. You never know until you run the model, right? So let's do it. Let's go back to our ChatGPT. I think we got to close this out first. Yeah, we close that out. And I think we saved the plot. Yep, so we saved the plot and we saved the data. Cool. So there's our data, guys, by the way. All right, so let's start a new file. This one we're gonna call it svc.py. And remember, we don't write any code ourselves. We use our employee ChatGPT to help us. Support vector classifier. That best fits the data. Show me accuracy, precision, and recall metrics, and also plot out the confusion matrix. And also plot out the confusion. So we're doing this to help us show what the model is, and then we want to see the data with the model plotted. Finally, show plot of the data with the model also. Fitted. Okay, I think that's a reasonable prompt there, guys. Oh, I forgot to ask it to save all of that. I should have said to save the plots. Scatter, gonna show the plot. Plot save, plot show. I don't think it's saved. I don't think it saved the previous plot though. So let me add that. Save fit. All right. I'm going to bring this over so you guys can see it a little bit easier. And then we'll walk through the code because this code's a little bit longer. All right. But from what I saw, it looked fairly reasonable. I'm going to close this out. All right. So we're doing it's bringing in a train test split, which makes sense. It's adding some metrics, which makes sense because we're also going to need that. It's reading the classification data set, which we just created. It's got the same features. It's got the class. It's going to go ahead and do a train test split. The testing size is 0.3. That means we're training on 0.7 of the data, which is okay. Usually you'd probably want to do like a 80-20, but 70-30 is still okay. Create and train the SVC model. Okay, guys, so here's the heart of the code, right? We're using SVC. I'm assuming that's from scikit-learn, right? Yeah, from scikit-learn, right? It's scikit-learn. We're using the SVM family. We're using SVC, so that totally makes sense. Training, testing, so here's where the magic happens, right? In the fit statement, right? And now we're taking the model and running our predictions on our test set. We're calculating all our scores, accuracy, precision, and recall. We're creating our confusion matrix. We're creating the plot. We're showing the plot. Well, we're saving and showing the plot. And then we're going to go, the rest is just plotting out the results. So I think this looks like perfectly reasonable code, guys. I think that they did a pretty good job of creating this. Let's run this. This one is Python, SV. Actually, you know what? I want to make sure they're using a different name. I don't want to lose that previous classification plot. I didn't check the names. Okay, so boundary plot is the first one we're saving. Confusion matrix we're saving. Okay, it added an SVC prefix. That's good. Okay. All right, I think we're good to go here, guys. svc.py. Okay. Here's my confusion matrix. Where is my other plot? Where's my other plot? That's weird. Maybe Python can only show one plot at a time? Yeah, I think it is only showing one plot. So let me close that out. Okay. Here we go. So we'll do this, and then we'll rely on these numbers to interpret our what do you call it? Our results, right? All right. Okay. I wasn't too far off, guys. That's what I predicted, right? I predicted a near vertical line with a little bit of skew to the right. That's kind of what we got, right? What do you guys think? What's your interpretation here? What does this chart tell you? And actually, if you want to look back here, we have our accuracy, precision, and our recall numbers. Rahul says, Dennis, I believe ChatGPT is still faster in giving the codes, but it doesn't miss some personal requirements as a prone to some error. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay if it gives errors. We're gonna fix it ourselves, right? We still require some skill. We can be editors, just not writers, right? Oluwasegun says, hello, Dennis. Hey, good to see you back, my friend. Patrick, I didn't even read your comment before saying mine, but yeah, that's why we're code editors and not ChatGPT monkeys. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. Rex will take care of that message. Rahul says, still we better. Not always. Not always. ChatGPT has written plenty of code for me that I have no interest in writing. I think ChatGPT is still powerful. Josue says, and it's just an example to test. Yeah, that's exactly right, Josue. You know, we're learning, right? We're learning how to prompt the ChatGPT properly, right? Sahara says we cannot see it here on Instagram. Sahara, I moved it over just a little bit. Or Sahara, if you look in the Instagram chat, I put a pinned comment that has the YouTube link. Feel free to go over to YouTube. It gives you a better view, okay? Patrick says, not a bad intuition. Yeah, it's actually not bad. Yeah, you know, I know a thing or two. Contingent on the business requirements, I'm happily surprised with this accuracy. Yassine says it's actually better than expected. Yeah, I agree. You know, and this is why you have to model things out, right? You can eyeball things, you know, and say, yeah, this is what I think it's going to be. But this is what, and I agree with you guys, to have an accuracy of 90%, that's higher than I would have said. I would have guessed more like low 80s, right? But yeah, I mean, maybe there's just not as many, you know, of the orange dots on one side as we thought there were on the other side, right? Right? You just never know. Michael says, can you please change the colors in the code for better visibility? But not bad at all. Yeah, I agree. I mean, really, that's not a terrible model. You know, sometimes you think to yourself, well, gee, if I look on this side, I see a red dot, red dot, red dot, red dot. You know, I don't know about this model, but you kind of forget, right? It's kind of like that human nature to say, well, wait a minute, you're ignoring all the red dots over here, right? You're ignoring all the properly classified classes, right? So, you know, this is kind of why you do the modeling and why you come up with empirical numbers, right? So overall, right, if we're focusing on these numbers in the terminal window here, accuracy of 0.90, precision of 0.99, which depending on your use case is excellent, and a recall of 0.81, which again, depending on your use case, might be good enough. Depending on your use case, you know, that might be the lesser of all the errors, right? So yeah, I think we did pretty good, right? And I think that it shows the power of support vector classifiers. We're still on a plane, right? We're still on a plane, right? We haven't gotten fancy with any polynomial math or anything. But that model's not bad. So give me a 1 if you're on board with that. Give me a 0 if you have some other feedback. Sarvesh says the 90% accuracy no, it's for the test data, Sarvesh. It's for the test data. The training data creates the model. The test data is what gives you your metrics. All right, so I'm seeing a couple of 1s in the chat. You guys with me? Are you guys feeling good about this? I'm feeling pretty good about this. You know, we got some data and we managed to fit a fairly reasonable model. So now the question is, can we improve on this, right? Can we improve on this? Do you guys see, okay, again, coming back to the questions, do you guys see an SVM model here? Anybody see an SVM model here? Or let me ask a more pointed question. How many kernels do you see? What do you guys think? Anybody see any kernels for SVM? Because that's really kind of like the difference, right? That we're gonna have kernels. Wasim says theoretically we can improve, but have to try first, like you said, and see the results. Yeah, Wasim. But I'll be honest, I'm a little skeptical we can improve, right? I'm a little skeptical that we can improve because yes, you can, you can kind of make out some kernels, but kernels make mistakes too, right? Yassine says, I see a polykernel. Yeah, sure, but you can always see polykernel, or they're supposed to be polys, right? Murad says 2. Yeah. Murad, I don't think I've seen you before. Welcome, if it's your first time. Latifa also says 2. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, guys. I see 2 kernels too. But when I see the kernels, it's hard for me to imagine a polynomial that can encompass everything, right? Patrick says the overlap is too symmetrical to get any advantage carving one way or another. Yeah, Patrick, I think you're on the right track with that with that reasoning. I think so too, because for example, I'm looking at the orange side, and I see a kernel here, and I can see a reasonable polynomial, but now I have mistakes both to my left, and then I'm also seeing these that would act as outliers to the kernel, right? These are going to be really far from the kernel. So I'm a little skeptical that we can improve, but you never know, right? Wasim says 90% is already good. Maybe it wouldn't be worth to increase the model's flexibility because that would also increase the model's variance. Yes, Wasim, I'm with you on that. I think so too. I think we can find the kernels, but those kernels are going to introduce more errors, like these over here. Like look at this line over here of these red members, of these red class members. Kind of hard to see a kernel encompassing all of those, right? Like there's no reasonable kernel that reaches all the way out there, right? But maybe I'm wrong. Let's do it. Let's plot this out. I think we should plot it, or model it and plot it. Okay, guys? Let's do this. So we need a new file. And this one we're going to call SVM. And yeah, let's go back to ChatGPT. So we can say that code is great. Please use the same code, but this time I want to model with a support vector machine, SVM, just as before, plot and save, plot, show, and save all results. Okay. Let's bring that to Visual Studio. Let's quickly go through this. So same as before, right? Train test split. Using the same classification data set. So this time we're down here, guys, and it's going to go, and this time we're going to be declaring our kernels, right? And how it selects our kernels. We didn't have that before, right? If we look at the SVC before, that parameter was not used. I think it said linear. Yeah, it's a linear kernel, right? So the difference in the code is in the kernel, now we're declaring something that's not necessarily linear. But otherwise, I have a feeling that the rest of the code is the same, right? We're doing our fitting. This is where we're doing our testing. Now we're doing our metrics. We're plotting out we're outputting the metrics. We're plotting out the confusion matrix. And then we're plotting out the actual code or the actual chart, right? So I think this all looks very, very reasonable. So this is 83 lines of code. I think SVC was very similar. Yeah, so it's the same lines of code, guys. It literally just changed that one call to the support vector modeling. I mean, that's how easy it can be. Well, let's do this. Let's make sure my file is there, which I think it should be. It is. So now, let me make sure it's using different names. I think it is. Yeah, it's prefixed with SVM, which is great. Python svm.py. Okay. So here's our confusion matrix. And you know, we can kind of get a sense of the confusion matrix by looking at our metrics down here. So we'll go ahead and close this out. Oh, wow. Wow. Look at that, guys. Okay. Okay. What do you guys think of that? Give me some feedback in the chat, guys. Hey, Alpha, so good to see you. Alpha from Sierra Leone. Welcome. So good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. All right, what do you guys make of that? Give me some feedback in the chat. Gonna move this over for my Instagram people. Patrick says it's a poorly drawn straight line. No, it's not. I'm just a polynomial, man. What do you guys think? Okay, Wasim, I like the way you're putting this. The increase in accuracy is very negligible. Changing the kernel just added more complexity to the model. Yep, it did. Now, Wasim, I just want to adjust your statement a little bit, right? Keep in mind that in the previous model, the linear models, you don't actually have a kernel. It's a linear output, right? So there is no kernel. You only have a kernel when you start getting into like the more clustering approach, okay? So I totally agree with your statement. Just want to adjust your vocabulary there a little bit because there is no kernel until you are doing like the clustering approach. Otherwise, you know, it should just be referred to as a linear approach, okay? And Ava Gavar says scatterplot. Yep, we're definitely working a lot with scatterplots today. And Ava, I think this might be your first time, so welcome. What else do you guys think? Any other feedback in the chat? So a couple things are jumping out at me. One, look at these clusters. These clusters are crazy, right? And that's okay, right? If that's what the model and the data dictates, then that's what you should be using. Second thing that jumps out at me. Yeah, Patrick, you took the words out of my mouth. Could be highly influenced by outliers. Yeah, I mean, because what did I say before? I said that I was really pessimistic about these out here, right? But look at the model. The model basically explicitly reached out way out there to those outliers just to include them, right? I mean, look at this little chunk here. It basically created this little like edge to the cluster just to include these three, right? And likewise, kind of like in an inverse way, look over here. Over here, the cluster, the algorithm could have gone here. This could have been like an arc, right? But the algorithm decided that it wasn't, there's not enough significant data out there, so it actually brought itself in, right? The reason that's key is because, remember, this is all in train and test data. You're still going to put this out there, right? And there could be outlier data that doesn't fit these clusters. These clusters are kind of like uniquely shaped, right? Is it like, let's look at this region here. Is it possible that you're going to have a data point here? Sure. You've had data points above it and below it, right? What about down here? Could you have data points here? Yeah, you could. You have some that are reasonably close. Just not in your train and test data, right? But in your prediction data, your unknown data, yeah, you could have some points down there. So I'm really encouraged that the model did find these clusters. And look, guys, these are obviously polynomials, and we did it with like no math, right? The library itself handled all the math and the heavy lifting for us. So in that regard, I think this is amazing. This is an amazing result, right? And let me move this out of the way. And we got to pretty good numbers, right? Our recall actually improved just a little bit. But I am a little concerned, as Wasim points out, that it's going to increase the model's variance, right? Like the shape of the clusters themselves kind of add to that variance. Whereas in a linear model, it's a lot more straightforward. You're either to the right of me or you're to the left of me, period, right? So it's almost like a risk reward thing, right? Like personally for me, like I would say, hey guys, we kind of want that binary decision. Otherwise you're introducing the risk, as Patrick points out, of the outliers. Because now if you're over here, your SVC, your linear would say, yep, you're in this class. And I don't care where you are, just as long as you're to the right of the line. But here it would say, nope, you're not part of any class. Right? So that's those trade-offs that you're going to have to discuss in the data science team room and with the business. Because again, it's kind of driven by the business needs or the use cases you're actually talking about. Because again, in a lot of cases, you can assign the dollar value to each of these, right? Sarvesh says it's a model with high variance. It has the potential for high variance, yeah. I mean, because on a strict basis, the numbers are good, right? If we look back here on the terminal window, those numbers are not bad. But yes, there is a potential for high variance because of the clusters themselves. Again, you kind of want that binary. You're either to the left of the line or the right of the line. Where you are on the plane, I don't care. I just want you in one of the two classes. So that's where like the SVC kind of shines through, right? Especially here, again, as Wasim points out, it's the same accuracy. Like you're really not gaining anything. You're gaining more risk, if anything else, right? More unseen risk, because your future instances, your prediction cycles, will create that risk of falling outside of one of the clusters. Whereas the risk of somebody falling outside of a binary, right, left, of the chart decision is like pretty low, right? But again, these are things that you're going to be discussing with your team, with your business stakeholders, and it all depends on your use, like on your actual use. Okay? All right. Great session, guys. Great session. And you know what? We had a much different experience with ChatGPT this time around. If you were here last week, we had a heck of a time with ChatGPT last week. But, we got through some problem solving. And this week, we got through it error-free. ChatGPT did an excellent job of coding things. So really happy that, everything has gone well today. Really happy with the session. You guys did a great job of asking questions and keeping the conversation going. Like I said, level of difficulty has definitely gone up, but you guys have been great about it. Next week, unsupervised learning. And then guess what? We are done, guys. We are done with the book. All of you should be super proud of yourself. We just turned the corner, guys. We just made the last turn in that marathon run, and we see the finish line. And that finish line is next week, guys. So really, really happy with the way everything has gone. So thank you so much for participating today. Thank you so much for, like I said, I'm just grateful I get to spend this time with you guys and talk about data science, especially on such a beautiful Sunday. So I hope that the weather is good, and I hope that you are well also. So again, I stream every day, 1500 GMT. Really appreciate your support. Welcome to all the new people. I've been getting a lot of new followers, so welcome. I just feel really fortunate that I can do this with all of you. So take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I'll see you next time. Hey everybody, good morning. Happy Sunday. How are you? It's so good to be spending time with you today. Hope that everyone is doing well. Wow, what a day. What a day. I gotta tell you guys, today is a day with mixed emotions, because I'm so happy that we get to spend the time together and we get to, finish out the book. But at the same time, it's been a great journey. It's been a lot of fun to be able to share the introduction to statistical learning book with you. And we're at the end. We're at the end of that journey. It's just so incredible to think that. So just really grateful and really happy for all of you that watch my content and have enjoyed the class. I've certainly enjoyed it. It's taught me a lot as far as, my own teaching capabilities and my own revisit of the book, because this is my first time revisiting the book in a long time. And it's also shown me, how much my own skills have evolved and advanced and all that. So it's been I just can't tell you how grateful I am for the opportunity overall to just be able to teach this to you guys. So yeah, really kind of a bittersweet day today. So looking forward to spending time together. Obviously, I think we have an interesting chapter, but I'm going to be sad when it's done. If I'm being honest, I'm going to be sad when it's done, guys. So credit to all of you for hanging in there, for participating the whole time, for, just, being a part of all this. I know there's a few of you who attended every course. Some of you who managed to stay the entire time for every single time, which is great. So congratulations to all of you too. So also we have quite a few new people joining. I'm getting quite a few on Instagram. I'm also getting about 1,000 new followers a day on YouTube. So welcome to all the new viewers. If this is your first time watching, I stream every day at 1500 GMT. I usually stream, kind of like ask me anything questions where you guys can come in and I take on all questions, all comers. But on Sundays, I like to do an instructional series. So we are finishing out the Introduction to Statistical Learning book. Today is session 8. we're going to be doing chapter 10. So you're welcome to stay. Maybe not all the sections will make sense to you, but you can stay. You can add to your notes. You can add to your knowledge. And then when you have the time, go back to my channel. I have every single chapter laid out in a playlist. And that chapter will help you understand everything that we've covered so far. So that's a way for you to get caught up and kind of, just understand what's going on with this book. And again, the reason why I decided to teach this book is because this book is where data science, professional data science really begins. Forget all the tutorials, forget all the experts online, forget all the Coursera courses. If you want to do professional data science, it begins with the Introduction to Statistical Learning book. Okay? So usually I would do a global roll call, but we're not going to do that today because I do want to get to the materials as soon as possible. Because another thing, the new people should know is that these sessions have tended to run long. I think our longest one was 3 hours. I don't think we've gone anything less than 2 hours. So, somewhere between 2 to 3 hours. So maybe, you have to leave during the first hour. That's okay. Come back. We're likely to still be here. You never know, right? So I'm going to quickly go through some of the greetings, and I see a couple of questions in the chat. But then we're going to get right to it. We're going to get right to chapter 10. So starting off, Rohan, our good friend Rohan, and once again he's first in the chat. Thank you, Rohan. Good to see you. Such a great supporter. Good morning, Dennis and all. Rohan from Vizag, India. Thank you, Rohan. Always appreciate your introduction and greeting everybody in the chat. Yassine, another great supporter. Yassine, I think you're one of the people who's been here for every single class, so thank you so much. Hello, sir. Yassine from Tangier, Morocco. Welcome, Yassine. Glad to have you here. Yassine, I think you're going to be learning more from this than you are from your university classes. We'll see. We'll see. Rex, our very talented moderator on Twitch, says, it's data science o'clock. Good day, everyone from New York City. Thank you, Rex. A great introduction. Good to see you, too. Crazy Susie. Hello, everyone. Susie from Bangalore, India. Thank you, Susie. Good to see you. Casual Economist, our good friend Casual Economist. You've been a great supporter since you first found us. I remember you told me when it was your first day, and you basically been back every single day. That's a compliment. I appreciate that. Another day, another 1,000. Yeah. Casual Economist is referring to my growth on YouTube. I've been averaging about 1,000 new subscribers a day on YouTube. So yeah, it's been crazy, guys. It's been crazy. And keeping up with the comments and the messages, it's been crazy. Like I wish I could afford to hire another person because it's a lot of comments and stuff that I have to keep up with. And I do my best to give personal replies. And I'm also getting a ton of stuff from vendors who want to sell me all kinds of different things. But yeah, it's tough, guys. It's tough. But thank you, Casual Economist, for being here. Phil, I think this is your first time. If it is, welcome. My quick question is, as I'm joining for the first time, are you going to start from scratch again? Oh no, Phil, geez, no. There's 10 chapters to this book. This is a big book. I can't start over from the very beginning every single class. We do a chapter per class, but what you can do is you can go to my YouTube. I have a playlist that has every single chapter or every single session individually, because the first session we did cover the first 3 chapters and then we did 1 chapter afterward. But no, I do not start each class from scratch. That wouldn't be fair to the people that have been coming, and it would make the sessions super long. But you are welcome to watch the replays. I think they are laid out in a pretty easy manner. Also, what I do, and you might see this afterwards, is I will play all of the sessions, all sessions together. I will play them together as a loop, on a continuous loop overnight. And that way you're able to see it. You can come back to it, maybe watch a few minutes, come back, kind of throughout your day or whatever. But it will always be there, coming back, whenever you have some time to invest in it. But no, today I'm not going to be starting all over. It's going to be chapter 10. We're going to be talking about unsupervised learning today, okay? Lakshmi, our good friend Lakshmi says, hi, Dennis and all. Hi, Lakshmi. Good to see you. Hope that you're doing well. I think you're from India, Lakshmi, but welcome. Glad to see you. I know you. I know you've been a consistent attendee on Sundays. So hope you're doing well out there, Lakshmi. Fatima, so hello, or hey, Fatima from Morocco. I love these classes. Thank you, Fatima. Yeah, I think I've seen you on Sundays before. Tell us what part of Morocco you're from, Fatima. Lots of people from Morocco, and Morocco's a big country, so let us know. Rohit, our good friend from Bangalore, India. Nice to see you, Rohit. Casual economist, if you need help with stuff as you keep growing, I'll volunteer. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just don't know if there's mechanisms out there to allow other people reply to my comments and things like that. But, I like to keep it a little personal. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll keep you in mind. It's a good idea. We'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of things coming up. I have a lot more content that I want to get out. I'm expecting a ton of growth between now and the end of the year. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things go. Abby PC. Abby, I think this is your first time. If it is, welcome. Hello, everyone. Abhijit from India. Welcome, Abhijit. Thanks for joining. Anis says, hello, everyone. Hello, Dennis. Anis from Algeria. I'm an HR professional with the goal to become a data professional. As usual, I'm grateful that Dennis was outstanding content. Oh, thank you so much, Anis. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think you had looked at my mid-career transition video, if I remember right. Yeah, so welcome. Again, if you guys are really serious about making a move into data science, it begins right here. This book is where professional data science begins. I guarantee you every, bona fide data scientist you meet knows this book. So today we're going to finish it out. Chapter 10. That's it, guys. We're done. We're done after this. So like I said, go to my YouTube. There's a playlist. I'll also post the playlist on my Discord. You can have a direct link and just go through each one of the chapters. It's going to take you a while. I think after today, it'll be like 18 hours of content, 20 hours of content, something like that. So it'll take you a while. It's a commitment. It's a big commitment. But, again, if you want to know how professional data science is done, right? Not some dummy influencer who's never worked a day in their lives in the industry. But I'm talking about, real data science. This book is really where you should focus, okay? Mason, good to see you again, Mason. I don't think I've seen you in a bit. Mason says, hey, Dennis, watching from Pittsburgh. Nice. Welcome, Mason. Fatima says, exactly in Meekness. Very cool. I've been to Meekness. Nice city. Lots of families in Meekness. So yeah, cool. Abby says, yes, this is my first class, Dennis. Well, welcome, Abby. Welcome, Abby. You're towards the tail end of the book. We're on chapter 10. It's the last book. It's last chapter. But again, I invite everyone to go ahead and go back to the playlist. Or as I said, I stream it on a loop. So every once in a while, if you subscribe to my account, you'll see it come up in your recommendations. Or if you go to my account, it'll say live streaming. And it might be in the middle of the night for you or whatever. Watch some minutes before you go to bed or, when you're walking around during the day or whatever. But I play it on a loop so that you guys can, leave it, come back, leave it, come back. I do that because that's the way I learn best. Sometimes I got to read something and then I got to be like, yeah, okay, cool. Let me step away from that and think about it a little bit, come back to it. So that's why I play it on a loop to kind of help people learn in that way. Okay. All right, guys. So I think that's all the introductions I'm seeing. So I say, let's get started. Let's go ahead and do this, right? And like I said, guys, it's definitely bittersweet for me because I've enjoyed this time and I just can't believe we did it, guys. We did it. 10 chapters. That's amazing. All right, so let me switch to my classroom view. So if you're on Instagram, this is where I might lose you because Instagram doesn't do so well with my widescreen view. So I encourage you to, if you would like, to switch over to YouTube. I have the link pinned in the Instagram chat where you can find us directly on YouTube. The format is just a little better. You're welcome to stay on Instagram. It's just a little bit easier to see on YouTube. And also for the new people, my previous attendees already know this. But I also use the Socratic method, so I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions, so please feel free to participate. There's no wrong answers, no one's going to make fun of you. Just, it's part of the learning process, right? All right, chapter 10, unsupervised learning. What is that? What is unsupervised learning? So start filling up my chat. Let me know. What is it, guys? What exactly is unsupervised learning? Actually, you don't have to give me the right answer. Just give me your perception of what unsupervised learning is. That's totally okay too. What do you guys think? Hey, AE Robotics, welcome. So AE Robotics, the current question in front of the chat is, what is unsupervised learning? Just give me your thoughts on it. Like, what is it? So Yassine says unsupervised learning is a type of statistical learning when the goal is to understand and extract some common patterns in data where no labels or targets are available. Okay, cool. Thank you for that, Yassine. Kaiser says, let's assume a teacher teaches you in class that's supervised, and accept if you study at home without any any supervision. Okay, all right. I love the examples, the analogy there. Rohan says the model does not have any data or help from humans. Okay. Anybody else? Last call for unsupervised learning. AE Robotics says learning from unlabeled data. All right. Fatima says type of machine learning that involves analyzing and clustering unlabeled data. Okay. Rohit says learning from data where it is not properly formatted or labeled and the algorithm teaches itself by giving itself points. All right. Thank you, Rohit. Anis says unsupervised training is a type of machine learning where models are trained without explicit labels. I believe it's the opposite of supervised learning. Okay, I like your tie back to supervised learning. Yeah. This method uses algorithms to discover hidden patterns or groupings within the data. All right. All right. Good. I love all the answers. I think all of you are on the right track. The one thing I do kind of want to, kind of set the expectations on, right? Is the way I think about it is it's not necessarily a problem of data. It's a problem of the world, right? Because a lot of you are mentioning, well, the data's unlabeled, right? But it's not unlabeled like for a good reason or a bad reason. It's that we don't live in a world where everything is labeled, right? We don't always know the outcomes, right? Crazy Susie, I like your definition: discovering insights without following a particular regimen. Yeah, or data that doesn't follow a particular regimen, right? Because that's the way the world is, right? So that's the way I kind of like to think about it, to kind of, from a student perspective, right? When I thought about that, that's when it kind of helped me understand it, right? We just don't live in a labeled world. And in fact, when I was doing my studies, I remember the example that was given to us was medical studies, right? Like if you think about yourself as a medical researcher, That's like unsupervised, right? Patients don't always come to you with a label on their forehead that says, I have a new type of blood cancer. You have to discover that they have a new type of blood cancer, right? Like, well, how would you do that? Well, you would look at their age and their lifestyle and their weight and, you know, medical history and operate, right? Like you have to kind of piece it together, right? Because again, the world is not labeled. So when you think about unsupervised learning, I'd encourage you to think of it that way. That we just live in a world that doesn't always have a label. There's going to be problems where you don't have that dependent variable that we've been relying on, right? So let me ask you guys this, and if you read the slide that's on the screen, you can probably, you know, kind of see where I'm going with this, right? Let me quickly look at this. Shiha? Is it Shiha? Example of it is clustering algorithms, right? Yeah, we'll get to that. Yes, you're on the right track there. But let me ask you guys this, okay? And again, if you're reading the slide, maybe you already know where I'm going with this. So if we accept that we don't live in a labeled world, and you know we're coming up with our own ways to interpret the data, can you have a confusion matrix in unsupervised learning? Give me a yes or no in the chat. Can you have a confusion matrix in unsupervised learning? And remember, just in case you guys don't remember, with a confusion matrix, we're talking about our accuracy, we're talking about our true rates, our false rates, our true positives, our true negatives, right? Does that exist for unsupervised learning? So let me know. Just give me a simple yes or no in the chat. No one's gonna call on you, or just let me know what you think. So I'm still seeing a couple people on Instagram. You're welcome to stay on Instagram. But I have also I have pinned the YouTube link in the Instagram chat. If you want to see it in more of a widescreen, it's a little bit easier to see. You're welcome to stay on Instagram, but the YouTube is there for your convenience. So Yassine says no. Shiha says not sure about it. Damaler says no. Damaler, good to see you. Good to see you. Anybody else? Can you have a confusion matrix in unsupervised learning? That's the question right now. Just give me a yes or no. Or you can just say, hey, I agree with Yassine. I agree with Shiha. I agree with Damilar. Whatever you want. Anise says, I don't think so, as we have no labels, but I could definitely be wrong as I am learning. Okay. And thank you for the honesty, Anise. You know, we're all learning. We're all learning. I'm still learning, right? I'm still learning from all of you. So nothing wrong with that. Anybody else? Last call for answers. Can you have a confusion matrix in unsupervised learning? Fatima says it's not typically used in the same way as in supervised learning. Okay, anybody else? All right, last call for answer, guys. Another couple seconds here. All right, so the direct answer is no. You really can't have a confusion matrix when it comes to unsupervised learning. Why? Because we just said that there's no dependent variable. And if there's no dependent variable, and by the way, dependent variable is the same as our label, right? Then there's nothing to measure against, right? Because we're really not making prediction, right? So if we're not really making predictions and there is no label that we can measure against, then the traditional metrics that we've learned previously kind of go out the window. They basically kind of don't exist for us anymore, right? So that's going to be one of the key things here. And, somebody, I think it was Shiha, mentioned clustering earlier. And that's really kind of what we're doing. The best we can hope for is to have a clustering approach that encompasses as much of our data as possible. And makes the least mistakes as possible as far as how far things are from our centroids. That's really kind of like the best we can do. But when it comes to unsupervised learning, there is no more of your true instances and your false instances and your F1 scores and your precision and your recall. All of that kind of goes out the window because there's nothing to measure against, right? So what that also means, and as you're going to see today, is that it's also kind of it's a much more of a visual exercise, because it's kind of hard to do clustering without having some sort of visual aspects to it, right? You kind of want to have some visual aspects to your clustering, right? So we're going to go over that today, all right? So let me go on to the next slide. So here, in this chapter 10, the authors present two different ways to go about unsupervised data. They present PCA, which is also known as Principal Components Analysis. And then they also present clustering approaches. More specifically, they talk about k-means, right? K-means is going to be our primary clustering approach, but there are other clustering approaches that are possible. Wait, did I get that right? Or hold on a second, guys. Let me double check myself. Yeah, it's k-means. Yeah. So that's what we're going to focus on for the k-means, okay? For the clustering side, we're going to focus on k-means, all right? Now, I want to also give you a real world view, because two things kind of struck out of me about this chapter. One, unsupervised learning is kind of it's definitely one of those data science things where it's half art, half science. There is no perfect exact way to do unsupervised learning. It kind of depends on you. It depends on your understanding of the data. It depends on the problem you're trying to solve. Things along those lines, right? So there is no single way to do it. So I'm going to try to give you some of that real world view of the things of how I've seen it done and how I've done it. You're welcome to do your own ways and explore your own ways. And maybe when you get out into the workforce, you'll be asked to use it in a different way. But I'm going to give you that real world view that I don't think the authors really present in this chapter. Okay. So there's two things that come to that as far as the real world. One, I haven't really used PCA a lot. There's really not a lot of instances that I've come across where PCA is needed. If you think about the nature of PCA, it's kind of intended where you have limited information about the data. But in most cases, you're going to have some guidance on the data, mostly coming from domain knowledge, right? But I haven't really come across many instances where you know so little about the data that you need PCA. So that doesn't necessarily make it a bad thing to know, but you'll notice that I'm really not going to spend a lot of time on it. And you know, and I've always been honest with you guys, right? And I told you guys I like to stay in my lane. So I have done PCA so little in the real world that I'm not 100% comfortable teaching it. I'll give you the high level items, but again, from a real world perspective, I haven't really used PCA a lot. There haven't been many situations in the data that I've worked with that I've come across where you legitimately need a PCA approach, right? I'm still encouraging you to read the chapter, you know, don't skip anything, but that's just my real world view, okay? Second thing that I will tell you about, you know, kind of like the real world view. And again, this is something that the authors don't really talk about, but you do see some articles out there about this. You know, some of the more advanced data scientists write about this because, you know, they've had the same experience in the field that I have. You know, as funny as it sounds, the most common way you're going to use some of these techniques, particularly the clustering techniques, is around taking unsupervised data, turning it into supervised data, and then creating a model, a supervised model from that. That's one of the patterns, one of the development patterns in data science. It's not really talked about a lot, but it happens. So you might be given a lot of unsupervised data, and then you'll be asked to do some clustering on that data. You know, you'll visualize the clusters in some way. Maybe you'll have to print them out, you know, because maybe it could be like an NLP problem or something like that. And then you'll rely on your stakeholders to name the clusters. And once you've named the clusters, then guess what? You have supervised data, right? And then you'll use that data to basically start all over again and create a supervised model with whatever other algorithm you want to use, right? It could be any number of techniques at that point. So that's a very common way to use unsupervised learning that people don't really talk about, but in the real world, it 100% happens. You know, you kind of use it as a bootstrap, right? To get into a supervised model. Like, you know, like a very common instance would be that you would have some very deep data, like hundreds of millions of records, right? That's unlabeled, which is obviously, you know, awful to work with. But you would take a subset, you would take a sample, do unsupervised learning on it, create your clusters, name those clusters, you know, and like magic, your clusters now become your supervised data, your supervised labels, right? Your supervised labels, and now you have the supervised data set, which is a representative sample of your bigger, you know, deep, big data collection, and then you use that to bootstrap yourself into a supervised model. I'm pretty comfortable saying that you're going to come across that in your career, right? So I'm sharing that with you for the understanding that unsupervised models don't really stay unsupervised models. They kind of become something else, okay? Once we have some examples on the screen, remind me, guys, that I want to give you one other real world examples. I don't want to talk about it because it's better illustrated than talked about. But when we have some more charts on the screen, remind me that I want to share with you another real world example of how you would use unsupervised data. Because again, unsupervised data rarely stays that way. You'll usually be asked to do something else with it. Okay? All right. So, you guys with me? Any questions? Let me know in the chat, okay? Otherwise, I'm moving on to talking about PCA just a little bit. Because again, guys, I'm being honest with you. I'm not 100% comfortable teaching PCA. I just haven't done enough of it in the real world, you know? So please read the chapter. Maybe the authors will do a better job of explaining it than I do. But I just haven't used it. I haven't seen the demand. So PCA. basically, you can have these data sets. And some data sets you're going to come across are going to be very wide, right? You're going to have hundreds, if not thousands of fields in a data set. Do you need every single variable? Maybe, maybe not, right? There's usually correlated variables in those data sets, right? So when we're talking about the principal components, we're asking, what is the subset of all the variables when you remove correlation and all that other stuff? What are the variables that still provide you with enough variability of the data so that you can model on it, right? And as my last bullet shows here, the entire point of PCA is to reduce the dimensionality, right? Go from this super wide data set to a narrower data set and say, this data set is the smallest data set that we could find that still represents enough of the variability, the variance, and the diversity of your original data set so that you can run your data explorations on it. That's it. That's all PCA is. So when you hear principal components, it's referring to going from this wide data set to this wide data set, but still maintaining the verity of the variability in the original data set. So that when you do your explorations on this narrow data set, you can still be confident that you are coming up with something that properly represents the entire data set. And then that way you can do your explorations on it and still be confident that you're going to get results that reflect everything else that's in the data set. And that's it. That's all there is to PCA. Now, the authors get a little bit more into the math behind it, because how do you determine that it's proper variability, right? That's kind of like the key here, right? But there's libraries and code that will help you with that, right? I don't know if we're going to have time for that today because there's other things I kind of want to explore. But that's really all there is to PCA, right? And I want you, and I'm like I said, I'm not 100% comfortable teaching PCA, so this is as far as I'm going to take it. But I wanted to share this with you because you probably are going to see this in interviews, right? It's a common interview question, for better or worse. People ask about PCA, right? But I think this is enough of an understanding for most situations where you're going to be using PCA, or at least enough to understand whether PCA is going to help you. Would you want to use PCA on a data set that has 15 fields, 15 factors? Maybe, maybe not, right? You can probably figure out the correlation yourself on that, right? That's not like a super wide data set, right? You probably want to reserve PCA for something that's significantly wide, right? So keep that in mind also, okay? But again, that's really as comfortable as I am teaching PCA because I just haven't had the demand for it. Just being honest with you guys. So Phil HW says, thanks, makes sense. Okay, great. I'm glad that this is resonating with you guys. Thank you for that feedback, Phil. All right. Now, what about this other part? And somebody else already mentioned in the chat, right? What about clustering? Well, clustering, I think, is very, very interesting, right? And you are 100% going to come across clustering in your work. So clustering asks a basic question, right? What are the observations in our data that are unique? Right? What are the general observations in our data that are unique? And then what are the observations of those unique ones that are close together, right? That's basically like the definition of a cluster, right? A cluster overall is unique. But then the data points within each cluster are similar to each other, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the same cluster. So basically, we're talking about segments, right? Each cluster represents a segment in our data. So I mentioned segments because that's also beneficial to think about from like a marketing perspective, right? Or like a customer segmentation perspective, or a sales perspective, right? Because you guys know I always emphasize the business side of everything we do, right? So, it's kind of important to think of it in those terms also. Because you don't want to talk to your stakeholders about clusters and your centroids, and you want to talk about the market segments of your customers, right? So that's why I also mentioned that. So in this chapter, the authors choose to focus on k-means, which I think is great. K-means is definitely the most common factor algorithm that you'll come across, right? Because k-means is pretty powerful for just about every instance out there of data. You'll find others. There's other clustering approaches, but k-means, is going to get you pretty far for most of the things that you need to do. Okay. And I also want to emphasize, don't get k-means confused with nearest neighbors. Because if you guys remember, if you were here for that class, we saw nearest neighbors when we were talking about some of the beyond regression methods, right? Nearest neighbors only works for supervised data. K-means is primarily used for unsupervised data, okay? So very similar names, right? They both focus on centroids, in the centers of those clusters. But k-means is what we'll be focusing and what you'll use in unsupervised data scenarios. All right? Everybody with me on that? And also, I want to make it clear that what I'm presenting here, this is my interpretation of what the authors present, right? Because you guys know I always go in, I go to the chapters and I pull out the important parts of the chapters, right? So this slide is how the authors present it in chapter 10. So the challenge with k-means clustering is that you never know how many clusters there should be ahead of time, right? So again, if we're talking about like your customer data, right? And you want to know about your different customer segments. How many customer segments should you have? Who knows, right? Do you have 10 segments of customers? 3 segments? Like, you never know, right? So that's where the challenge of k-means is. How do you know how many clusters to have? I mean, when you really get down to it, each single observation could be a cluster, right? You could have as many clusters as you have observations in your data. Like, why couldn't you say that every single piece of data is unique? You could, right? But of course, that's not effective, right? So that's the biggest challenge that you should think about. Because, even if you think about the answers everybody gave initially, right? Well, we're trying to, cluster our data. We're trying to segment our data. It's unsupervised. It's unlabeled. Well, how many labels should you have? How many clusters should you have? Who knows, right? The only thing you really know is the maximum. The maximum is the number of observations you have. But again, that's not practical, right? But beyond that, you really don't know. So that's a big challenge for k-means. So I want you guys to remember that. Okay. And again, on this slide, I am presenting what the authors tell you in chapter 10. Okay. So on this slide, you'll notice that I've highlighted. I say that these are my notes, not the authors. Okay, because I don't want to put any words in the author's mouth. But I will say that the authors, I think, could have done just a little better of a job explaining k-means. Because k-means is actually a two-step approach. We are going to do what's known as an elbow diagram to help us figure out the optimal number of clusters that are needed for a particular k-means problem. All right? Because an elbow diagram helps you figure out the number. If you remember, guys, the clusters, the centers, right? The k's, the number of k's are known as centroids, right? So determining the number of centroids is very key. And the way you determine that is by trying different centroids and then figuring out at which number of centroids you are capturing the largest amount of the variability of the data that you can. That's essentially what you're doing, right? How many centroids does it take to remove that variability? And what you'll see is that it's called an elbow diagram because initially, if you just use one centroid for all of your data, there's a ton of variability, right? There's always going to be a bunch of outliers that you never quite get. 2 centroids, okay, now you're catching more variability. 3 centroids, that's a lot better. 4 and you try it over and over again. But at some point, using 7 centroids, 8 centroids, it gets to be too much, right? Because now you're approaching having a cluster for every single piece of data, right? Where every observation is a cluster. So there's a diminishing return there in the number of centroids that you use. So based on that, you're gonna say, okay, the elbow diagram says that after X number of centroids, let's just use 5. After 5 centroids, there's very little gain in capturing more of that variability. So you want to use the number of clusters, the number of centroids that reduces the variability, but doesn't go into that part of the diminishing returns. So in other words, the elbow, right? Where that diagram flattens out, that's known as the elbow. And you want to choose the number of centroids that are at that elbow, okay? So if that's a little confusing, that's okay. Again, this is a very visual chapter, right? So we're going to spend some time with ChatGPT. We're going to start generating some diagrams and start seeing where it goes. Okay? All right. Let me check here. Okay, yep. On the next slide, we're going to code, guys. So if you have questions, please let me know in the chat. Let's get those questions out before we go to code, okay? Mafood waves hi. Hey, Mafood, how are you? Good to see you, my friend. All right, any questions, guys, before we go to code? And just as a reminder, because I know we have some new people, here's our framework, right? What is the result that we're optimizing for? That's what we should always decide as data scientists. What does the code look like for all of this? And remember, we're accepting that AI is going to be part of our future. So we are going to be level 2 data scientists prompting an LLM for assistance. That also means that we are going to be code editors, not code writers. This is the way of the future, guys. And I have a whole video on this that I just released this week. Right? Don't be a dinosaur that's just chewing on plants, thinking those plants are going to be there next year. They're not. The data scientist of the future uses AI and accepts that AI will be a massive part of how we work in the future. Okay? So that's going to be our framework for what we're going to accomplish. All right? Okay, so Yassine asks, and put your questions in the chat, guys, before we go to code. Would be a good approach to use dimensionality reduction techniques to visualize the data, then get some ideas or assumptions about the number of clusters. Sometimes. Again, depends on the dimensionality. I mean, look, guys, one of the things you're going to find, or at least it's been my experience, is that companies are terrible about wide data, right? You are not going to come across multidimensional data nearly as much as you think you are, right? Companies are really not great at that, right? Especially if you're all, well, I shouldn't say that because it's not exclusive to know it. I was going to say that it's related to the NoSQL databases, but that's not accurate. That's not accurate. Yassine says, would it be a good approach? You can, Yassine. It's just not something you're going to come across as often as you think it is. Okay? But yes, if you wanted to reduce it down prior to your clustering, you could. You could, assuming you had a significantly wide data set. Sure. All right, last call for questions, guys. Otherwise, I'm going to start prepping our environment up here. So another thing, guys, again, because I know there's a lot of new people. We work with a professional mindset, which means that we do not use notebooks, right? Notebooks is not how you do professional data science. Professional data science is all done with Python programs. So I would encourage you to move away from notebooks as much as possible and start working on writing Python programs and not scripts. That way you can develop yourself into more of a professional developer. So we are working with Visual Studio Code, and then we are also working with a simple terminal window. And we are running everything locally. And basically we are, just trying to focus on having a professional approach to our data science development. Okay. So I have set us up with a plots file because I think we should plot out some data and then just start working with it, right? Just like we did last week. We're going to ask ChatGPT to generate a data set for us and then go from there. Okay. All right, so let's bring up our good friend ChatGPT. And again, if you guys need me to blow anything up on the screen, let me know, okay, and I will adjust. We're going to ask for 500 observations just to kind of, just keep it a healthy data set. Let's see, 500 observations. We're going to ask for multiple features. And please save the data to CSV. And I also want to see a plot with the observations and also save the plot. Yeah, let's see what this gives us. Okay, so it's using scikit-learn. It's using matplotlib, pretty reasonable choices. Gives us a scatter plot, gives us the observations plot, saves unsupervised data. All right. Let me bring this over so that make it easier for you guys to read. What do you guys think? I think it's pretty reasonable code. Anybody else have any observations on this code? I mean, it's using pandas, uses NumPy. It's gonna use the make blobs function of sklearn, scikit-learn. Looks pretty reasonable to me. What do you guys think? Anybody want to give their thoughts? Well, let's pump the brakes there, Cyberlytic. First of all, don't spam my chat, okay? Second of all, pump the brakes, right? We can't just run code that ChatGPT gives us. That's irresponsible. That's not a professional mindset. You should still supervise it, right? So what do you guys think? Daimler says it looks good. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it seems reasonable as far as the selections that that ChatGPT made. Oh, Cyberlytic, come on, that's a terrible follow-up question, dude. How can you spam my chat 4 times a run to code and then you ask what the objective of the code is? Dude, bad form, my friend. Bad form. You can't do that. You can't just flippantly run code on your machine. That exposes a security risk to you and your company. Bad form, my friend. Bad form. Yassine says looks good. It's using 2 features, so it's visualizable. Yeah. I mean, I think it's reasonable, right? Let's see what it gives us. I think it'll give us a similar plot to what we saw last week. So I'm in my terminal. Let me just make sure the file is there. I think I'm in the right terminal. Yep. So Python plots.py. That looks like it's still running. Hasn't given me a plot yet. Ma says it's not predicting anything, it's just a simple visualization. Yeah, but that's by design, right? That's by design. We want that. When we haven't gotten any data to work with, right? That's what we're doing now. All right, guys, so here's the plot. Let me bring this over. Crazy Susie. Yeah, Crazy Susie, I like the way you're breaking this down, right? We are using pandas to handle data and Matplotlib to visualize it, although I'm not aware of the sklearn datasets library. Yeah, I'm with you, Crazy Susie, but you know what? You're describing it accurately, but you're also describing one of the benefits of ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT is supposed to kind of expose you to new methods and functions and even libraries that maybe you didn't know, right? I mean, ChatGPT is your employee now, right? So yeah, that's kind of what I'm totally okay with it showing us a new library, right? All right, but here's a scatter plot, right? What do you guys think? M. Shaban says, you do these lives daily. I am a new follower. What's the purpose? The purpose is data science. You know, I'm passionate about data science and I like sharing the real world experience of it. On Sundays, we happen to do more of an instructional content, which is what we're doing today. We're finishing up our study of the Introduction to Statistical Learning book. But other days, I do kind of like an AMA style where people can ask all types of questions. So feel free to stay. Feel free to go to YouTube if you want to see it in a little better format. But the purpose is data science. That's kind of what we do. Okay, so what do you guys think of the scatter plot, right? Remember, we've talked about this. We talked about the you know, kind of like the pattern recognition that you will develop over time, right? Right? You know, that's kind of the purpose of the experience of data science, and also kind of why we plot things out, right? So just give me your general observations, right? What do you guys see? Your stakeholder just gave you this data, right? You're in early stages. What do you guys see? Tell me. How many clusters do you see? Okay. Yassine says the scatter plot implies the existence of 3 clusters. Rohit agrees, says 3 clusters. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to ask for more answers there because, you know, it's obvious that there's kind of 3 clusters, right? But let me ask you guys this now. Okay. Crazy Susie says, I feel the result is clustered and quite difficult to understand or analyze from it. Okay, Crazy Susie, let's get to that. You're kind of, this is I read your comment because it's a perfect segue into my next question. Okay. I think we're in general agreement that there's 3 clusters. I mean, that's fairly obvious. Are they good clusters? Not every cluster is a good cluster, guys. Are the 3 clusters good clusters? Think about that. Give me an answer in the chat. Okay, Yassine's already onto it. Yeah, but one is like more unique than the other 2. I don't know if I see that, Yassine. I don't know if I see that. I see a cluster that's going to have more variability than the others. And maybe that's what you mean by uniqueness. But I see a cluster that's going to have more variability. Ma CH says, like clustering. Yeah, this is like a clustering exercise, sure. Right? I mean, that's really kind of the only thing you can do with unsupervised learning, right? Okay, Rohit says the one at the bottom is good, but the upper 2 seem kind of mixed at the boundaries. Okay. All right, so look, if you want to participate, you know, maybe you're shy or something, you don't have to give your own opinion. You can just say, I agree with so-and-so or whatnot, right? I'm holding back some of my thoughts because I don't want to bias all of you guys. But what do you guys think? You know, and by the way, I'm doing this because this is an important part of the scientific process. You got to talk things out. I see it this way. Oh, you see it that way? Why? Why is that? You know, what are you seeing that I'm not? Super important part of being a scientist, guys, okay? Any other observations? Or, you know, you just want to say, hey, I agree with Yassine. I agree with Rohit. Let me know. Andy says the bottom cluster will have more variability. Okay. Andy, I'm liking that observation. Yassine says, I think the bottom one is more sparse, so that has to mean something to how healthy it is to consider it as a good cluster. Okay. Anybody else? Last call. Manoj says, agree with Yassine. Okay. Okay, yeah. I think we're all seeing kind of very similar ways. Ma CH says, which algorithm we use in this if we work with something? We haven't gotten there, Ma. We're still working on it. Pump the brakes. Let's pump the brakes over there, guys. These Instagram folks today. Let's pump the brakes. Let's take it one step at a time. There's a methodology to data science, right? Right now, we've just received the data from our stakeholders. That's all we've done, right? So this is us just doing EDA, right? And it's more of a visual exercise at this point, just to kind of see where we're at. All right, so everybody pump the brakes. Andy says the bottom data points are more spread out. Yeah, I think you said that before, Andy. So yeah, obviously there's 3 clusters. There's going to be some interesting decisions to be made here at this kind of border point, right? As somebody mentioned, there is a lot of overlap or potential for overlap in these 2 clusters. But this is the one that concerns me a little bit more, right? Because the centroid of this cluster is fairly obvious. It's going to be somewhere here. But it's pretty wide, right? It's a pretty big cluster. So does that make it a good cluster? Maybe, maybe not, right? These up here, I'm a little less worried about because, they seem like a little bit tighter cluster, but you are going to have some overlap there, right? But we'll talk a little bit more about that overlap, right? We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that, right? But really, again, the win here, the point here, is that you should be going through this to kind of understand where your overall study is going. It's very healthy for you to do this and be able to say, okay, yeah, I'm kind of seeing this, kind of seeing that, just your observations as a data scientist are still, let me take a step back. As mathematical and as formula oriented the world of data science can be, as I said earlier, unsupervised learning is half art, half science. So this is the art side of it, where you should still be plotting these things out and saying, okay, yeah, this is kind of where it's headed. My gut tells me this, right? I my eye is telling me this. My experienced eye is telling me because I've done hundreds of these, right? Super important part of the process, guys. It's unsupervised learning, again, half art, half science, okay? Forever Never says, are they considered outliers? We'll get to that. We'll get to that, okay? I promise you we'll get to that. Okay, guys, so we have our data, right? Now, in this particular data set, we know that there should be about 3 clusters. But it's not always going to be obvious, right? And for all we know, we're wrong. Maybe there should only be 2 clusters. Maybe it should be 4 clusters. So we want to put some numbers behind that. And this is where that elbow diagram comes in, right? So let's do that. That's our next step, right? So let's go ahead and move on from this data set. But obviously we save this plot, so we can always come back to this plot. Let's get a new file going. And we're going to call this elbow.py. And let's work on that elbow diagram. Because again, unsupervised learning, 2-step process, okay? 2-step process. The authors, I think, could have done just a little bit of a better job in illustrating that. So we want to be explicit that we want to use the existing data, right? So please use this data and then show me the code to create an elbow diagram and also plot and save the elbow diagram. Why can I not type diagram? There we go. All right. All right, so you see that? It brought in the k-means library right away from scikit-learn. So pretty good chance that we're on the right track here, right? Yep, okay, cool. Let's take this over to make it easier for everybody to read. All right, so I think the top is fairly straightforward. Oops, save. The top is fairly straightforward, right? Pandas, scikit-learn, particularly using k-means, which is no surprise, right? We just learned that. And, you know, our plotting, using our same data set, right? Unsupervised data, CSV. Okay, so here's where the good stuff begins, right? So remember, k-means, elbow diagram, sounds pretty sophisticated, right? But as I said earlier, the only thing it's doing is it's almost like a brute force, like a Monte Carlo, right? It's saying, okay, what does the diagram look like if I use one cluster or 1K, right? The centroid. What happens if I use 2? What happens if I use 3? And so on. So you can see here, that's what we're doing here. We're just establishing the range, right? That's it. That's all we're doing. And then here it's using the squared distances because that's how it measures. Okay, so if I use one centroid, how far am I from all the points? Okay, that was terrible. 2 centroids. Okay, 2 centroids, I can capture more points. 3 centroids. Oh, now I'm even closer to all the... and so on, right? So there's really not a lot of magic to it. It's more of a brute force, you know, underneath the hood, right? You know, even though in the book you're going to find a lot of fancy formulas and things like... You're just trying different centroids. That's all it is. So that's what you're doing here. We're going to say that we want to max out at 11. And here's where you're running it, right? You're saying, here, I want to use k-means. I want to use this number of centroids. And, you know, we always maintain a random state as we've seen in other code. And then you're just plotting the elbow diagram, right? What does it look like at the different centroid levels? So in this scenario, the x-axis on our centroid diagram is going to be 11, right? 1 through 11, because it's going to show us this is what happened with 1 centroid, 2, 3, 4 to 11 centroid. Okay? So some of you might be wondering, well, how do you know that you should only try up to 11? So that's something you really don't know, and it's almost kind of like an experimentation thing, right? But I will tell you that the wider your data set is, right, or the more sparse your data set is, the higher you should be trying for the cluster range. In our scenario, we're probably fine with 11. We've seen the data, you know, we've applied our expert eye. So we know that it's probably not going to be anywhere near 11, right? And the elbow diagram will kind of prove that out. But just keep in mind, in the future, guys, the more sparse and also kind of like the more data points you have, the more you're going to want to try out to 50 centroids, 80 centroids, things along those lines. Okay? So just keep that in mind. But otherwise, I think this looks like fairly reasonable code. Anybody else have feedback on the code? Wow, let me look at the chat messages. Wherever never says consistent frequency. Yeah, in this example, there's some frequent or some consistent observations, but that's not always the case, right? Rafine, I think this is your first time. Welcome, Rafine. I am into intro stat class. I can already say I wish he was this detailed in explaining what's happening in the application. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's a compliment. Whenever says he's assessing a population. Yeah. I mean, you know that we should be doing that. Okay, but he's pointing out the individual results and informing us on what's happening. Usually we're taught this is a scatter plot, and this is what it does, and move on to the next graphic chart. In addition to how we should think when it comes to assessing the scatter plots. I have to go, Dennis, but I will try to post to make you stay informed on your upcoming lives. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Again, one of my strengths is I'm able to explain complex things. So yes, I am trying to take the time to explain it to you guys, and I also give the real world view. So I appreciate the compliments. Thank you so much. Okay, so Yassine says, sir, if I may ask a question, I think the algorithm produces data with 5 features, or for the plots, it chooses randomly 2 to plot. So how reliable is the plot for assessing the cluster? You don't know. It's totally fine to go ahead and try other features, right? You could definitely do that if you wanted to. You could also involve the PCA items that we talked about to determine which ones you should be plotting, right? You could also be using a lot more domain knowledge than we're using here, right? Here, the data doesn't really mean anything to us, right? It's synthetic data. But you could be using some domain knowledge from your stakeholders to help you. You could be doing that, right? But look, Yassine, I mean, I'm sure you're smart enough to understand that we're walking through examples here, right? How you want to apply them in your individual practice, your individual problems that you're going to come across, right? That's up to you, right? But I have to show you at least one example to walk you through it to enable you to move on to other things, right? So let's just keep on going with this, but you're welcome to do whatever features you'd like, okay? All right, so I think this is reasonable code. Let's go ahead and run it. So this one was called elbow.py. Let's see what this says. All right, we got a bunch of warnings, but no errors. It's telling me that I can suppress the warning, so that's okay. And here's the elbow diagram we got, guys. That is super interesting. That is really interesting. Wow. What do you guys see? First of all, do you see the elbow? Do you see why this is called an elbow diagram? You know, you might be new. This might be your first time seeing an elbow diagram. Do you see why it's called an elbow diagram? Just give me a yes, no. Do you see why it's called an elbow diagram, guys? All right, for Never says yes, they see it. Okay, anybody else? All right, Crazy Susie sees it. Okay. All right, so you guys are seeing the elbow diagram. Now, in the chat, can you interpret the elbow diagram? What is the elbow diagram telling us? Does anybody want to take a turn at interpreting the elbow diagram? Remember, the elbow diagram is supposed to guide us on how many clusters we use, right? Anybody want to take their turn at interpreting? Yeah, Damilaire, you're right about that. But what's the next step? What is the what is our learned what is our takeaway from this diagram? Yassine says from four clusters above the evolution is very small, so maybe it's suggesting that the K should be 4. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Anis and Damilaire, you're giving me good definitions, but what does it actually mean, right? Like, give me the takeaway. And the takeaway, Yassine is right. It's 4 clusters, right? The elbow diagram says that 4 clusters is where you should be at. Now, let me bring this, let me bring up the previous chart. I don't know if I think I can. Let me go back to the previous chart, the observation. Remember this chart? That was the observations we had previously. And we all kind of agree that it's about 3 clusters, right? But the elbow diagram, and again, this is why we do this, right? We do this to say, to verify our assumptions. And this is telling us that our assumptions are wrong, that there's actually 4 clusters here, according to the elbow diagram, right? So does anybody see 4 clusters? I have a gut feeling about it, but I want to hear it from you guys. What do you guys think? So Susie, I'm going to disagree with you. This is telling us that at 3 clusters, you're doing pretty good, but at 4 clusters, you're still gaining a benefit. Because remember, guys, the y-axis is as a measure of errors, essentially. The square distance of errors. Right? So this is telling you that at 3 clusters, you're doing pretty good in reducing your errors, because 1 cluster stinks, right? 1 cluster, you're getting a ton of errors. 2 clusters, you're doing better, but still high. 3 clusters, you're doing great, but this is saying that 4 clusters, you gain more. So the elbow is actually at 4. The recommendation is 4, because after 4, you could be using more clusters, but you're not gaining nearly as much, right? So, yeah, so you're almost on the right track, but the elbow is actually at 4, not 3. Okay. Andy says, why have you settled on 4 clusters? What is it that you see? Because again, the Y scale, right, is a measure of errors that you're making. So you should, obviously we want to try to minimize the number of errors that we're getting, right? So we're doing that at 4, according to this. After 4, you're basically at the same level of the number of errors. Andy says, is the y-axis a margin? It's not a margin of error, but yes, it's a measurement of error. Yes. So that's why you want to pick the lowest point along the y. Okay? Okay, so Satyam says, yes, on the down cluster, I see 2 by dividing from the middle. Okay, so you want to create 2 different clusters here. Okay, that's not wholly unreasonable. I can see why you would say that. Okay. All right, so that's, I'm sorry, I didn't highlight that message. So Satyam says that, right? Satyam sees that this cluster, the bottom cluster, can be divided into two. All right. I like that. So Satyam, I like your view here, right? Because again, talking this out is part of the process, guys. I thought that maybe there's a potential for a cluster between these two in the upper section. Remember how we talked about how there's a lot of overlap here? Well, why can't we just make that its own cluster, right? Wouldn't that reduce the variability? If we agree that these are kind of far from their centroids, then just make a cluster here and make it its own centroid, right? So that was my thinking, right? But Satyam could be right, you know? So this is us sitting in the team room, going back and forth and saying, oh yeah, you know, I didn't see that before. I see the fourth cluster up here, but yeah, maybe there are 4 clusters down here. This is a super important part of the process, guys. All right, don't be afraid to talk things out. Very important part of the process. So Yassine brings up an important point. The elbow graph takes into consideration all the features. Couldn't that be what explains the difference between the results? Maybe. Sure, that's possible. It's possible. But again, it's more unsupervised learning, half art, half science. So it's a visual exercise. So I'm really excited to see where the fourth cluster is actually going to be, right? We're going to ask it to plot it out right now, right? That's the natural next step, right? So let's find out. Let's find out, Yassine. And also let's find out if Satyam's right. You know, Satyam sees 2 clusters down here. You know, that's a unique observation. I can appreciate that, Satyam. Right? So anybody else want to give their predictions or their view on where the fourth cluster is? Last call for predictions on that. Anybody else? Forever Never says 0. Okay. I don't know if that's much of a prediction, but all right. So let's go to the next one, right? So we need a new file, and this one we're gonna call our k-means file, right? Now we're actually ready to do k-means. Oh, whoops! k-means. All right. Actually, let me close out some of these plots. Let me close out this plot, and then that should finish that one out. Yep. And then let me clear that out. Okay. Now we're going to start with another blank slate. Go back to our good friend ChatGPT. So now we know we should have 4 clusters, right? I want to use k-means for 4 clusters. And please create a plot that shows the clusters and both show me and save the plot. All right. Yeah, this looks pretty good. You guys will notice that the code is a lot briefer this time, right? And that should be expected, because now we're giving k-means more guidance, right? We know that there should be, we're asking it to do 4 clusters, right? So when you do that, it's going to go ahead and just go straight to that answer. It doesn't have to do like that brute force that we were talking about earlier. You'll notice that it's using the same k-means method call that we used earlier, but this time it already knows the number of clusters. It doesn't have to try 1, 2, 3 all the way to 11, right? So to me, this looks fairly reasonable because it should be brief code. And also remember, like I said, k-means or unsupervised is a 2-step process. Elbow diagram and then your k-means. We've already done the first step, which guides our second step, and this code is a result of that. All right? So I think this looks fairly reasonable. Let's try it. So let's make sure our file is there. I believe it is. Yep, and I called it k-means, so Python k-means.py. Wow. Oh, this is so interesting. Wow. Look at that, guys. Wow. Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay, now who was my bottom cluster guy? Was it Satyam? Okay, Satyam. Satyam, oh my gosh. Give me an honest answer, my friend. When you said dividing the middle, did you mean horizontally or vertically? Because I thought you meant vertically. I gotta be honest with you, I thought you meant vertically. You saw it horizontally. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. See, so that's my fault. I should have clarified that because I thought you meant horizontally. I could have seen it horizontally, right? Because you still have these outliers out here, right? Horizontally, to me, captures it a little bit better because you're moving the centroids, right? Rex says, I couldn't have predicted that clustering version. Rex, I'm with you, man. I did not see that either. I'm with you. Okay, Satyam says they saw it horizontally. Yeah, I saw. Okay, Satyam, no, you're right. I did not see it horizontally. Ranjat says vertically. Ranja, I agree with you. I saw it vertically. I saw it vertically too. That's crazy. That's crazy. But again, guys, this is why we do this. This is why you go back and forth, right? And also this is why you do the exercises, because guess what? Our assumptions were incorrect. There aren't 3 clusters, there's 4. And that 4th cluster may not look like what you think it should look like. Remember, for me, my guess was up here somewhere. Why is this not a cluster, right? If you made that a cluster, you take a lot of the variability out there, right? So this is interesting, guys. This is why we do the process, right? Now we're going to give Satyam credit, assuming he's being on, or they're being honest, right? But Satyam was the only one that saw that, right? The horizontal break, not the vertical break. A couple of us are saying, hey, we saw the vertical break, right? Rex says, would we need to repeat and see if it gives us the result? No, Rex, because the data is the data, right? And this is what our work, our mathematical work behind the scenes has led us to show that this is the number of clusters that minimizes the errors, right? Now, what we can do is we can, as we said, we know that at 4 is where you start getting the best results. And there's only slight improvements after that, right? So the more interesting exercise is to start trying 8 clusters, 10 clusters, seeing what that looks like. Because in theory, that does get more accurate, just not as much as going for 3 clusters, right? So we could try it, but it kind of becomes a different exercise in that way, right? Satyam says, I saw the clear gap in between the cluster. Yeah, but a lot of us saw it vertically, not horizontally though, Satyam. Right? So people are going to see things different ways, and that's okay. But you know, again, this is why we do this, guys. All right. So earlier, I told you guys that when we had some charts up on the screen, I would give you another real world example. Okay. So here it is. Something for you guys to think about. Okay. So this is our client data, and we followed our elbow diagram. We know that our optimal result is 4 clusters, and we know that this is what it looks like, right? We know these 4 clusters. So let me ask you this. What would it mean if we had a result that was out here? Or a result that was out here? Or a result that was out here? Give me your thoughts on that. What does it mean if we were to have a data point out here in this corner, or out here, like near where the number 5 is, like right next to that, or down here in this corner? What would it mean? Let me know in the chat. I'm going to give you guys a minute to think about that. All right? And while you're thinking about that, let me give you this another extra thing. A lot of you are going to be tempted to give me the data science explanation. But if you want extra credit, give me the real world explanation. Okay? All right, I'm already seeing some answers come in. Outlier, extreme outlier, scattered chart, inaccurate error. All right, anybody else? Or you just want to agree with somebody? You can do that. And remember, I'm asking this because I'm telling you about the real world side of this unsupervised learning, okay? Yassine says it's an anomaly, okay? Ranjat says, can we do feature engineering on the data set outliers may exclude? Maybe. But do you always want to exclude outliers? Maybe, maybe not. Outliers are still data, guys, right? Your goal should never be to like fully eliminate outliers. Data is still data. For Never says, is it more comfortable to generate these codes on Linux in comparison to a GUI? Not necessarily, but this is how it's mostly done in professional environments, right? Professional environments don't always have a GUI. Right? Professional environments, you're going to be asked to work on Linux. You're going to be asked to work in distributed systems. You're going to be asked to work in, load balance systems. It's just easier to work in scripts and programs. All right, so outlier, extreme outliers, scatter chart, inaccurate error, anomalies. You're on the right track, right? But why would I bring this up when I was telling you guys that I wanted to give you another real world example? Think about that, right? And again, guys, this is kind of like these are the steps that I really want people to take away from my content, right? Because I try to teach real world stuff, right? What does it mean? What does it mean? It's possible cluster that's not targeted, like we don't cover. Okay. Okay. You guys are inching up on the answer. Like where it's missing that possible type of clients. Okay. Okay. You're getting a little closer. You're getting a little closer. All right. So what if excuse me, guys, sorry. What if I were to tell you, because remember, we haven't really talked about what this data could represent, right? Oh. Excuse me, guys. We haven't talked about what this data could represent, right? So what if I were to tell you that these are 4 different classes of credit card transactions? Right? We know that there could be 4 different types of credit card transactions. You know, like let's just talk about value versus location, right? Those are our features, right? In this location, we have this value. In this location, we have this value, and you know, it comes out to 4 clusters and all that, right? Forever and ever says insignificant sample. Ooh, no. Be careful with that. Be very careful with that. And Yassine has hit it, right? The other one is possible fraud, and that's exactly right. That's where I'm going with this. We just developed a fraud model, right? This could be your fraud model. Because you just went through an entire exercise with all this data to say that all of these observations fall in these 4 clusters. So when you have an observation out here, that should ring alarm bells, right? Or you have an observation down here. Why did you not fit into the 4 clusters that you just determined? Massive alarm bells should be set off in your systems. It's a fraud model. You're looking at a fraud model. Whether you realize it or not, we just developed a fraud model. Why is that credit card transaction out here when 10 million cluster or 10 million pieces of data fit into 4 clusters? Isn't that a concern from a business perspective? A massive concern, right? So yeah, I like the way you guys were creeping up on the answer, right? And Yassine got it there, right? It's a fraud model. You are looking at a fraud model. You just saw everything we went through, right? We just went through all these examinations, and you know, we did it by eye, and then we did our diagrams, our elbow diagrams, and then we charted it, you know, with the actual number of k-means, with actual number of centroids. So why is there an observation out here? Why is there an observation out here? This could be your fraud detection model, right? If the transaction comes in and I can't fit you into one of the 4 models, red flag, right? So that's the other real world example that I wanted to give you guys. This is where unsupervised data can be powerful, because it can be a model for those types of things. Because again, right, we live in an unlabeled world. A fraudulent transaction doesn't tell you that it's fraudulent. You have to designate it as fraudulent. Your model has to designate it as fraudulent. So this is it. You have the ground, the foundation here for a fraud model. You know there should be 4 clusters. So why does this transaction not fit one of my clusters? And then if you really want to get fancy with it, another thing you can also do is you can start looking at the data points that are far away from your cluster centers, right? Because this is your centroid. So why is this one out here? That gets a little bit more nuanced, because there could be like domain knowledge reasons why, or domain expertise reasons why, you know, and it requires more back and forth with the stakeholder and all that. But when you have something that's out here and doesn't fit your existing clusters, red flag. All right, so I'm glad I'm seeing some of the chat, and I'm glad that you guys are catching on. But yeah, I mean, this is also a valid foundation, a valid framework for a fraud model. Okay. So for never never. What is your name? For never ever says not a normal population. Yeah, but that's, you want to know about those, right? You want to know what doesn't fit your four. You know, if we're defining the 4 clusters as your population, you want to know what doesn't fit your population, right? Like you want to highlight those in some way. Michael says, hello, Sir Dennis and everyone. Late today. I will watch the replay. Michael, so good to see you. You're such a great supporter. But yeah, Michael, I think you've been here from the very beginning. So good to see you, my friend. You're here at the end too. I really appreciate you, man. Appreciate all of you that have been here for all 8 classes. I still can't believe we're done here. But yeah, as Michael points out, you know, if you missed any of the classes, maybe you had to leave early or whatever the case may be, the replays are on YouTube. Once I finish this, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to do all my editing so that I'll get session 8 out today, which means that the playlist of all 8 sessions will be complete. And then I'll have a complete loop that has all of the sessions again. And then that way you guys can, you know, watch it and come back as you want and all that. So, you know, I'm going to make this class available to you because, again, guys, you know, this is part of my legacy. Like I've shared this before, but like in a way I'm a little bit humbled that I've been able to teach this book, because when I first read this book, I was so like intimidated by it, right? Like it's such a complex book, and you know, I learned it at the graduate level, so I knew it was a serious class, and so for me to be teaching it, it's like, wow, you know, it's pretty cool. So Satyam says, whoa, mind blown. Yeah, Satyam. So I kind of walked you guys into that, right? Like this is a fraud model, right? You could be using this as a fraud model. I've done this, you know, I've done this for clients where you can figure out, you know, like I want to know about what doesn't fit my previous patterns, right? Like I want to know when something isn't going right, when you can't classify something, right? When you can't, and by classify, I mean in a cluster, right? And then Ranjot says, got it. Okay, good. I'm glad this is resonating with you guys. Okay, so I think this is the last item I want to leave you with. Remember how we talked about how unsupervised can become supervised learning? So that's where we're at here, right? Because now we know what our 4 clusters are. And now we know the members of the cluster, right? So are we not also looking at a supervised data set? We are, right? We can go back and we can say, hey, this centroid, I'm going to call this centroid this, and I'm going to call this centroid this. And, you know, you can label each one of these centroids, and then you know the members of each centroid, you know, what observations belong to which centroid. Is that not supervised data now? It is, right? We have 4 potential labels, you know, 4 potential categories, as we've seen in other things. And we can use other things here. We could take this and now start using a neural network. Neural networks are great for supervised problems, right? We can use a neural network and say, here's my supervised data, and go to it, right? So you also have the foundation here for, you know, like this is the bootstrap, right? This is where the bootstrap ends into supervised data. And then you start the process all over again. You know, you're going to have to do a proper champion model search, and maybe even, well, you will have to do EDA again, right? Because now it's a whole new data set. Now it's labeled data, it's supervised data. And you can start to use that. And you will come across instances where you do that, right? So you're kind of getting a 2-for-1 here, right? You could stay here, and this is a totally valid framework to develop a fraud model, right? Or you can go on and do a supervised model now, because now you have supervised data. It just leads back to the whole thing about how most unsupervised approaches are kind of like these deep data explorations, right? We've made it about clustering, but it's really, but the meta view is that you're really kind of learning about your data, right? And then also shout out to, ChatGPT, it gave us totally reasonable code. It gave us great data, right? We started with our plots and generating the data. It gave us great code for the elbow diagram, right? And the elbow diagram kind of broke some myths, right? It broke some of our assumptions. Excuse me, sorry. It broke some of our assumptions. All of us had kind of agreed on 3 clusters. Guess what? We were wrong. That's why we do experiments, right? Right? I mean, we laid out a thought that yes, it was, looked like 3 clusters, but you got to carry out the experiments. Got to validate assumptions, right? And then with k-means, some of us were surprised by how many clusters were out there, or how the clusters were developed, right? But, the end result is this chart. And now we're ready to do other things with it. We have a fraud model. We can bootstrap this into supervised data. Lots of things we can do. All right, so I think that should give you a pretty good understanding of where we're at in terms of unsupervised data. All right, any questions, guys? Because that really covers everything I wanted to leave you with today. And basically I'm saying that I'm covering everything I wanted to leave you with from this book. So obviously I'm not going anywhere, I'm still going to be streaming, but this does kind of conclude the book portion of these Sunday instructionals. I have plans for these other Sundays, I'm developing some other ideas. But any other questions, guys? ChatGPT performed flawlessly today. We got to give it credit. It gave us a lot of really good code. No errors today. But yeah, I think that should give you a pretty solid understanding of where we should all be with unsupervised learning. Any last questions, guys, before we wrap up? Yassine says, thank you very much. It was a very insightful journey. Thanks a lot for your efforts. Yeah, thank you too, Yassine. I know you've been attending quite regularly, so thank you so much. Rex says, it's been a great series to watch. We'll definitely come back to these lections, study them again. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Rex. I appreciate that. Yeah, you've also been here every class and really for the entire length, so thank you so much for that. So yeah, guys, at this point, it's going to be, I think, like 20 hours of content for this class. So it's going to take you a while if you want to go through everything, right? So, I encourage you to watch it. And remember, guys, it's not about job searching. It's not about keywords to pass the recruiter. It's not about quick jobs. Apply yourself to be a professional in the field. If you do that, everything else will come easily, okay? It's not about passing the interview. It's about being ready to be a professional. And I really hope that, this series has kind of taught you that, right? To build that foundation, right? And like I told you guys in the very beginning, my intent was not to, get you ready for a job. My intent was to give you a good foundation. And I think you've had that, and I certainly encourage you to, 1, keep on reading the book, right? Because, I'm just giving you my view. You want to get the author's view too. And 2, keep on building your skills. Work on becoming a professional in the field, and I promise you that everything else will come easier after that. Anise says, it's crazy how you walk us through these incredible insights. Thank you so much, Sense. I appreciate you saying that, just trying to build the next generation. Hey everybody, how are you? So good to see you. It is a beautiful Wednesday morning. It is early on my end. It is 7 a.m., but I am here. I am ready to talk about data science, machine learning, AI, anything you guys want to talk about. I'm here for. You have found the most positive chat online. I am positive that AI is the way forward. I am positive that software engineering is dead. I am positive that software engineers are stupid people. So let's get together and be positive. So glad that all of you are here. I'm already seeing people over on Instagram. How are you guys? Is it Gagan? Gagan says hi. Hey Gagan, how are you? Says nice haircut. What haircut? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Muhammad says hello. Hello, Muhammad. How are you? Yaya, sorry, I don't read Darija. I don't know what you're saying. Yaya says you're Moroccan. Stop the cap. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Who knows, right? Who can really say? You're asking very difficult questions, Yaya. No one may actually know the answer to that question. Sorry to say. Ahmed says happy happy new haircut. Is that a thing? Is that a thing to say happy new haircut? I did get a haircut yesterday, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. I need a little sun, and it's just too hot out to have hair. I live in a very hot part of the country, so I'm just glad that I am able to get rid of my extra hair. But yeah, I'm here. I'm ready to have a good time with you guys. I'm ready to see what you guys are up to. Let me know in the chat where you're from, where are you checking in from. Would love to hear from you. If you have any questions on AI or anything else, I am here for it. Gosh, let me catch up with the chat here. Yabba Dabba Doo, my good friend Yabba Dabba Doo says good morning. Good morning to you too, friend. Hope you're doing well. We have another Mary M in the chat. Somebody start, we need to start keeping a Mary M count because there's so many always in the chat. Amin says, hi, I'm doing a CS degree. My condolences. I'm in my first year. My extra condolences. But I've been following you for a long time, and I think maybe if I switch majors, what do you think? Thanks in advance. Okay, Amin, how are you saying that you've been following me for a long time, but it's your first year in CS? I've been saying that software engineering is dead for a while. I've been saying it for like a year. I did my first video on this like a year and a half ago. So, Amin, I'm a little disappointed, my friend. Like, how did you still choose to go through with that program? Danger, danger, Amin. Danger, danger. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, Amin. Guys, if you've been following my content for any amount of time, then you should know that I've been saying that forever. I've been saying that since I first saw the early coding engines because they're that good, guys. They're very good. Eddie says, hello, Mr. Dennis. Hello to you too, Eddie. Hope you're doing well. And my name is not Dries, it is Aziz. Thank you very much. We'll call you Marbella. Marbella says, good morning. Hey, Marbella, how are you? Nice to see you. I think it might be your first time here, Marbella, so welcome. Yaya says, thanks for reading my comment. Have a nice day. Yeah, you're welcome, Yaya. Feel free to hang out. Let us know what you're up to. Feel free. You know, guys, to participate in the chat, you don't have to ask a tech question. You can just say hello. You can just say where you're from, what time it is where you are, because, you know, I'm still trying to work out the best times. You know, I do have an international audience. But just, you know, feel free to say hello. There's no pressure to participate with anything big. But thanks for being here. Marbella says, I'm from the USA. Cool, welcome. I have followers from all over the world, so happy to have everybody here. Zachariah says, what about data analysis? Well, what about it? What about it, Zachariah? I don't like to make assumptions about what you're asking, so let me know. Guys, you know, if you want to practice being a scientist or really just any sort of good person, be clear in your requests, right? Be clear in what you're asking. That's good practice for the business world, no matter what you end up doing. So you can't just tell me, what about data analysis? You got to tell me, well, what about it? Like, what are you looking for help on? Or why did you bring up the question? That's good practice no matter what you end up doing. So Zechariah, what about it? Muhammad says, hey, Dennis, I have a question. In the current and upcoming era, how to stand out as a data scientist? Muhammad, that's a great question. Mohammed, I would tell you that it's going to be about creativity and about business impact, understanding what business people need and being able to create that solution. Those are going to be the most important things, right? You're going to have to be someone that a business person can talk to and talk about their business, not their tech, not their problems, but their business. And you're going to be able to say, oh, okay, yeah, let me think about that. And then you come back to them with like 4 ideas of how to help them, 4 brand new ideas that they didn't have to help them, right? Now, how you go out and execute those ideas will be different because you will be aided by AI, right? But the data science side of it will be very much like, can you sit down with somebody, with a business person, talk to them, not make them feel dumb, be able to listen, be able to take everything they're telling you, and then go out and say, oh, yeah, here's how I can help you, right? I think that's going to be a real asset. Like I said, how you execute those steps will be different, right? And also it'll be faster because it's different. But I think as far as like a personal skill of what you as an individual add to the data science process, I think that's going to be it. I'm pretty sure that, Mohammed. And I say that after having worked in a lot of data science environments. I've talked to hundreds of business people about their data science thoughts and problems and stuff like that. So that's what I would tell you, Mohammed. Start understanding the business side of what you're doing, not necessarily the tech. Eddie says, does a degree in software engineering worth it? Eddie, come on, pal. I don't know how long ago you joined, but no, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, Eddie. Software engineering is 100% dead. Guys, if you don't believe me, here's my recipe. If you're in the chat right now and you think software engineering has a future, here's my 3-step plan, okay? 1, get a paid subscription. Majority of people using AI are not on paid subscriptions. They're still using the free plan. 2, make sure you're choosing to work with some of the latest models. Okay? Paid subscription, latest models. 3, give me 10 hours. I want you to spend 10 hours, no distractions, put your phone away, working with a coding engine. Doesn't have to be all at the same time. Spread it out as much as you want. Take 2-3 months to do it. I don't care. But it's impossible for you to spend 10 hours with an AI coding engine and then say, oh, okay, yeah, I think software engineering is still a good field. Trust me, you won't be saying that after that. Follow those 3 steps and then come talk to me. Over on YouTube, we have Aditya. Aditya, thanks for joining us on YouTube. Aditya says, I don't think software engineering is dead. Okay, well, why? Guys, you can't just make these proclamations. You got to give reasons. So Aditya, why? I'm gonna challenge you a bit. Why? I think it's 100% dead. And I say that because I'm an AI expert and I've seen what the engines can do. I've met the people that are building tech companies with 0 software engineers. I've been to 6, 7 AI conferences. How many AI conferences have you been to? How many Microsoft executives have you sat down with? I've sat down with executives from Microsoft, Google, LG, Samsung. Who have you talked to? What makes you say that? Casual Economist, our good friend Casual Economist has made an entry into YouTube chat. Thanks so much for being here. The good doctor has arrived. Yo, Dennis, you got a haircut. What haircut? Haircut. Haircut. Get a haircut. Doctor, are you are you drinking a little early this morning? I know you work from home, so did you put a little Jack in your coffee this morning? Oh, haircut. What a weird statement to make, Doc. Moving on. Uh Batix, we'll call you Batix. Batix over on Instagram says, "What's up, Dennis? Hey, how are you? Nice to see you." Guys, thanks so much for all the chats on Instagram. I promise that I'm going to get to them. I'm a little slow. Amin says, "I've made a mistake. Maybe I'll switch now before it's too late. Thanks for your response. My extra condolence." Oh, man. Amin, yeah, I mean, look, the good news is you're still early enough to switch, right? If you were in your second year, your third year, your fourth year, that's terrible, right? But you're still early enough where you can switch, right? Marbella says, "I'm doing a PhD in cybersecurity." Okay, cool. Good for you. Eddie says, "It's 15 in Marrakesh." 15, what is that, 2 p.m.? Okay, so that's good. That means I'm an afternoon show in Marrakesh. Eddie, it has got to be blazing hot in Marrakesh, right? I've been to Marrakesh. I've been there multiple times. It has got to be just blazing hot there this time of year. I mean, it's already a hot city as it is, but this summer seems extra warm all over the world, really. So, Eddie, I hope you're staying cool out there for anybody else in Morocco or anybody else in a hot temperature, right? I mean, most of the northern hemisphere is kind of really hot right now, right? But, Eddie, if you want to give me more info there, but I mean, it's got to be just blazing hot in Marrakesh. No, Batik says, "I was watching your YouTube and it was some old session and I thought it was you." Batix, yeah. So if you don't understand what Batix is, or Batix is saying, I do have a stream that I run constantly on YouTube. Um, I have a series on a couple of machine learning books that are very popular. So I will stream those, and I also take my live streams for the week and then I'll stream the previous week's live streams in case you miss a live stream. But yeah, I do that over on YouTube. So thanks for participating over there, Batix. Back to you. Speaking of YouTube, Casual Economist says, "I can't drink dark liquor, unfortunately." Oh, okay. Is that a taste thing? Or how do you mean that, Casual Economist? Is that like a taste thing? Like you just don't like the taste? I know, or maybe like a calorie thing, because they say that if you're like on like a keto diet or like a no carbs diet, you can do clear liquors because those tend to have less sugar, I guess, or something like you can do vodka or something. But let me know how you mean by that, doctor. Yaya says, "I'm Moroccan. It's 15:10. Will you watch the eclipse today?" Ooh, that's a good question, Yaya. So Yaya, you're right. There is an eclipse today, but it's not visible in all parts of the world. I think it's visible in Europe, and I think it's visible in Northern Africa. So Morocco will get it, but it's not visible at all here. I think I saw the track. It only comes like as west as Greenland or something like that. So no, most of us in the U.S. will not be able to see the eclipse. So, but if you do see it, I hope you enjoy it. Eclipses are pretty cool. I saw one when I was a kid. When I was a kid, there was a total solar eclipse, and we went out. I can't remember where we went. I think we just went to a park as like a school field trip, and that was pretty cool. That was pretty. Tafiq, welcome back. Thanks for joining again, my friend. Batik says, "I am in the U.S. It's 10:15 here." Okay, so you must be on the East Coast of the U.S. because I'm on the West Coast, and it is 7 a.m. for me. So it also means I'm 4 minutes behind in the chat. So that's convenient. Thanks a lot for that info, Batix. Taufik says, "Nice haircut. You look good and serious." What haircut, guys? What haircut? I didn't get a haircut. You guys are weird. Are you sure you guys aren't doing like a Mandela effect? This sounds like a Mandela effect where you guys think I got a haircut. No change over here. Nothing different over here. So I don't know what you guys are talking about. I think you guys are experiencing a group Mandela effect. That's a thing, you know. The Mandela effect is real. Maria, is it Maria? I think it's Maria. Welcome. I think it's your first time. Maria says, I would say coding part is dead, but software engineering is not. Oh, Maria. How do you solve a problem like Maria? Oh my gosh. Maria, I hear this argument all the time. All of these people, they want to say that they're not code monkeys. Oh, no, no, no. I do system design. I'm an architect. You're just a code monkey. It's all coding, right? So, Maria, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. It's going to kill the coding and everything else in software engineering. It's going to kill front end. It's going to kill back end. It's going to kill everything else you could possibly. Like, there's 3 trillion lines of code on GitHub. Nobody wrote that? All of a sudden, nobody writes code? Oh no, I'm not a code monkey. Oh yeah, yeah. 3 trillion lines of code on GitHub just appeared by itself. Yeah. Like, come on. Like, this is silly. This is silly. So Maria, I appreciate the attempt, welcome, but it doesn't hold water. It's all just code monkey work. And code monkeys are gone. Code monkeys are dead. Mario, welcome to the chat. I think it's your first time changing hairstyles. No, this is my same hairstyle. I've always had this hairstyle. You know, I think I think the chat's, there's something funny going on in the chat. Just like a little, like I said, guys, I think you guys are experiencing a Mandela effect. Back on YouTube, the good doctor says, yes, clear liquors only, vodka, tequila. Nice. I love both of those. Tequila is my favorite. You know, when you find a nice sipping tequila, there's not a whole lot better than that. So Zakaria says, I'm a PhD student specializing in data analysis and high energy physics. Do you think this field will also be replaced by AI? Yeah. I mean, guys, go out and find a CSV, any CSV, like any sort of data, give it to one of the AI engines and say, tell me something about this data, and it'll do a pretty good job. Like, it'll get you to a pretty solid foundation of analytics just by doing that, just by saying, here's a data set, tell me about it. So I think a lot of the analysis of what you're describing, Zakaria, will be overtaken by AI. Now, having said that, the point of life is not to live in fear. I don't want you running away from things just because they're AI or whatnot, or not AI or things like that, right? So the best thing you can do is to be adaptable, right? What do I need to do to be adaptable to the future? That's really the question you should be asking, right? And honestly, guys, that's a little bit of my disappointment with these code monkeys, that they're so unadaptable, right? They're hanging on with like their 2 hands, desperate to say, oh no, AI is a bubble. No, I can't be replaced. Like, that's the opposite of what you should be doing in life, right? So Zakaria or anyone else in the chat, the point is to, be adaptable and create a career for yourself, right? I'm saying that also because that's what I've done. Like, what I'm doing now is nothing like what I was doing 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 15 or 20 years ago. But you adapt and you try to, evolve with the situation, right? I've worked all over the world. I've worked in multiple coding languages. I've worked in multiple speaking languages. I've done contracts in Spanish. I do speak Spanish. You got to adapt. You just got to adapt. Tafik says, have you worked as a software engineer before? Sure, of course, Tafik. I was a software engineer for the greater part of 10 years, 12 years. Mostly worked in .NET. I've done everything you can do in .NET, like anything. Consoles, mobile apps, desktop apps, WPF, services, everything. Everything you can mention in ASP.NET, obviously. Anything you can mention in .NET, I've done. I've worked with SQL Server, Oracle, MySQL. My last programming job was in Java, and I absolutely hated that. Um, I've even done some VB6 and VBNet. And by the way, when I'm saying I've done these, I mean that I've been paid for these, right? Like for example, I know C++, but I've never been paid for C++, so I don't say C++, but I do know the language. But yeah, have I worked as a software engineer? Yeah. I mean, if anybody in the chat wants to go toe to toe against me in .NET, pack a lunch. You're gonna have a long day if you want to take me on in .NET. Pack a lunch. Yabba Dabba Doo says, do you ever miss inline prompting when using Claude Code in a notebook? Okay, Yabba Dabba Doo. Yabba Dabba Doo, you know, you're a good guy. So, Yabba Dabba Doo, I think you're just having some fun here. You're just trolling me. Do you ever miss inline prompting using Claude Code in a notebook? Oh my God. You know me so well, Yabba Dabba Doo. You're just trolling me. Come on. That's funny. That's funny. So Yabba Dabba Doo, I appreciate the laugh. If you were serious for some reason, go ahead and tell me so in the chat. But Yabba Dabba Doo is just having some fun with me today, guys. I love it. I love it. Oh, look, another Mary M in the chat. That's never happened before. Yaya says, I have a question. I'm 25 years old and I still learn when I move on 18 years old. Should I stay here in Morocco to study or move to Canada to learn there? No, I have my grown-up brothers. Yaya, I'm not sure I understand your question. Excuse me. Yaya, can you please put the first part of your question again? I mean, I understand the moving to Canada part, but I don't understand the age part. You lost me there. Sorry. Yabba Dabba Doo says it feels weird doing stuff with artifacts and the auto dashboards instead of in a notebook. No, no, Yabba Dabba Doo, that's a great step. That is a great step. So guys, if you haven't seen my content before, I am very much against notebooks. If you want to have a professional career in programming and data science, in analytics, machine learning, AI, get away from notebooks. Notebooks are not used in professional environments. Period. Fight me. I will die on that hill. If you show up to a job interview talking about your notebooks, that is a guaranteed way to not get the job. Got to get away from the notebooks. Right? So Yabba Dabba Doo, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud that you got away from notebooks. So you also mentioned auto dashboard, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but you know, try to get into the actual like VS Code side of things. Get yourself to work in an IDE, right? Which, by the way, guys, if you don't know, Anthropic has a great plugin for, you know, and this is a native plugin, native to Anthropic, for VS Code that uses Claude Code. That's what I use. I don't even use Claude Console. I use the plugin within VS Code. So that's what I would recommend to you, Yabba Dabba Doo. But I mean, I'm glad you're off notebooks. It's a step in the right direction, so good for you. Casual Economist says, do you have any recommendations on tequilas? Ah, that's a good question. Maybe it's a good question for the chat. So guys, in the chat, the good doctor is looking for recommendations on tequilas. I do not have one, Casual Economist, because I just drink Patron, and like I know that's so like every frat bro drinks Patron, right? So I know, so that's why I say that, because I know it's not a special recommendation like everybody does that. But yeah, if anybody in the chat wants to help out the good doctor, wants to help the good doctor kill his liver, let me know, guys. Let's stay with YouTube. I think it's Adikis. Adikis says, hey, how's it going? Hey, Adikis, how are you? Glad you're here. Hope you're doing well. Adikis, we are talking about the dead world of software engineering and anything else related to AI. So Feel free to say hello. Let us know what's up. Let us know what's going on with you. Osama says, hello, sir. I hope everything is going well. How are you, Osama? So good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Don't you usually join over on YouTube? But if you want to join on Instagram, that's totally cool. Glad to see you here, my friend. Guys, thank you for all the messages in the chat. I promise that I will try to get to them. Ba, 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 ba. Where am I? Zach says, hey, Dennis, what's your opinion about AI software engineering? How do you mean that, Zach? Give me more information. Are you talking about AI to write software, or are you talking about AI engineering itself? Let me know. Osama says, by the way, nice cut hair. What haircut? Osama, you are now part of the Mandela effect that is infecting my chat because I didn't get a haircut. My hair has always been this way. Like, what are you guys talking about? You guys are having like a group psychosis or something. Yabba Dabba Doo says the AI background blur is cropping out your hair. There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's not a Mandela effect. It's a bad filter on my side. Let's see, who's providing my filter right now? I guess it would be OBS that's doing my filtering. So yeah, you're right. It's the OBS filter that's causing that problem. Thank you for clearing that up, Yabba Dabba Doo. Oh, look, another Mariam in the chat. That's the first one today. Eddie says, what do you think about a software engineer who learns DevOps or MLOps? Is it worth it? No, it's not. The reason I say that, Eddie, is because it's not an inherently different job, right? I mean, most MLOps, most DevOps stuff is all scripted stuff anyways, right? And if it's scripted and if there's documentation out there, then AI can do it, right? So to us, to you, it might feel like it's a completely different job because, it kind of is, right? But from an AI perspective, the question is there enough documentation out there? Is there enough like learning material out there for AI to learn it? And the answer is yes, right? So this is guys where you can start to kind of take a meta view of things, right? And understand that it's not about how good is a coding engine, it's about how good AI is at learning. And if something out there, whatever field or topic or subject you want to think about, if there's documentation on it, then AI can learn it, right? So that's what I would tell you, right? That DevOps and MLOps may feel like you're changing to a new job, but it's not. Mahmood, welcome, says, hello, what's your opinion on hardware acceleration? Do you recommend this field? Hardware acceleration, is that a field? Is that a field? I don't know. I mean, to me, I'm glad to be wrong on this because maybe I'm just not educated enough to talk about this topic. But hardware acceleration to me seems like a hobbyist thing, right? That you do at home or you might do on a small scale. But is that an actual field? Maybe you guys can tell me in the chat. Maybe I'm just ignorant and I don't realize that it's an entire field. But to me, hardware acceleration is a fun thing to do at home with like your old PCs and stuff like that. But is that a whole field? Can you make a career of that? I don't know. I don't think so, right? But let me know in the chat. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so Yaya says, I'm 15 and I'm still learning. When I think you meant to say when I become 18 years old, should I move to Canada? and study at university or staying in Morocco? Yeah, really only you can decide that, right? I mean, based on your own ambitions, your own available resources and things like that, right? But I know that Canada has some excellent universities. I actually have one client who is a student at a university in Canada. Um, but it's really up to you. I mean, I know that Canada is a very popular studying path, and they have very, like I said, they have very, very good universities. I used to have a Canadian work permit. I worked in Canada for the better part of a year. I got nothing but nice things to say about Canada. They treated me nicely. But they also treated me nicely when I went to Morocco, right? So really, it's up to you. It's up to you as far as, evaluating your opportunities at that time, right? I will tell you that between now and the time you turn 18, there's going to be a lot of advances in AI, right? Like AI is moving so fast and it's only going to move faster. So don't make a decision today. Maybe take a little bit of time. I mean, I know that a move to Canada would take a lot of planning, so you don't want to make it a last minute decision either. But, just take the time to see where AI ends up in a couple of years. Because, things are moving fast in the world of AI. So you kind of want to keep up with that first too, right? But good luck with that, Yaya. It's a big decision in life. But I'm glad those options are open to you. And like I said, Canadians are good people. So yeah. In fact, I think I still have it, guys. Give me a second. Just to show you guys, I have you guys doubting me. Some of you guys are asking me, like, have you ever done software development? What have you done? Here, I'll show you guys. Here, this is my little passport book. Like, this is where I keep all my passports. And I will show you guys. So I'm about to show you guys live proof. Is this the one or is it my other yeah, this is one of my old passports. And you can tell because the government, punches holes in it, right? So this is an expired passport of mine. And in the back of that passport, I have, let's see, is there any information I want to cover on here? I'm going to cover this part. But this is my Canadian work permit, right? So US citizen, but I have my Canadian work permit because I worked in Canada. I was working for IBM at the time, and an IBM, they could send you anywhere, anywhere in the world. And yeah, I had to get a Canadian work permit because I worked there for so long. I got this, where is the date? There's got to be a date on it. Here, December of 2007 is when I started working in Canada. Some of you weren't even born then, guys. And you guys are asking me if I have work experience. Have you ever been a developer? Like right here, like I've done this stuff, guys. I mean, I've been all around the world. But yeah, that's my Canadian work permit. Expired, of course. It's been expired for a long time. But just so you guys see, I'm not some idiot influencer trying to sell you a cheap course. I've done this stuff, guys. I've been around the block. Zach says, I mean learning some AI skills like generative AI, agentic AI, and use it as a tool in software engineering networking. Yeah, Zach, I would 100% support that. I think that's the right track if that's the way you want to go. What is this name? Is this Yamani? We'll call you Yamani. I don't know that name. Yamani says, I'm just about to start a degree in tech and want to ask which field you can advise me about. I'm kind of a jack of all trades, master of none. Okay, if you're a master of none, what makes you want to go into tech? Who says you need to get a tech degree? If you really want to be a master of none, go get a business degree. A business degree is extremely flexible, right? Go get a marketing degree, a finance degree, an accounting degree, a public health degree. Well, maybe not public health. That's not too flexible. But go get a degree in writing and English and communications. Though that's what a jack of all trades would do. Why are you picking tech? So Yamani, if you want to provide more information, I mean, if you're going to call yourself a jack of all trades, then live up to it, right? Okay, back over on YouTube, the good doctor says you should try seven Leguas tequila. It's the old Patron before they went big corporate and sold. Okay, you know what? I think I saw a TikTok or a video about that recently. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. There is like they've been around a long time, right? Like what isn't that one of their things too? That they've been around for like literally hundreds of years, right? But yeah, I have heard of that. But is it hard to get? I've never looked into it. Like, is it exclusive? Is it hard to get? I don't know. Let me know there, doctor. Um, we'll call you Nine. Nine says, I'm looking for a 3-month internship. Anywhere in the world, someone hire me. Okay. Thanks for the info, Nine. Mohammed says, what is your opinion about a student in Moscow studying software engineering in second year? Ooh, danger, danger. But I'm still studying Linux administration to become a DevOps engineer. I don't like it, Mohammed. I don't like it. Um, Software engineering, terrible, right? Linux administration to become a DevOps engineer. I like that you're learning Linux, but that will also be overtaken by AI. DevOps, same thing, right? Guys, if it can be scripted and there's documentation on it, then just assume that AI will be better at it than you. That's the bottom line. Doesn't matter the language, doesn't matter what the task is. If it can be scripted, which DevOps obviously can, and if there's documentation available, which AI has ingested and read and added to its knowledge in the engine, then AI can do it. That's the bottom line. Yabba Dabba Doo says, a management information systems degree would be a good mix. It is a business degree. Yes, yes, you're right about that. Yeah, I think you were talking to the jack of all trades person. I think they were Yamani or something like that. Yes. So Yamani, that is something to consider. You could look at something like an MIS degree. And yes, Yabba Dabba Doo is correct. Those are usually taught out of the business school. However, I will say this. The problem the problem with those degrees, like a lot of the tech degrees, is that they're not taught by practitioners. They're taught by academics, which means that they're not going to give you real world thoughts and you're going to be learning on old examples, right? So I think that that is particularly true for the people that teach MIS degrees. So for me, if I was going for an MIS degree, I would basically be doing it just to kind of finish the program, but I wouldn't count on them teaching me anything. You're going to have to do a lot of self-study to really be ready for the world. Like if you just go and say, hey, I'm just going to learn what the professors teach me and that'll be enough to get a job, that's bad, right? Like that's never going to happen. So yabba dabba do, I think you're 100% correct. I would just be very careful about who the professors are and understand that they're not people who've actually been in the real world and are going to teach me like actionable things I can do to get a job. That's just not what they do, right? That's just not their background. Mohammed says, what is the advantage of Linux if I want to change direction? Um, that it's used a lot in the corporate world, right? That's the advantage of Linux. That if you have aspirations of working for like a large multinational firm, working at large companies with distributed systems and multiple data centers geographically dispersed, that's gonna I don't want to say always, but in a large number of scenarios, that's a Linux environment. So that's what I would tell you. That's why you would want to do Linux. For me, that's when it's been most valuable, right? When I was a consultant being sent to these large companies, or when I worked for large companies, it's all Linux. So that's what I would tell you, Mohammed. And by the way, that kind of comes back to what I said earlier about notebooks, right? You can't deploy a notebook, and you're certainly not going to deploy it in a Linux environment, right? So yeah, that's what I would tell you, Mohammed. That's why you would want to learn Linux. And keep in mind that I'm saying that you would want to learn Linux no matter what side of tech you're on. Like if you're doing anything in tech and you have aspirations of working on large systems, you would benefit from learning Linux. Yassine, this might be your first time here. Welcome. Yassine says, Dennis, I have a master's in data science and now looking for a job. What I can notice is companies expect the data scientist to do it all, and they are looking for just 3+ experience, no entry level. I agree with your first part, Yassine. I'm not sure I agree with your second part. So Yassine, here's where I do agree with you, and this is important. I work a lot with my clients on this, guys. One of the things that I think that most people have like a misconception of data science is that you think like, yeah, I'm going to be a data scientist and I'm going to walk in and there's going to be this great team and there's going to be like a really solid DBA and there's going to be like an analyst that's going to do all the analytics, and then there's going to be a visualization specialist that's going to do all my visualizations, and I'll just do the modeling. Data science is not like that at all. Like I know this because I've lived this, and I have clients that I work with. You're going to be a solo practitioner in a lot of scenarios, and in a lot of scenarios, you're going to have a boss who's not technical. So that means you're working alone, and you don't have anyone to double check your work. That is super, super common in data science. A lot of people don't realize that, right? Like, honestly, and I'm not saying I agree with that scenario, but that's kind of what gets me clients. Like the single practitioner with no boss, so they need somebody to review their work. That's why I have a coaching business, because those people, they come to somebody like me and say, hey Dennis, can I talk to you about my work? Can you double check me here? Like that's why I have clients. That's why I offer one-on-one coaching. So I know this to be true because I have lived it, and because it still continues, and that's what gets me clients. So Yassine, they do expect you to know it all, but that's common. So you shouldn't be surprised by that. Now, as far as the only looking for 3 years of experience, no entry level, I disagree. If you think you're talented and that job description does fit you, go ahead and apply. Ignore the time requirement. Just go ahead and apply. Excuse me. Because think about what I just said. I just said a non-technical boss, which means that they don't know who they're looking for. Right? So if they don't know who they're looking for, then they don't know that they want somebody with 3 years of experience or 1 year or 10 years of experience. They're literally not in a position to say. Right? So Yassine, if you really think you're talented and you really think you can thrive in that environment, then go for it. But it's not easy. It's definitely not easy to be the data scientist that does it all. In my scenario, I became a data scientist a little bit later in life. I already had a lot of consulting experience, so I was able to kind of have that confidence to kind of get me through those scenarios, right? But if you're a young person, or it's like your first job, your second job, and maybe it's your first like data science job, it's scary. It's scary to create an algorithm and have nobody double checking you, right? But that's what you're up against. There's no professor, there's no problem statement. Dennis isn't going to be there to help you unless you become one of my coaching clients. But you are expected to do it all. So Yassine, if that surprises you, you got to recalibrate. Extremely common scenario. Like I said, it's kind of like why I have a coaching business. Like that's the gap that I'm filling in my coaching business. Very, very common, you see. Ishmael, I think you've been here before. Ishmael says, what's your opinion about working as a data scientist, data analyst, or business analyst in the field of marketing? Do you think it's a good type of career someone can have? Maybe. I mean, you're describing three completely different fields, right? Data scientist, data analyst, and business analyst. Those are three completely different things. So maybe. Are you passionate about it? That helps. Mohammed says, I have a long path, DevOps to platform engineering to ML ops to ML platform. Like you've done that? Or that's what you're planning on doing? Help me understand that, Mohammed. Like, is that what you did? I don't think that's what you're planning on doing because if you're at the start of that path, danger, danger, right? I don't like it. But maybe you're describing what you've already done? I don't know, Mohammed. Let me know in the comments, okay? Zach says, thanks, Dennis. And if you have a choice between C# or Java developer, which one are you going to take? I'm speaking generally, or are they very similar? Um, yeah, that's a good question, Zach. So the short answer is I would take the C# job every single day, every day, including Saturdays and Sundays. I would, you couldn't pay me enough money to be a Java developer anymore. Like maybe if you needed some freelance help and you know, if you asked me nicely, maybe I would work in Java for you. But here's the thing I do want to clarify though, just to be fair to everybody, right? Because look, we all have our personal likes and dislikes and biases in life. So I would tell you that I like the C# over the Java, not entirely because of tech reasons, but because have you ever met any Java developers? Let's be honest with each other. Java developers are weird dudes. They're weird. They are super weird. Like people who work in Java are not like well people. Like you know, you gotta have a little, you know, little bit of the spectrum to be working in Java, right? Like seriously, have you ever walked into a Java team room? Have you ever sat down and talked with like 3, 4 Java developers? I don't want to talk to those people. Java developers are weird dudes. So I'm not saying there's not weird dudes in C#, but if you're giving me those two choices, I'm choosing the C# guys like in a second. The Java people are weird people. Not to mention the fact that like I don't want to be keeping up with the latest release notes on the JREs and the this and the that and the JVMs. Like boring, man. Like if you're a Java developer and you find that stuff interesting, you're a weird dude. Your mother doesn't like you. If that's the case, right? Like no thanks. I'm gonna go hang out with the C# guys, not the neckbeards in the Java room. So that's what I'm telling you, Zach. So if that makes me biased or you know just kind of shaded by my own experiences, that's okay. But yeah, I'm never picking the Java team. You know, at this point in my life, I'm basically like semi-retired, so I probably wouldn't work for anyone. But yeah, between C# and Java, that's not even a question. I take the C# job. Yabba Dabba Doo says, I have that degree and Dennis is 1,000% right. It's like you read my file. So Yabba Dabba Doo, I think you're referring back to the MIS degree. Yeah. The people who teach MIS courses are not good. So Yabba Dabba Doo, I appreciate, I like the way you put it. That's funny. But yeah, guys, I'm just giving you my real world experience. Like Yabba Dabba Doo, I know your professor because I've met that guy like a dozen times in my life, right? Like they're all the same. Like they're all the same. But yeah, I hear you. Like I know these things because I've met these people. Like I mean, and why are you learning MIS from somebody who's been an academic for the last 20 years? But that's who teaches MIS courses. Right? So yeah, Badevadu, thanks for sharing that part of your life, and I like the way you put that. Eddie says, Mr. Aziz, some say software engineering is dying because of AI. Is like saying math is dying because of an invention called the calculator. Yeah, but you know what though? Math may also be killed by AI. I mean, have you guys heard about these? I mean, AI is now being used to look at math problems. Have you heard about this? Like there's long-standing math problems that have been unsolved, and one of the early versions of Anthropic's next LLMs solved like 6 of them. Like, what does that say you? What does that say about you, a professional mathematician, when AI solves 6 problems that the entire math world couldn't do? So Eddie, yeah, it is going to kill it. Like, I don't know what other proof you guys need. Like when I see this, it's just out of people just posting out of ignorance, right? Because the proof is out there. You just got to do it, right? So Eddie, I don't know what else to tell you, but like the proof is out there, man. Like I said earlier, paid subscription, not the free plan, paid subscription, work with the latest model and give me 10 hours. Eddie, you do that and you will see you will want to take back your statement. I promise you. The engines are that good, guys. Yamani is back and says, the thing is not knowing what to build towards and maybe if I'd be able to stand up to the competition of hundreds of thousands of entry level like myself. So Yamani, guys, one of the things that I work on with my coaching clients is you got to work on your own mindset. If you have a negative mindset, then that's how your life's going to end up. If you have a positive mindset, that's how your life's going to end up. So many people out there think negatively about their job search. Well, guess what? You're going to have a bad job search, right? If you think positive about it, you're going to have a completely different job search, right? So Yamani, right from the start, I can tell you that you need to recalibrate your outlook. You are your biggest problem in your job search right now. Hajar, welcome. I think it might be your first time. I think it's your first time. Why is DevOps danger? Why is DevOps not danger? I want you, Hajar, I want you to tell me why it's not danger. So, as I said before, if it can be scripted and there's documentation on it, AI is going to learn it. That's all there is to it. So Hajar, for those 2 reasons, I would tell you that DevOps is dead, right? Can it be scripted? Sure. Right? Plenty of GitHub information out there on that. Or plenty of information on GitHub is what I meant to say. Is there documentation on it? Sure. Plenty of documentation on how to do DevOps. So that's it. That's it. Those are the only 2 elements AI needs. So Hajar, you tell me why. Why is it not dead? Because I see it as completely dead. Zach says, I'm done. Zach, I'm sorry. I don't remember the previous comments. Guys, one of my challenges is that the chat moves fast on my end, right? So you got to tell me what you're referring to, please. Mohammed says, I am just starting with Linux. I did this roadmap because every field depends on the previous field. Oh, okay. Okay, Mohammed. I think you did the little chain. Mohammed, I would not recommend that map. Well, I mean, you can do anything you want if you're studying it, but if you're asking me if that's a good career map, no. Your map contains a lot of things that are just not going to exist in the future, right? That's what I would tell you, Mohammed. Like, if you want to learn Linux just as fun, and oh, maybe I'll learn Jenkins or some continuous integration stuff just to learn, but don't count on it as a career path, right? I think you meant it as a career path. But if you just want to just study, yeah, cool, do that. But don't count on it being there in the future. We'll call you Ashish. Ashish says, with 2 years into transaction monitoring at Riskified, LLMs tell me I need to target analyst roles. However, is it possible to land a data science role after this? Realistic? I'd have to know a lot more about your background. I'd have to know a lot more about what you're talking about, Ashish. Over on the doctor says, would your clipping software be able to find your old icky list of all the things you dislike? Hey, doctor, why are you assuming that I wouldn't just want to tell you the list all over again? When it comes to hating things, I can talk about that 24/7. Come on, doctor, you've been here enough to know that. Why would I remove the best part of my day? I know there's one live that's super funny and went through a big list. I'm happy to do it again, good doctor. Why are you denying me the opportunity to do it again? Is it Montas? Montas says hello. Hello, Montas. Welcome. I think this is your first time, so welcome. Mohammed says, can you please tell us when you start lives usually? So Mohammed, I stream Wednesdays through Sundays. And the time is kind of variable. I just kind of do it when I want to. Because I have clients and I have my dog and I have to get my coffee. So I just kind of start whenever. But it's usually around this time, sometimes a little earlier, sometimes a little later. But I do try to stay Wednesday through Sunday. So click on the follow button, click on the like button, click on the notifications button, and you'll get a little alert. But Mohammed, this is around the time when I stream roughly. I don't have a specific starting time. It puts too much pressure on me when I do the specific starting times, right? I like to ease into my day, just take it easy. But guys, I'm an old man. I'm like semi-retired, right? So take it easy. I'll start when I start. I shower, I make sure my dog is fed and happy. I go to the dog park with him. And then I'll come home and stream, right? So yeah, that's my schedule, Maha. My schedule is I stream sometimes. So Zach says, because I'm working in France, my condolences, and 70% of companies are developing with C# tools. But I was wondering from the USA, are they doing the same thing? I will be there for a few months, so I was wondering myself. It's not a bad idea, right? But Zach, why are you worried about the language? If you are an AI-enabled person, does language matter? You're having AI do the work anyways, right? And keep in mind, if you look at what they're doing, like Zero Lang, right? They are developing languages that are just for AI. They're developing operating systems that are just for AI. They are eventually, they'll be developing APIs that are just for AI. So does it matter? I envision a time where code won't even be human readable. It'll be some weird AI specific language. Right? So Zach, like, why worry about that? I don't think it matters. I really don't. Mohammed says, which fields do you think AI can't get documentation on and hard to learn? There's not very many, Mohammed. Andrew Yang in his article said basically anything that uses a computer screen can be overtaken by AI. Like any job that uses a computer screen will be overtaken by AI. And I think they're correct. So I don't think there was anything, Mohammed. Yamani says, thank you, Mr. Dennis. It's just that I like to be risk aware, not that I'm hopeless about the job market. No, 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 no. I disagree, Yamani. You were not risk aware. You were being outright negative. And if you choose to be negative, then that's what's going to happen, right? It's like a manifest destiny. You are creating your own destiny. So no, I reject your statement. You were being negative about it. Mohammed says, why job market does not hire a junior in fields like AI and data science? I disagree, Mohammed. If you think they won't hire you, then they won't hire you. Right? It's up to you. Back on YouTube says, not sure if my comment got nuked, but Total Wine has that tequila. It's around 30 to 40 bucks. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Casual Economist. I think I may have missed one of your chats. Okay, I see it. Sorry about that. My mistake. And this was the where was it? The 7 Leguas. Okay, I'm going to try it. I have heard good things about it. So guys, the Good Doctor is making a recommendation for tequila of 7 Leguas available at Total Wine for 30 to 40 bucks. I'm gonna take you up on that recommendation. I'm gonna try it. It's nice to have a good sipper around. Sharonell, welcome. Nice to see you. Sharonell says, what about security and data protection? What about it? What about it, Sharonell? Help me understand what you mean there. Monta says, thank you so much, Mr. Dennis. I'm 28 years old and I'm a mechatronics engineer. I'm from Tunisia. I studied in Turkey. I couldn't have an experience in engineering because of the law in Turkey. Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously every country has their own definitions on who and who can't work in their countries. But yeah, I hope that my advice helped. You know, only thing I can do, guys, is share my real world experience. That's all I'm here to do. But I'm glad it helped you in some way. All right, guys. So I've been streaming for an hour, which is incredible. Thanks everybody for joining in. Today is the first day of my week of streaming. I stream Wednesdays through Sundays. So keep on coming back. It's usually around this time, sometimes earlier, sometimes later. But thanks for all the great questions. You guys were amazing today. Thanks for all the patience. I know that some questions I waited a little bit for an answer. But as always, I want to, as always, I'll see you tomorrow. But please take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I will see you again soon. Hey everybody, how are you? So good to see you. It is Thursday, August 13th, 2026. Where has the year gone? I can't believe it's already like mid-August, guys. The year is going fast, guys. It means that we got to start preparing for the next year. But for now, we are going to get together and talk and see how everybody is doing. You have now found the most positive stream online. I am positive that AI is the way forward. I am positive that software engineers are stupid people. I am positive that we are going to have a good day today. What a positive stream we have. Over on Instagram, I'm already seeing some good people joining in. Wolf says hello. Hello, Wolf. How are you? Nice to see you. Mohammed, nice to see you. Hello. Yannick says scripted or not like every stream. Yannick, I don't even know what that means. Give me some clarification there. Dakam says software isn't dead. Dakam, do you mean software or software engineering? Because software is obviously not dead, and I've never said that. Software will always be alive. We always need computer programs, right? But software engineering is 100% dead. 100% dead. Eddie, my good friend Eddie says, a door from hell is open in Marrakesh. I'm sure it is. My friend, I hope that you're staying cool out there. I hope that you have air conditioning. Marrakesh has got to be just blazing hot. Blazing hot. So hope you're staying hot, staying warm over there, or excuse me, staying cold over there. I know it's hot in a lot of parts of the northern hemisphere, right? And I have a lot of followers in the northern hemisphere. So hope you guys are doing well. Please stay cool out there. Um, Wolf says, what else are software engineers gonna do once it all goes down? Get my coffee. What else are they good for? Have you met most software engineers? Oh. Um, we'll call you Pooh. Pooh says, is business analytics good choice to study? Maybe. If you like it, sure. But I think that a lot of the analytics functions are going to be overtaken by AI in very short order. I think that's, that's probably already happened, right? You can try it for yourself. Go out and find a random data set, give it to an AI engine, your favorite AI engine, and see how it does, and it'll probably do pretty good. So I think that most of the business analytics stuff is pretty much taken up already, right? But there's more to life than business analytics. There's more to data than business analytics. So do something else. Yannick says, I mean, do you have a script for this stream? No, Yannick. Nope. I just start up the stream and I just go and talk until you guys run out of questions, right? I love being able to meet with all of you and take all your questions and just have fun with it. To me, this is fun. I like taking on all comers because I never know what you guys are going to ask. So I'm here as long as you guys are asking questions, and as long as you guys are having fun, I'm having fun too. But yeah, there's no script. I do have a Sunday series where sometimes I will have it a little bit more structured, and I'm thinking of starting that back up again. But as far as like my other streams, Wednesdays through Sundays, I just like being here and taking on all comers. And guys, I know that some of you might want to go into social media. First of all, content creation is not for everyone. But one of the things that's important in content creation is establishing credibility, right, from your audience. And I do these live streams for that credibility, right? If you want to know what I mean, take your favorite idiot influencer out there, the people who are trying to sell you the cheap courses but really don't have any experience, right? Send them a little message or whatever and just ask them and say, hey, why don't you do a live stream? Why don't you do live streams? They can't. They're terrified of doing live streams. They're terrified of you guys asking questions in real time because they're not experienced. It takes a lot of experience to sit here and be able to answer all your questions, right? So, yeah, there's no script. Let's just talk, man. Wolf says, I'm a senior software engineer at a CPAAS startup. What the heck is CPAAS? I don't even know what that is. What is that? CPAAS? Wolf, let me know what you mean there. I don't know what you mean. Eddie says data science is documented. Doesn't that mean that it's dead, Mr. Aziz? Sure. Some parts of it will definitely be overtaken by AI, right? But in data science, there is still a lot more room for creativity, for the business impact, and for the implementation of those results, right? Those are things that don't really happen in the software engineering world. I mean, have you met most software engineers? They're terrible business people. They're terrible, terribly uncreative, right? It's not a creative science for most of those guys, or a creative effort. I mean, virtually all those software engineers have been coding in Battleship Gray for the greater part of their careers, right? Just because AI is going to take software engineering doesn't mean that it's going to completely eliminate data science. Right? Now, a data scientist will be highly assisted by AI, but I think that there's elements of data science that are still clearly different than the code monkeys, right? So definitely don't compare data scientists to all the little code monkeys out there that are running for their lives, right? That's a mistake, Eddie. Pooh says, but business analysts are not just programming, it's the connection between the tech team and management. Maybe, if you want it to be. If you think that you're good at those aspects, go for it, right? But it's not always that case. Business analytics is usually viewed as a junior role. So if you want to make it grow into more than that, sure, you can try, right? But that's not always the case, Pooh. So, I mean, I'm not trying to discourage you, but I also want to kind of temper your expectations. Mohammed says, I want to become a data scientist, but after becoming an infrastructure engineer, because I want to understand how the system works and how a system works that I will train the model into. Or do you recommend to enter data directly? Mohammed, it's possible that I'm misunderstanding you. It's also possible that you have a different definition for infrastructure engineer. Infrastructure engineer and data science are quite different. So I don't know what you mean that you want to be an infrastructure engineer to understand the system and then go into data science. That would be a very rare transition. That's not common at all. So maybe give me a little more clarification there. But infrastructure engineer to data science, excuse me, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling that. Too different. Wolf says communication platform as a service. What about it? What does that mean, Wolf? Guys, please remember that on my end, the chat is running quickly because I get people coming in and out. So you got to give me full sentences, guys. Mohammed says, do you think Russia is good at technology? Do you think Russia is good at technology? Are you trying to get me killed, Mohammed? Look, I'm gonna talk in a little bit of generalities here. It's a good question that you're asking, Mohammed. When I was in college, I basically got through college by working in the video game industry, right? I've talked a little bit about this before. I worked for Disney Interactive for a little bit, and then I moved to Washington, D.C. for school, and I worked for the trade association for the video game industry when I was in college, right? And that's how I got through college. If you have heard of the E3 Expo, I worked for the organization that put on the E3 Expo. So I got to go, I worked the show, a lot of fun, great job for college. Really appreciate that experience. One of the big parts of that experience was understanding copyright law and understanding the World Trade Organization and understanding the copyright rules and laws around the world, and also intellectual property, right? Intellectual property and copyright, right? And one of the things that you learn in that business is that the US is a leader, everyone else copies. Like, if you really want to judge the technology of a country, of an area, of a region, go look at how many intellectual property violations they have across the globe. So when it comes to, Russia, China, a lot of other countries across the world, they copy. They don't innovate. They copy. It's not me saying it. Go look. Go look at the IPO, the Intellectual Property Organization. Go look at their. Actually, I think it's WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. Go look at their violations, right? So that is one of the reasons why I'm very protective of my own work and what I put out there, because it's my intellectual property. I made it, right? So when it comes to evaluating these countries, if you're thinking about moving there or studying there or doing business, just look at how they respect intellectual property. Because the reality is that most countries don't. The US usually leads and other places copy, right? So, not trying to pick on any individual country or any individual person or anything like that. You know, and I'm not trying to say that the US is exceptional or anything, but do they honor intellectual property rights? That's what I would be asking myself, Mohammed. But generally speaking, most countries do a terrible job. They just copy. They're not innovators. So yeah, I mean, if you guys want to talk more about that in the comments, I could talk about that topic all day. I basically did that for like 3 years in college. Um, but yeah, intellectual property rights are very important, and a lot of countries out there don't honor them. So, who says, so do you think changing the college course from business analytics to data science is better? There's a whole college course on business analytics? Is that a degree? Who are you saying that's a degree? That does not need to be an entire degree. Who, if those are your options, I would say go do the data science program, and you could probably teach business analytics on your own. You'll also get some of the same business analytics courses, right? If you were to take the two curriculums, I bet you there's a lot of crossover between. Well, I'll bet you that a lot of the curriculum for the data science has classes from the business analytics. Maybe it wouldn't go the other way, right? But yeah, who you do not need to take an entire 4-year program on business analytics. That seems excessive. Mohammed says, I mean platform engineering, ML platform, ML ops. Yeah, that's fine, but I don't think you need to know that to become a good data scientist, right? I mean, look, the number one skill a good data scientist has is creativity and the ability to recognize when they may be wrong. I guess that's two skills, right? You're not going to learn that by doing ML ops, right? So that's what I would tell you, Mohammed. Maybe you need to take a step back and just think about what are the best skills I need to be a top data scientist. Because I don't think you're going to find a lot of crossover between that and looking at ML ops and ML platform. And also, I mean, I just think that type of work is boring. I mean, not very exciting. Wolf says, you asked what CPAAS was. Okay. What about it? Guys, it moves fast on my end. You got to give me full sentences. Eddie says, we want to work to get a strong capital to be full-time farmers. Think about it, Mr. Aziz. You will be happy, promise. Um, Eddie, I don't know what you mean by that. I think you asked about data science dying out, but I don't understand the rest of your statement. Sorry, Eddie, give me some more clarification there. Mohammed says, what's your richest advice to students who are beginning in tech besides becoming adaptable? Okay, so for those of you that don't know, Mohammed is referring to a piece of content that I did recently about being adaptable. I think that's really important in tech, right? So what is the second richest advice? Um, as weird as this may sound, I don't know if it's the second richest advice, but it's what's coming to mind because so many people have asked me about it recently. So one of these idiot influencers out there is talking about it. Don't go into freelancing early in your career. I get a lot of questions on freelancing. Like I said, here's the way social media works. Some idiot influencer puts advice out there. Everybody thinks it's great advice, and then they come to me for the real truth. And that's been happening recently. I'm getting a lot of questions on freelancing. Don't go into freelancing early in your career, and freelancing is not what everybody thinks it is. So that's what I would tell you, Mohammed. For me, freelancing, minimum of 10 years of work experience, and never, ever, ever, ever chase a freelancing contract. Freelancing contracts should kind of just appear. Those opportunities should just kind of like fall into your lap. What I mean by that is that if you're working long enough and you're an experienced professional and you've developed a good reputation, then people will approach you and say, hey, maybe you want to do this for a couple of months. Could you help us here? I'm saying that that's how I built my career. There's been plenty of times in my work where I'm in between jobs or I'm in between contracts and freelancing opportunities just kind of appear. I have never once done freelancing via like Upwork or Fiverr or all that. The opportunities just kind of present themselves, right? So that's what I would tell you, Mohammed. Be very careful about freelancing. Everybody thinks that it's like a good, easy way to make money and I should do it right away and it'll be fun. It's not. That's what I would tell you. I know that's a little bit like different advice, but I've been getting a disturbing number of questions about freelancing, and 99% of the people that write to me about it are nowhere near ready. Never push a freelancing contract. They just wait, let them come to you, and that's what'll help you the most. Mohammed also says, "Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Mohammed? Thanks for being here. We appreciate you." Um, Mohammed says, "What?" This is a different Mohammed, by the way. Why are you focused on degrees? The job market will not ask about degree. Will ask what you can do. I disagree, Mohammed. I disagree. A degree is still very important. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying a degree will prepare you for a job. Those are two completely different things. But a 4-year degree has become the price of admission for, uh, getting a job, right? Any job. So, it's funny because I'm not saying this applies to you, Mohammed, but I do see things where people don't have a degree, but then they're obsessed about like, oh, I got to put in the right keywords to get beyond the ATS and the recruiter screen, and I got to have this keyword. And it's like, why are you worried about keywords when you're easily excluded because you don't have a degree, right? Like people think the ATS keywords is magical, but it's so much easier to just filter by degree, no degree, right? Which means is that's what they're probably doing. So Mohammed, I completely disagree. Get a 4-year degree. That's the basic price of admission to a lot of jobs out there. So Mohammed, I don't know who gave you that advice, but I definitely would not agree with it. You got to have at least a 4-year degree. I mean, really just to kind of qualify your resume, right? Is it Dewey? Dewey says, how did you reach that level in English? What do you mean? I've always spoken English. That's a weird question. Pooh says, yes, I actually moved to Ireland to study business analytics. Yeah, I can understand if you took a course in business analytics, but is it a full degree? Let me know if it's a full degree, Pooh, because that's really what I was asking. I mean, yeah, if you want to take like a if you want to be like a business major and you're gonna maybe specialize in analytics, um, or excuse me, you're gonna specialize in marketing and that requires you to take an analytics class, okay, I get it. But an entire degree on business analytics, that sounds like a waste of time. You do not need an entire degree. I mean, if anything, it's a waste because you could be taking things like communication courses or even art courses, public speaking. Like there's so many more things that would help you in a business analytics role than to take like 4 years of whatever it is that they're teaching you, right? Um, who says yes, it's a bachelor's for 4 years? Oh my God. Pooh, that sounds terrible. If you still have the opportunity to move over, I would consider moving over to the data science one. Or if you want, I mean, have you looked at the curriculum? Have you looked at what you'll be studying in future years? It sounds like you're still early on. Have you looked at what you'll be studying in future years? Because I just can't imagine how a 4-year curriculum of business analytics is taken up. A lot of classes, man. a lot of classes for that single topic. So yeah. So welcome, Miriam, Miss Immature. What a name, jeez. Miss Immature, welcome. Yassine, nice to see you. Is it Nored? Nored, welcome. Thamim, have you been here before? I think you have. Welcome, guys. So, as always, guys, I walk in here with no agenda. I'm just here to talk and have fun, and whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm here for it. Sukaina, welcome. Is it Nandini? Nandini, nice to see you. NKN, no, NK joined, welcome. 4592, nice to see you. All right, guys, I guess we're going to have a little bit of a shorter stream today, and that's okay. I got to work on a couple things for my clients, so I hope that you guys are well. I stream Wednesdays through Sundays, so today was my second day of streaming for the week. I will be back tomorrow, but as always, until then, please take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I will see you again tomorrow. Hey everybody, good morning. How are you? It is Friday. We have made it to Friday. I hope that you are having a good day. We are here, ready to talk, ready to be on the most positive AI stream there is. I am positive that AI is the way forward. I am positive that software engineering is dead. I am positive that software engineers are dumb people. Let's keep things so positive here. I love all the people already coming in on Instagram. Wow, a lot of people coming in on Instagram. How are you guys? Glad that you're here. Let me know how your Friday is going. 3F says hello. Hello, 3F. How are you? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Guys, let me know how Friday is. What's going on? What are your weekend plans? How are you doing? I am here to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about related to AI, data science, data careers, anything related to that. I'm here for it. So let me know how you're doing. Over on Instagram, Mohammed says, nice day. Nice day to you too, Mohammed. It's going to be a great day. It's a little cloudy where I live, but I think it's going to be a great day. It's also a great day because on Fridays, I do my check-ins with all of my clients and looking forward to seeing how they're doing. Adabir over on Instagram says, what's this? Adabir, it is whatever you want it to be. I walk in here with no agenda. The chat sets the agenda according to what you guys want to talk about, according to what you ask. You know, maybe if you read an article you want to talk about, or a project you're working on, or whatever, I'm here for it. I love this format because I can take on all comers. So whatever questions you guys want to do, I'm here for it. Those idiot influencers out there, they can't do this. They are terrified of this format because they don't have any real world experience. But I am bringing you 25 years of tech experience. So whatever you guys want to talk about, Adabear, I'm here for it. Go ahead and pop in a question. Or if you want to pop in a prompt, there is a prompt. I have Claude open for you guys to do prompts if you guys want to do that. So it's whatever you want it to be, Adabear. So thanks for being here. Ali says, why do you say that software engineering is dead? Well, Ali, why is it not dead? What makes you believe that it's not dead? I think it's 100% completely dead. In the age of AI, the technical barrier to creating software is now zero. Used to be up here. Now it's zero. Couldn't possibly be any lower. It's the lowest it's been ever, right? So that's where I'm at with it. Why wouldn't you think it's that way, Ali? On top of that, the costs have also dropped, right? Software developers, they smell funny and they want too much money, right? Now, zero. The cost is zero to produce apps. I remember I was reading about this this new concept that's coming around about throwaway apps, right? It's possible now that you would create apps for Literally just one task on one day, not a continuous task, just for one day. There was an example of somebody who lost their phone in their house. They couldn't find their phone. So they used Claude Code to come up with I think it was a Bluetooth detector app that could run off their laptop. And they walked around the house with this app that they had built in order to find their phone, right? The app would detect a Bluetooth signal, right? And they used the app for that, and then they were done with it. They literally threw that piece of software away. That's where we're at with app development, right? You could create little apps for one-time needs and just say, okay, that didn't cost me anything. It took me just 10 minutes to build it. Trash, right? It's nothing. It's literally nothing. So yeah, so Ali, it's completely dead. 100% dead. Couldn't be any more dead. Mohammed says, can I depend on AI completely to learn a tech and practice? Sure, absolutely. Now, that's an interesting question, Mohammed, because are you using AI to learn the tech in the old-fashioned way, or are you using the AI to help you learn how to use it in a more modern way, which is also using AI? Because it's very hard to imagine a tech skill that won't be heavily aided by AI in the future, right? So how do you envision using that, Mohammed? I would tell you that you do it, use it to learn the AI methods of using that technology, right? Like don't go learning data science by learning Python. Start learning data science by learning how to prompt AI to get you to a solution, right? That's what I would tell you, Mohammed. Adabear says, do you want to share your experience with agentic and putting guardrails in regulated industries? Sure. Adabear, go ahead. Actually, Adabear, right now, by you participating in my chat, you will be contacted by my digital twin. My digital twin is completely AI. So check your messages. But my digital twin is completely AI that I built on my own from the ground up. I'm not using any third-party tools. And that will show you some of the guardrails that I have built in, right? I do that because I also want to make sure that I'm running conversations in the way that I want to run them. I want to make sure that there's also like a little bit of a sales cycle that's passed on, in those conversations. But yeah, so if you want to check that out, just send me a DM and my digital twin will reply. Mohammed says, is IT like software engineering? And what exactly is the difference between IT and SE? Um, so yeah, Mohammed, you're asking a really good question. And I think that sometimes these definitions kind of get lost, and people are welcome to have their own interpretations. But for me, when I think about IT, I think about the hardware side of computers. So, like, if you wanted to specialize in data centers, right? That's an IT function, right? Where you're interested in the actual computers, the racks, the power sources, the networking, the switches, the routers. Like that to me is the IT side, right? So, like the hardware side, the physical side, however you want to put that. That's what I think about when I think about IT. And then the IS side or the software side is really more about the programs, right? The apps and the program. So when you think of ITIS or when somebody asks me about ITIS, that's how I think about it, right? The IT is the hardware side, the IS is the software side. So I hope that helps you there. Who was that? Mohammed, I hope that helps you. Ali says, I'm not agreeing with you 100% because I think software engineering is still needed to create scalable and good apps, not just apps that crash every second. AI just does the front end stuff. Oh, Ali, that's terrible. That's a terrible take, Ali. Ali, um, Ali, I don't know you. I'm pretty sure this is your first time in the chat, but I can 100% guarantee you that I know exactly the type of AI user that you are. You're not on a paid plan. You're not using a current engine. You're not using a harness like Claude Code. And you're still just prompting an AI engine. So I just made 4 statements that I am 100% certain about you, Ali, and this is the first time I've ever spoken to you. I can tell that just by your perceptions of AI. But you are 100% a free user, you're not using the latest models. Like, that's without question, right? So Ali, I would encourage you to become more educated on the modern engines and the modern ways to use those engines, because I don't think you have enough information to be making statements like that. I mean, I have zero doubt in my mind that everything I just said about you is true, and I don't know you, because it just doesn't make sense, right? It just doesn't make sense. Like, nobody who's up on AI engines would say anything of what you wrote. Mohammed says, using AI to guide a learning path, especially in technical careers. Yeah, you can do that, Mohammed. Yeah, just make sure that you're using AI to teach you how to prompt it back with AI, right? Like I said, using data science as an example, don't say, hey, AI, show me a Python tutorial to help me learn data science. Don't do that, right? Ask it for ways to prompt it to come up with better data science algorithms, because that's how you'll be working in the future. That's how all data scientists will be working. Addy Bear says, I mean applications in finance and pharma where you don't want an LLM to hallucinate, automating critical or regulated functions. Addy Bear, I gave you an example. I gave you the example. You can go ahead and DM my digital twin and it'll show you the same guardrails. Look, just because there's financial guardrails and pharma guardrails doesn't make the implementation any different, right? Especially in the age of AI where you are creating those guardrails via a system prompt, right? I mean, maybe if you're doing it the old-fashioned way within an ERP or within a workflow system, it would matter. But when you're using a system prompt, when you're essentially like writing the guardrails, like literally in English, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? Adabear says, how do you go about minimizing hallucinations? How do you make sure the systems are auditable? Doesn't that require soft engineering and system design? Why wouldn't you use agents for that? See, Adabear, you are a little bit more of an advanced user, but I can tell that you don't have an agentic approach to your usage of AI. Because everything you just described could be an agent. It could be a series of agents, right? You could be deploying a program that has an auditing agent, that has an observability agent, right? You could be doing that. But you have to have an agentic approach to your understanding and knowledge of AI, right? You're still thinking in system prompts, which is fine. It's a good foundation, but that's like level 1 nowadays, right? AI has gone beyond that. So Adabear, I would ask you to consider what parts of what you wrote can't be handled by an agent or a series of agents. Like, there's nothing in what you wrote that can't be solved with an agentic approach, right? Mohammed asks, are fields like application security and dev security ops considered under cybersecurity? Um, sure, sure, I guess. Yeah. I mean, look, don't get too caught up in titles, guys. Sometimes people get too caught up in titles, both in their work or even when you're doing a job search. People say, oh, I can only search under this, I can only search under that. I'll only apply if it says this, right? When it comes to things like this, there's always a lot of interpretation and a lot of different ways that people use those words, even though they might mean something else or need something else, right? So if you're asking me those are cybersecurity, sure, but ask me a different day, I might tell you differently, and it really doesn't matter, right? That's what I would tell you, but don't try to get too caught up in that, okay? Mohammed says, I don't understand. You mean asking AI to give me prompts for AI to become a professional in a specific tech field? Yeah, sure, sure. So, Mohammed, like I said, the example I would tell you is don't go out to AI and say, hey, AI, I want to be a data scientist. Can you create a Python tutorial for me to learn Python? Like that's the old way, right? So a newer way would be, hey, AI, I want to be a data scientist. Can you give me some examples of prompts that I can use for an engine like you to help me develop a data science project, right? Or you can ask the AI to help you source data. Previously, you would have to do that yourself, right? Maybe like in a completely separate manner, but now you can ask the AI to help you source data, right? So that's what I mean. Use it to actually guide you in the work and do the work, as opposed to, let me learn Python, and now I'm going to learn some R, and now I'm going to learn some visualization. Well, why would you learn the visualizations when AI is going to do the visualizations for you, right? So that's what I mean by that. Adabear says, yes, but having an agent provide assurance is not good enough. Well, why not? And I bet, Adabear, that when you said that statement, you were thinking of one agent, right? Why? You can have 100 agents looking at the same thing. The difference in time difference is negligible, right? So think about that, Adabear, because I don't think you're thinking this through, quite frankly. What if you have? I think you mentioned like auditing, right? What if you have you want to get it audited, but you want to audit it not with one agent, but with a council of 50 agents. And you're asking those 50 agents to work independently of each other, to go and examine the work, audit the work, and come back with an answer. If you're doing that, the probability of all of those agents being wrong and not coming to a consensus, you're pushing that towards zero, right? So yeah, if you do it with one agent, of course there's a chance that it could be wrong, right? But when you're doing it with 50 agents and it doesn't cost you any additional time or money, now your probability of being incorrect or of making a mistake is significantly lower, right? So Adabir, I'm going to encourage you to put your thinking cap on because you're still thinking in small terms, right? Um, I lost my place here. Okay, so Ali says, so what job replaces software engineering in your opinion? So Ali, that's actually an interesting answer, and that answer is everyone. Everyone replaces a software engineer because there is no tech barrier, right? If you're somebody who is working in an accounting department, in a marketing department, in a finance department, the only reason you needed to go talk to the neckbeards in the developer room was because you didn't know the technical skills required to create your own app, right? That was the reason why you needed the neckbeards. But now that that reason has been removed, all of those people, the people in accounting, the people in marketing, the people in finance, now they become people that are just app creators, right? They can create apps. So it's not a singular replacement, Ali. It's an elimination of software developers. Like I envision a time like 50 years from now, 100 years from now, where like people will say, "Wait a minute, software engineer, that used to be a title, that used to be a job. Why would anybody need that job?" Right? That's where it's going to go, right? Because like it's just not needed anymore. Like the concept and the role will be completely eliminated because everyone can do software. There's no technical barrier, there's no cost. You can ask for things in plain English, right? So if that's the case, then everybody replaces software engineers. Like there's no inherent skill to creating apps anymore. Um, Adabear says providing context about policies and guardrails, having agentic design. Doing a review is one way of doing it, but your agentic assurance can fail. Yeah, Adabear, I think you wrote that prior to hearing my answer. But yeah, but you're thinking in singular terms. It's not an agent, it's a council of agents, right? One agent can fail. 50 agents, significantly lower probability, right? Mohammed says, but this way you mean in using AI will make a deep understanding in the field. Mohammed, what makes you think you need a deep understanding? We just talked about how the skill level for software engineering is basically zero, right? So, do you need to have a deep understanding? Maybe, maybe not, right? That deep understanding that you're mentioning is exactly why we don't need software engineers, because that deep understanding not required, right? Over on YouTube, thanks for hanging out on YouTube. So good to see people on YouTube. Osama, welcome. I think it might be your first time. Osama says, "Hello, Aziz. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. It's a Friday. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling positive. I've got my coffee. I took my dog to the dog park. I got some things going on this week, and I'm feeling good. Can you give us the core skills that you need to be an AI engineer? How are you defining AI engineer, Osama? Let me know how you're defining that. Are you thinking about somebody who makes LLMs or somebody who orchestrates solutions? There's a lot of definitions going out right now for AI engineers. Help me understand your definition. Jonas, welcome. Jonas, I think it's your first time, so welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Jonas says, you think in the next 5 years AI will advance that we will not need a software engineer at all? Jonas, 5 years? I'm talking like 5 weeks. It's already here, Jonas. You know, Jonas, everybody else in the chat, I've gotten this question a couple recently where people are saying, "Oh, well, let's see in 5 years," or you know, I don't know if AI is going to be here 5 years, or let me see how things play out in 5 years. Guys, hello, are you paying attention? If you're measuring AI in years, you are going to be left behind. You're going to be so far behind you can't even see the people in first place, right? Guys, you cannot talk about years in AI. Jonas, like I said, you're thinking 5 years. I'm thinking 5 weeks. Like, I'm thinking drop out of your CS program now, not in 5 years. Right? So that's what I would advise you, Jonas. You're going to have to compress your timelines. I get really concerned when people are talking in years when it's like, what are you doing? AI is moving quickly. Like, haven't you guys seen the pace that these companies are moving at? That the model releases are happening? And now, in February of this year was the first time where they're using AI to write future versions of itself, which means that the pace at which models will be released, it'll be much quicker, right? So, Jonas, 5 years. No, I'm talking 5 weeks, my friend. Our good friend, our good doctor, the casual economist is back. How are you, my friend? I missed you yesterday. The good doctor says Friday is my least favorite day. I dislike weekend. Casual economists, the only people I hear say that are the day traders, right? The little clicking monkeys that are looking at their stock charts and their crypto BS and all that stuff. Those are the only people I know that I hate weekends. So is that you, good doctor? Let me know. Let me know if that's why. I mean, I know you're just being funny, but the only people who hate weekends are all the crypto bros, right? I think that's why they've moved on to prediction markets, because prediction markets gives them their little dopamine rushes 24/7, right? But yeah, let me know what you mean there, good doctor. Good to see you. Jonah says, yes, I'm new here. Then I should change majors. I see. I tried the AI and it's really good. Imagine the next version, what it will be able to do. I get the idea. Yeah, Jonas, absolutely. So, for all the people that are in the Instagram chat right now, I kind of want to highlight what Jonas says here, right? I tried the AI and it's really good. I have a feeling that a lot of people in the Instagram chat just haven't tried it. Guys, just sit down with a subscription and a paid model. And it is very hard for anyone to walk away from that and say, oh, yeah, software engineers will still be around. I promise you that if you get a paid subscription, get a latest model, spend 10 hours, it is it is impossible for you to not see how great these engines are. So Jonas, yeah, it sounds like you've spent some time. Yes, and the next versions are just going to be even better and even faster, as I said, right? Because now they're kind of using like a recursive approach, right, where the AI is writing the future AI. So yeah, Jonas, it's not 5 years, my friend. It's much, much more of a compressed timeline than 5 years. So yeah, definitely keep on, experimenting and trying AI because it's amazing. It's amazing what it can do. Osama says, this is the problem in the title of AI engineering. I think it's the combination of creating and deploying AI solutions for a problem. So I think you have to pass from classic machine learning to, I think you meant to write LLMs. Yes, Osama. Osama, so that is not what I would call an AI engineer. I would probably call that more like an AI product manager, right? That is something where you're basically like an orchestrator, I think is the term that Microsoft has come up with, right? Where you are deciding which components need to talk to each other, and then you're kind of using AI to help run it all, right? So that's what I would tell you, Osama. You're more of like an AI product manager or an AI orchestrator, AI implementation leader, right? That's more of the title that you're describing. So if that's what you want to do, I think there's tremendous potential in that. To me, it's one of the big jobs of the future, right? To be like an AI first product manager. That's probably a pretty good career path for the future. The good doctor says yesterday's stream started early. I did watch the replay. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, yesterday I did come on a little early, and it wasn't a very long stream yesterday. Sometimes we go longer, sometimes we go shorter. But yeah, casual economist. It was a rather short stream yesterday, but I'm glad you watched. Thank you for that. Okay, back to Instagram. Thanks for being patient over on Instagram, guys. I see you. I just wanted to pay attention to YouTube for a little bit. So Mohammed says, I think the future is adding AI in any technical field. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that, right? It's hard to imagine any tech fields that won't be using AI to a very large degree, Mohammed. Zenon says, hello, Dennis. Hello, Zenon. Nice to see you. I think it's your first time. Welcome. Adabear says, there are failure points that will still happen because of items that would be outside of the context or the semantic layer, even if you put multiple agents to validate independently. So using AI to learn oh, okay, sorry. Those are agentic systems and they will have failure points because of design, context, etc. I don't agree with that part. Governance, design, and human judgment is still required to make the system work as intended, much like a human pilot is required in the cockpit, even if the plane can fly in autopilot. Okay. Listen, Adabear, I've given you some guidance. I've given you some, very modern approaches to using AI. And at some point, when I have conversations with people, they either get it or they don't. And there's nothing I can do about that, right? And the reality is that not everybody's going to win with AI, right? I mean, we were talking with Osama here about this new role of an AI product manager, these AI orchestrators. Well, when those people, those AI enabled people are coming into an organization, how are you going to pay them? Well, you're going to pay them by firing the people who refuse to get on board with AI, people like you, right? So Adaberry, you can choose to do whatever you'd like, but the future is in AI, and there will be winners and losers in AI. So it's up to you. I mean, like I said, at some point I kind of let go of people and say, hey, look, not everyone's going to win in the age of AI, right? To have your AI winners, you got to have your AI losers. So Adabear, I don't know what else to tell you, but I've given you very, reasonable AI-based solutions. I'm telling you how companies are using it now. And I know this because I go to the conferences, I go to the webinars, and I've sat down with executives from Google, from Dataiku, from LG, from Microsoft. Like I can only advise, Adabear. But there will be winners and there will be losers in the age of AI. That's just life. Um, Krishna, welcome. Krishna says, just joined. I wasn't notified when the live stream started. Usually it shows up at the feed up top. Yeah, Krishna, thanks for that notice. And I'm noticing some funny stuff on my end too. So yeah, guys, sometimes Meta is funny in the way it does its live streaming. To me, Meta still has a couple of bugs to work out in their live streaming. Um, so yeah, sorry about that, Krishna. I don't know what's going on today, but I've seen this before, and it seems to be like an intermittent issue, and there's really nothing I can do about it. But thanks, Krishna. I appreciate that. Um, Over on YouTube, Jonah says, Dennis, I'm on LinkedIn. I still see these companies asking for software engineers. I just wanted to know exactly when these companies may stop hiring. Yeah, Jonas. So people have asked me that, right? Because there are some numbers that indicate that software engineering hiring is actually up. So I would call that a dead cat bounce. That's a saying we have here in the US. I don't know if other people in other countries understand that, but even a dead cat bounces off the floor one or two times, right? So I think it's just still down. Um, Jonas, I think you're going to start seeing those postings less and less and less, right? Where as more companies kind of get up to speed, as more companies, finish their AI implementations, the system side, I mean, you're going to start seeing that less and less. I had this conversation with some of my friends because of the great events that I've gone to. I've been able to form relationships with other people who are content creators like me, right? And one of the things I was talking about with them was about how
Guys, when it comes to these software engineering layoffs and the lack of hiring and software engineering disappearing, it's not going to be an event. Like there's not going to be like some great announcement, right? It's going to be like a slow decline, right? So when I tell people like it's not like somebody's going to send you an email on this. Your phone's just going to stop ringing, right? Like if you're a software engineer, nobody's going to like notify you. Your phone will just stop ringing. Like all of a sudden you're going to look around one day and you're going to be like, I have no clients, right? That's what it's going to be like, right? Like I know everybody does the horse and buggy and car comparison, right? When cars became popular, the horse and buggy died out. Well, we didn't kill all the horses, right? Just nobody called the horses, right? So that's what I think it's going to be like, Jonas. Where you're just going to slowly see that be less and less, right? Like we're not gonna, we're not gonna like I said, I mean, with the comparison, right? We didn't stop having horses. We didn't like condemn the horses to some terrible death. You just didn't call them. You called the car. You called the taxi instead, right? You replaced one with the other. So that's what I think it's going to be with software engineering, right? In many ways, that's kind of why I'm doing this series of streams now because I want to kind of help alert people, right, to that. But the actual end itself will be just like, hey, no one's calling me. Like, right? If you're a software engineer, you'll just be sitting at home and being like, no one's calling me and I haven't worked in a year. And that's your notice, right? That's your notification that you're done for. So yeah, Jonas, that's what I would tell you, right? Jonas says, I get it. Yes, you're right. Yeah, Jonas. So, do with that what you'd like. But that's what I think, right? People are waiting for like an event or announcement, and it's not. It's just going to happen. Krishna says, what do you think about Grok? Opus 5 has been terrible for me in terms of the outputs it generates. I really don't like the language and writing style. Opus 4.8 was much better. Um, so two things, Krishna. Opus 4.8 is still around. There's no obligation to use the latest model. So you can still use Opus 4.8. That's fine. I do that. I use a variety of models. Some of my models still use Sonnet. Excuse me, my apps. I use a variety of models when I deploy my apps. Some of my apps still use Sonnet. Some of my apps still use Opus 4.6. I use Opus 4.8. And I think that's it. For my desktop usage, I recently switched from Fable 5 to Opus 5 because I was tired of how slow Fable 5 is. So that's fine. There's no obligation to use Fable. I can just go back and use Opus. Actually, you can see it right in my prompt, right? I'm using Opus. I could be using Fable, but I got tired of how slow it is. So, Krishna, you're talking like it's been removed. It's still out there. You can still use 4.8. I like 4.8. I think 4.8 is the best coding engine available. Yes, I could be using Opus 5 for coding, but 4.8 works great. So Krishna, you're talking like they terminated it. It's still there. And as far as Grok goes, I was talking to a friend last night, and I definitely need to take another look at it because the latest benchmark numbers that they are claiming are very impressive and they're cheap, right? Grok is super cheap to use right now. So yeah, Krishna, that's why your question caught my eye because I do kind of have it on my to-do list to take another look at Grok. I don't like Elon Musk. I don't like supporting his nonsense. But the benchmark numbers that he put out are definitely impressive, right? If those numbers are true, and obviously the pricing is true, then you can't afford to ignore Grok right now, right? They're doing some good stuff over there if they live up to the hype. So thanks for bringing that up, Krishna, because that's definitely top of mind for me this morning. I literally just had that conversation last night and definitely want to look at it a little bit more. So back to YouTube, Jonas says, so if like a product manager writes the requirements for an app and polish a good prompt with all the specifications, I guess it is much cheaper for companies to use Claude to build than hiring a software engineer. Yeah, that's right, Jonas. That's exactly right. And it's also how I envision product managers working, right? Because when you say product manager now, that might be somebody with a staff that would then go out and execute, right? But now you can have a product, excuse me, and that staff would also include software engineers, right? It includes other types of people, but it would also include a software engineer. But now that single product manager would also just manage agents and manage the Claude code, manage the harnesses to execute on whatever is needed, right? So that is how it would work. So yeah, you have the right understanding, Jonas, that the product manager would still kind of own the vision and own the roadmap and all that stuff, but the actual execution of all of these things would still happen via AI, right? A harness, a series of agents, so on and so forth. So yeah, Jonas, you're on the right track there with the way you're thinking. That's definitely the way of the future. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate all of you. I stream every week, Wednesdays through Sundays. So today is actually the middle of my week. I will be streaming again this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. So look forward to talking to you then. Until then, as always, please take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I will see you again tomorrow. Everybody, good morning. How are you? So good to see you. Happy Saturday, happy weekend. Hope that you're doing well. Wow, I am starting at exactly 7 a.m. today. That was not intentional. It just so happened to be that way. But I'm glad that you're here. I hope that you're having a good weekend. Let me know where you're from, where you're checking in from, what time is it where you are. I love seeing people from all around the world join my live stream. You have reached the most positive live stream online. I am positive that AI is the way forward. I am positive that software engineers are people. I'm here for all that type of conversation. Let me know how you're doing. Vignesh over on Instagram says, "What's up, Dennis? How are you, Vignesh? Nice to see you. Thanks for coming back." Bilal is coming in swinging. Look at that. Bilal says, "Software engineering is truly dead." Absolutely, Bilal. You will not have any complaints from me on that statement. You know what, Bilal? Let me know your reasons. Let me know your reasons, Bilal, because sometimes people need to hear it beyond me, right? But I am seeing more and more people coming to me and approaching me and saying, yeah, you know what? It is kind of dead. So I would love to hear, Bilal, kind of what helped turn the corner for you. Feel free to share whatever you'd like. Vignesh says it's 1931 where they live. Okay, wow, 7:30. Okay, so this is actually a decent time for your part of the world. Vignesh, let me know where you are. I don't want to make any assumptions. Let me know what part of the world you're on. Probably in Asia somewhere if it's exactly 12 hours from where I am. So let me know how you're doing. Ilias, welcome to the chat on Instagram, says, I'm studying big data, data science, and AI in engineering. Is it a good choice? I think that's a pretty decent path. If you're studying big data, that sets you up for some DBA stuff. If you're studying data science, obviously, I'm a big fan of that. And I think that AI will play a role for data science, but data scientists will still be around. So yeah, I think you're on the right track, Ilias. So nice job on that. Let me know what year you are. You don't say what year you're studying. So let me know there, Ilias. Who is next? AJ, welcome. AJ knows why. Says, happy weekend, Dennis. Happy weekend to you too. Happy weekend to everybody. There are two things. Jobs and software is dead, but without software, you cannot build a full AI application, right? So AJ, technically you are correct, but isn't it possible that Claude Code or one of these AI harnesses will be the last piece of software humans ever need to write, right? Like why can't all future applications come from Claude Code? Because I think Claude Code is the best application humanity has ever produced. Like fight me on that. So why can't we use that as the harness, the bootstrap, whatever you want to call it, to create every other piece of software that's ever needed? I could see that happening, I've been on the record saying that, right? That it might be the last piece of software we ever need, right? Why can't we just bootstrap everything from there? So let me know what you think about that, AJ, because it's possible that we only need to maintain, we as humans only need to maintain one piece of software in the future. Quad code, right? Then that's it. Everything else can come from that. Carthy says, how do you think the IT field will evolve? Carthy, I think that's a great question. But whenever somebody asks me about this, I always want to know their definition of the IT field because it usually doesn't mean what people think it means, or at least not to my definition. I'm open to being wrong on my definition. But what does the IT field mean to you? Define that for me, and then I'll help you out. So let me know, Carthy. What do you mean by the IT field? Ilya says, I'm in my third year already from Morocco, and thank you for your advice. Yeah, you're welcome, Ilya. So third year is pretty advanced, right? So I'm hoping that you're learning a lot of different things there. I would advise you that for something like this, you want to make sure that you are trying to apply what you're learning, right? Don't just sit there and do the professor assignments. Do your own stuff. When I was in my academics, on the academic side of the data science studies, I would start to apply the things that I was learning in class, right? So even if they're small concepts, that's okay. You don't have to do full-blown projects with them. Just get comfortable applying what you're learning in the classroom to the real world. That's what I would be doing if I was in your position, Ilyas. Because start applying it, right? Because before you know it, you'll be applying to jobs, right? Bilal says, I mean, what is one thing which these AI agents can't do, which a very good senior would be able to do? Very little, Bilal. Very little. The human side of it, as far as like measuring the business impact, talking to stakeholders, organizing the stakeholders, doing the human validation side would be some of the very few things that come to mind, Bilal, but not many. From a tech skills perspective, not many, and it's probably zero. I really think that's the honest answer, right? There's very, very few tech things that AI can't do nowadays. If you guys have an example of one, I'm open to hearing about it. Vignesh says, currently I'm in India. The catch is if someone name ends with SH, like mine, just know he is Indian. All right, thanks a lot for that, Vignesh. I usually don't like to make assumptions on people's location. But yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate the little hint there. Welcome to everybody on Instagram. I'm mostly getting Instagram people today. YouTube is a little slow this morning. Bilal says, people say AI has bugs. AI wouldn't be able to system design. I believe you just have to prompt it right at the end of the day because people learn with the projects they work on. AI hasn't learned. Bilal, what makes you say that? Because I would disagree with you. AI does do system design. People think that it doesn't because they just don't know any better. But I think it does great on system design, system architecture, all of that. You just have to ask it to do that part of it, right? So Also, I mean, you mentioned prompting, and remember, guys, prompting is a skill. Prompting is 100% a skill, right? So it's possible that you're just prompting it wrong. Everyone thinks they're a good prompter, but they're usually not. They make too many assumptions, they don't give enough information, right? And the resulting quality of what AI produces for you will reflect that. So Bilal, if you want to add more information to that, I'd be interested in hearing about it. But prompting is a skill, and AI does know system design. You just have to be open to teaching it, or to asking for it, excuse me. Right? AI has learned from millions of projects. I think it's more than millions, Bilal. You know, one time I got curious and I asked an LLM to estimate, I think I asked ChatGPT, I asked it to estimate how many lines of code there are on GitHub. It came up with 3 trillion lines of code. 3 trillion lines of code. So I think it's more than just a couple million projects below. But to your point, AI has been trained on a ton of code. And that's another reason why it disappoints me that software engineers can't seem to realize that they're dead, right? Because there's 3 trillion lines of code on GitHub. And by my own estimate, just my own gut feeling, what I know about business, there's probably about 10,000 people working on this problem. A couple 10,000, 10 to 20,000, right? Between OpenAI and Anthropic and Grok and Microsoft, all those people, all those companies, IBM, NVIDIA's, there's probably about a couple 10,000 people working on this problem. A couple 10,000 people working against 3 trillion lines of code. They're gonna solve coding, guys. It's gonna be solved. Like it's just on the numbers alone, it's silly to believe otherwise, right? Like they're gonna solve it, period. Um, we'll call you Hamed. Hamed says, what do you think the role of university especially that our universities take long to update their programs, but AI is changing paths so fast? Yeah. Yeah, Hamed, that's a really great question, right? But Hamed, the reality is that, you know, university curriculums have really kind of sucked for a long time, even before AI, right? People say that I pick on software engineers now, but I've always picked on software engineers. I've always said that computer science is a terrible major. It's been a terrible major for like 20 plus years, like 25 years, right? And the reason I say that is because every single computer science curriculum out there is the same. Like seriously, go pick 2 random universities, go look at their computer science curriculums, and they're basically the same. It's the same curriculum, it's the same guy teaching it. None of them have any real world experience, right? They are academics, not practitioners. I mean, it's the world's most terrible degree, right? And it's been that way for a long time, way before AI. AI is just a final push over the cliff, right? So Hamed, I hear you on that, and I'm glad that you're aware of it, but it's a problem that's existed for a long time. And I just don't see it changing. Right? So and the core problem is that the people teaching them have no idea what they're doing. And that's a shame because they give you the assignments, they grade you, they have so much of your future in their hands, and they're basically useless people. As I say in my content, right? Some people are so far behind they think they're leading. Like your typical computer science professor can't even. He's so far behind he can't even imagine what first place looks like, and he's the one grading your assignment. Like that's terrible, right? So Hamed, I hear you on that. I'm glad that you're concerned about that. But again, unfortunately, it's a problem that's been around for a long, long time. That didn't just start with AI. Computer science has been a terrible, terrible degree even before AI. Vignesh says, "What's your YouTube?" Well, I'm glad you asked. It's Data Science with Dennis. All one word at Data Science with Dennis. You can find me over on YouTube, or you can find me here. I multi-stream on YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, and Kick for those of you guys interested. Mohammed says, "What if AI wrote a code with a security leak? Who will take the responsibility?" AI. Mohammed, who takes responsibility now? Nobody, right? Like nobody does, Mohammed. Like my information was lost as part of a hotel leak, like a hospitality leak here in the U.S. maybe like 2 years ago, and the information was stored in clear text. So whoever stole that information has everything about me in clear text. And you know what I got for it? Nothing. They gave a little bit of identity protection coverage, like to a service that was like a terrible service that if I had paid for it was only like $5 a month. So it wasn't like a quality identity protection service. That's it. So Mohammed, I would ask you, who takes responsibility now? Nobody, right? So it's really no different from in the age of AI. I mean, look, guys, just so that we're clear on this, okay? Tech companies are not your friends. Tech companies are run by psychopaths, right? By sociopaths. So, like, Mohammed, don't assign any like great wonder to the current people developing software. They're not special people. They're terrible people, right? So that's what I would tell you, Mohammed. Who takes responsibility now? Like nobody. So, like, what do you want me to tell you, right? Vignesh says, "All right then, how do I learn prompt engineering?" Well, Vignesh, you want to start with prompt engineering, but that's still a little bit like behind, right? What you would really want to look at is something known as context engineering, because that's really what you're doing. You're shaping the context that you give to your AI, and then you're writing prompts within that context to help you, get to the answer, get to the resolution that you want. So I want you to think about it in bigger terms just than, oh, well, how do I get started with prompting? But for anybody out there getting started, I would tell you to get on the best engine you can. If you can afford a paid plan, I would definitely recommend that. I know that not everybody can do that in every country. I get it. Start working with some of the more current engines because you're not getting the most current engine on the free plans, right? And start typing and start seeing what type of answers you get, and then figure out how you need to shape your prompt to get to a more refined answer from your AI. It's a trial process, right? It's a testing process. But that's okay. We're scientists, right? We're data scientists. We're supposed to try again. We're supposed to experiment, right? So I hope that helps you, Vignesh. Bilal says, "Yeah, I meant that exactly. AI can do everything, but people get it wrong because they don't know how to prompt well." Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree, Bilal. Absolutely. Prompting is a skill, guys. Prompting is a skill. Context engineering is also a skill. Ilya says, "I have another question, please. In Morocco, the data and AI field are a little bit late from the other world. So can you give me advice what to study alone that can help get a good job when I graduate?" Ooh, Ilias, two things. Two things. Don't study something just to chase jobs. That's gonna make you unhappy in the long run. I never advocate for that. I want you to follow your passion in life. That is the best way to have success, right? I think that's the best way to go about your life. Follow something that you're actually passionate about and you want to do. The second thing is I completely disagree that Morocco are late in the data and in AI field. I disagree with that. I get that comment a lot, but I disagree. And I actually did a piece of content on this. So we might want to go find it. But in the past, I might have agreed with you, right? With software upgrades or new rollouts or whatever, right? Yes, some countries were slow to. I get that, right? But now with AI, what you have to realize is that the cost savings and the speed at which AI can help you are so good that no company in any country can afford to ignore it. So Ilias, you might be describing what was true in the past with other technologies, other rollouts, but with AI, it is so good and so effective and so fast, the way you can compress the time of your projects, that it'll spread faster than any other technology, right? Companies simply can't afford to not look at it. And also, I can tell you that because I've gotten inquiries from all around the world, right? From people wanting to use AI more and more. But that's what I would tell you, Ilias. Be very careful of that. It's not going to be the same as other rollouts or other things you might have seen in the past. It simply can't be ignored. AI simply can't be ignored. It's too good. It's too good, right? Carthy, have you been here before? You might have been here before, so welcome back. Carthy says, well, IT companies will not be affected with the AI changes as they own the data. It's their wealth. My question on the IT field is more on the roles it consists than beyond SDEs, of course. Yeah, Carthy, that's not what IT does. So Carthy, you didn't follow what I asked. I asked you to define what IT means to you, because that's not what it means. You're making the typical error, but that's not IT. That's not IT, Carthy. Vignesh says any course you have or YouTube vids or any alternative courses online that are going to teach. I assume you mean prompting. No, Vignesh, I don't have anything yet for prompting. I'm kind of working on something, but I don't have anything yet for prompting. Welcome everybody over on Instagram. Thanks for being patient with your questions. I'm trying to get to everybody's chat. Krishna says, can we ask Opus if buying an AI computer now is a long-term investment, considering the price of the memory have spiked up in 5 years' time? It might even double or triple. Okay, so Krishna, give me a prompt. Give me a prompt, because you're asking a general question there, but give me a prompt to actually put into Opus. And anybody in the chat is welcome to give me a prompt. I'll put it into Opus. This is a live window. It's Opus 5. I do have access to Fable, but I'm off Fable because it's too slow. I'm a clicking monkey, right? So I need more more speed than Fable 5 is able to give. Give me a prompt, Krishna. Put a prompt in the chat. Hamed says, exactly, I'm glad you understand, but unfortunately we need those degrees. Maybe not everywhere, but many countries still require. Yeah, Hamed, I'm not advocating for anybody to drop out of college. I think you shouldn't be a CS major, and I think you should get a 4-year degree in anything. But I am a fan of the humanities right now. I think humanities degrees are going to be very valuable. But yeah, finish out your program, right? Even a bad 4-year degree is still better than no degree, right? So yeah, Hamed, and for anybody else in the chat, completely agree that you should get a college degree. Just be very careful on what you choose. Tafiq says, why do people call you Aziz? I don't know. People just do. And that's okay. That's one of the things that will happen when you're on social media. So people call me Aziz, that's cool. I said a video, I had a video where I just said, okay, Aziz is cool. And I said Safi. That video got like 1 million views. So being Aziz has been a very very good thing. Mohammed says, as a beginner, how can I know a specific field that I really like? I don't know. I don't know, Mohammed. It's just something you feel, right? It's just something that attracts you or draws you in a different way than anything else, right? I mean, it's kind of like asking, like, how do you fall in love? Like, it just happens, right? You just know that a field kind of calls to you. I mean, you might want to study the field at a high level and then see, like, hey, that sounds fun, right? Like that's kind of what happened with me in data science. When I wanted to switch out of software development, I started, looking around, and back then data science was still kind of new, or at least like new in like the mainstream. And I was like, oh, it sounds like it's statistics and probability and coding and predictions, right? And I thought, I kind of like that. I kind of like statistics. I've always been good with numbers. I love studying probabilities. And then that's how I started to, like, dedicate myself to that, right? Because the components of it were very attractive, right? Could look at it that way, right? Do you find the components of a particular field attractive? Amar, I think it's your first time, so welcome. Amar says, "Hello, can you say some words on the future of data scientists or what path or skills to choose?" Yeah, sure. So Amar, the data scientist of the future will be heavily aided by AI. The role itself will still exist, and it will be very aided by AI. And what that means is that your soft skills, your creativity, your imagination, your ability to interpret results, your ability to understand the business are going to be the key skills that you need as a data scientist. It won't be about modeling or how strong your Python is or math, anything like that. It'll be more about you as an individual with your own creative and business skills. And I say that because everything else, right? Everything else, the coding, the modeling, the analytics will be done by AI. You'll have your own AI that does that. I'm pretty confident that that's what the data scientist of the future looks like. Yannick says, what is your job right now? Software engineer or data science? What is my job? Dude, you're looking at it. This is my job. What do you think I'm doing here? I do social media full time. Now, with that, it brings me coaching clients. So I do have clients that I take on for one-on-one career coaching. I work with students, early career, mid career, and I also work with executives. Um, I've placed more than 18 people now in new positions. I've placed people with some very large companies, including Apple. I've had 2 recent placements at Apple. Um, I work with executives. I help executives with strategy and leadership. Um, yeah, I mean, I basically help people with their data careers. And if you want to get an example of my coaching, click on the link that's in your chat. I have trained a digital twin using AI that gives you information in the same way that I would give it to you. It's not generic advice. I have trained my AI to have the same tone and the same quality of advice that I would give you in a live session. So if you want to try that, you can do that by clicking on the link in your chat, and you can see that I give you 25 years of experience. I have experience working in all kinds of companies, all kinds of roles, and now I do coaching. I do coaching in the content creation. It's always weird when people ask me that question, like, Like, you guys think this is easy? You think it's easy to live stream? This is hard. This is like the hardest, guys, social media is like the hardest job I've ever had. Like, it's fun and it's flexible, but it's hard. It is super hard to do content. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Um, Carthy says, for me, IT field is the process of storing, handling, and serving data to users efficiently. Um, Maybe. Look, Carthy, the part you're missing is that IT is mostly dealing on the hardware side. So when you guys hear about IT, it really should be IT and IS. IT is the hardware side, right? Your data centers, your servers, your racks, your routers, your what is the other one? Your switches, right? All of that. All those things in itself are a skill. On the IS side is basically the software side, right? And that's more where like your software developers are, your authorization, your authentication, all that stuff, right? So that's the perspective you're missing there, Carthy. Ahmed says, is it real that there in the US recruiters don't care about your degrees, they just care about your skills knowledge? No. No, absolutely not, Hamed. Get, Getting a degree is important. Not having a degree might very well exclude you from some jobs, from a lot of jobs, actually. So, speaking of the coaching that I do, I recently worked with a client where we had to talk about that. Where it's really easy to say, oh, they're not going to hire me because my English isn't perfect, or because I need a visa sponsorship, or because I don't have 3 years of experience, I only have one. But the bottom line is that if you don't have a college degree, that is probably the number one reason why somebody wouldn't look at your resume. It's just a 4 year degree, no matter where it's from, right? Whether it's a top school, a bottom school, or a good degree, bad degree, it's become the price of admission, to do this, right? It's become the price of admission just to get like your resume read. Carthy says, and you have a great memory. Yes, I've been here before. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've always had a decent memory. I don't know if it's great because I've met people with really great memories. But I may be old, but I'm not dumb. I still have a couple things working up here. Ilya says, is doing a part-time job in parallel while still studying a good thing? And also, where can we find that kind of job offers? I think working through college is a healthy thing. I did that. I worked my way through college and I still graduated on time, which was a miracle. I think it's healthy. And where can you find that kind of job offer? I don't know for Morocco, Ilias. I couldn't comment on that. That's not my specialty. Okay, so Krishna has given us a prompt in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and copy it. And let's put it in the Claude. With memory prices going up and AI demand growing, is it worth it to buy an AI computer like NVIDIA DGX Spark, or is it okay? Okay, I don't know if I'd agree with calling the Spark a supercomputer, but let's see what Claude says. It's a good question. I don't know if I would have written it that way, but that's okay. So Krishna, let's see what this gives us. Again, guys, you'll notice that I switched to Opus 5 because I do have access to Fable, but it was just a little too slow. It was annoyingly slow. Okay, so let's see what Claude says. The memory thesis is legitimate. Okay, expecting RAM to stay tight through 2028. UBS doesn't expect balance until Q2 of 2020. Okay. So the reflex of wait, it'll be cheaper is genuinely less reliable than usual. Okay. Oh wow, I did not know this. The Spark went from $3.99 to $46.99 in February, explicitly blaming memory supply. Wow, I did not know that, guy. But the Spark is the wrong box to buy at this price. Okay, so they announced a new one in June, arriving late 2026. So that's a couple months away, right? Because we're practically in late 2026, right? Windows native in desktop and laptop form. Wow. That's month away, not years. Okay, cool. Second, the Spark was never a value inference box. Consistently landed up being development and research tool. Great when unified with memory. At $46.99, that positioning gets harder to defend. Okay, so in other words, Claude thinks it's overpriced. The one case where buying now makes sense if you need CUDA parity with data center Blackwell, fine-tuning locally, then deploying the same stack to cloud. The Spark is the only thing that does that in a 6-inch box. If you want to run large models for privacy, rent first. Spark capacity is 75 cents an hour, which is 6,000 hours to break even before electricity. Okay. All right, so whose prompt was this? Was this Krishna? Who was this? Okay, so Krishna, what do you think? It's your prompt. I think that the summation is that Claude is telling you to wait. The RTX Spark will be released soon. It doesn't talk about pricing, but it's basically telling you, hold on. And it's also telling you that if you really want a Spark, you're better off paying 75 cents an hour. Which is really not bad advice, right? Especially if you just want to build a model or experiment around a little bit. That's not terrible advice. So yeah, what do you think, Krishna? It's your prompt. Dylan says, what do you think of the 4090 GPU? Dylan, I'm not sure I have an opinion on that. I am admittedly not always up to speed on the latest hardware development because I usually just, rent my hardware, right, with a cloud account. And also, I mean, I'm kind of locally, I'm a big fan of the silicon chips, right? The Apple silicon. That's just kind of what I use on a day-to-day basis. So, Dylan, I'm not sure if I have an opinion on that. Um, Eagle says Labubu Secrets. What does that mean? I mean, I have a Labubu. I never really shown this one, but have you guys seen this one? I do have a Labubu. I think the first time I'm showing it. This is from Microsoft. It's my uh, they were calling it Postgres Malone, which I thought was a great name. This was my gift from Microsoft after being at Microsoft Ignite last year. Microsoft was really generous and easy for. He made it very easy for Ignite last year, and this was their parting gift. This was the going home gift. My little, it's the only Labubu that I have because I wouldn't even know where to buy these things. Amazon, I guess. But this is my only Labubu that I have. So, who was it? Who mentioned it? So Eagle. I don't know if that's what you meant, but this is my only Labubu. I keep it on my desk as a reminder because that was a really nice trip. Microsoft was very generous to me. So yeah, that's my little Labubu. Dylan says you like Apple products better. I do. I do. I made the switch to Apple maybe 10 years ago, something like that. And I haven't looked back since. Me, it's a very convenient ecosphere to be working in. And the silicon chips, I have an M1 Mac Mini, I have an M3 notebook, and then I have a studio, I have a Mac Studio, and I think that's an M4. Let me look at that. Yeah, yeah, my Mac Studio is an M4 Max. I've had a Mac Studio on my desk for about a year. I bought it last summer. Yeah, I just like the Apple products. The Apple products are very, very convenient. Krishna says, I think it's too early to buy hardware to run models locally. I would probably wait to see how the hardware market is progressing. Um, well, Krishna, are you saying that because of the hardware or because of the models themselves? Because I would tell you that there's a lot of people doing experimentation with local models. Like to me, that's one of the next great things to be explored. So don't let hardware hold you back from that because there's people making some very big advancements with local models. And I don't mean developing them, I mean using them and implementing them, right? I have a couple of friends who are very, very good at that. Very popular. I don't want to call it a hobby because it's more than a hobby. But Krishna, don't let that hold you back because you would otherwise be falling behind from the people that are saying, I don't care about hardware, let me just play with local models, right? I think it's healthy to play with local models, you know. I think that's a good thing, right? I think it's an important skill for the future. Companies will be looking for that. But don't let that hold you back, Krishna. Don't let the hardware side hold you back. You should definitely be exploring uh, local models. Because I feel, okay, I should have read the rest of your statement. Because I feel the models keep improving and your hardware might get outdated, and in order for you to run a DeepSeek Flash model, you need 2 Sparks and it costs 10K. Okay, well, why are you running DeepSeek? You know, guys, I'll go on record as saying this. To me, DeepSeek is the last model you will ever catch me running. Why are you supporting a model that actively acknowledges that they censor their results? DeepSeek censors their results. That's not a controversial statement. That's a fact. Right? Why would you be using DeepSeek? What are you doing, dude? Right? So, Krishna, your problem is not that 2 Sparks cost 10K, it's that you're using DeepSeek. Dylan says, want to try to do neural networks and look up what it would take to make a large language model. Tell me it would cost like 20 grand and have 8 different GPUs. Um, Not necessarily, Dylan, because what is large? What is large? What is the problem you're trying to solve? There's a lot of people moving to small language models. There's a lot of people moving to very specialized models for a particular industry or even a particular company. So you really can't say that, Dylan. You can't say, oh, it would cost 20 grand and 8 different GPUs if you don't know the problem you're trying to solve. So Dylan, I would challenge you and say that you're looking at the wrong end. You're looking at the implementation end when you haven't looked at this end and said, well, wait a minute, what is it that I'm trying to solve? Who are my stakeholders for this? What is the target? What is the business issue that I'm trying to solve? You're like 20 steps ahead over here, so which means that you're talking without a foundation. So Dylan, I would push back on that and disagree and say, well, you don't know that, right? You don't have enough information to say anything, right? So I would caution you on that you simply don't have enough information for that. What is it that you're trying to solve? I mean, if you're doing like a small language model that's intended for speed or intended for a particular industry, you could run that on a simple server, right? So yeah, that's what I would tell you there. Krishna says, since memory prices are crazy, I'm wondering if this would be an investment considering long term. Well, Krishna, I think it sounds like what you really do is explore local models, and that's good. But you're getting too caught up in the memory and hardware side. There's still value in learning the local models without you getting too caught up in this other stuff, right? You still have to learn how to implement them, how to update them, how to actually use them, right? How do you use them? How do you use them on their own? How do you use them in the harness? Like, there's so many, like there's a set of like 50 other things you could be learning that you're blocking because of one thing, memory prices, right? But I think you kind of need to flip those around in how you're prioritizing them or how you're going about them. So something for you to think about there. Um, let's see. Krishna says the new Flash 70731 is really good. What is that, Krishna? I mean, that sounds like a version number, but of what? Of what? Krishna says, I don't know about the sensor thing. I'm just giving an example. But you should know about the sensor thing. Like, you're using the models, right? Why wouldn't you investigate that, right? Krishna says, by the way, only Chinese models are open source at the moment that are good enough. Krishna, but there's a lot of problems with that, right? Um, Look, we had a similar discussion about other countries on a recent stream. Here's what I would ask you to consider. Go look at these countries and go look at their record of intellectual property rights. There's an organization out there called WIPO, WIPO, the World Internet Intellectual Property Organization. Go look at the different violations that these countries and companies within these countries have. I would challenge you that if you take a meta look at everything going on, everything that goes on in the world, the US innovates and everybody else copies. And that goes for tech, for music, for movies, for books, for a lot of things, right? So I would tell you to be careful about that because some of these Chinese models have clearly been distilled from US models. Like, that's not, again, not a controversial statement. That's a fact, right? So, Krishna, how can Chinese models be leading? They're not innovating. They don't innovate, they copy, right? So be careful. Be careful with that. Be careful with rushing to, anoint some of these models when they don't innovate, they copy. If you guys want another example and you guys want to look at the Chinese EV cars, because I know everybody talks about the EV cars in China, if you want some really good reading, go out there and read about Steve Saleen. If you don't know about Steve Saleen, you shouldn't be praising the EV cars. So the Saleen, his last name is Saleen. Go read about Steve Saleen and his experience with the Chinese car market. You want a good read, go read that. And then come back and tell me how much China is innovating in their technology, right? So again, don't mean to pick on any individual countries, but be careful with that line of thinking. Are they innovating? or are they copying? And that goes for a lot of the world. That goes for a lot of the world. All right, guys. So much for joining in. I stream every day from Wednesdays to Sundays. So feel free to keep on coming back. I will still be streaming again tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day of this week. And then we'll go from there, right? But as always, I want to thank you for joining. And please take care of yourselves, take care of your families. And I will see you again tomorrow. Hey, everybody. How are you? So good to see you. Happy Sunday. We are here to get together one more time to talk about AI, data science, machine learning, careers, life, whatever you guys want to talk about, I am here for it. So I hope that you're doing well. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know where you're checking in from. I'm already seeing people joining in on Instagram. Let me know what you guys are up to. What do you have going on this Sunday? For some of us, it's still the weekend. For other people, I know that Sunday is the first day of the week. So how are you? How's your day going? Or in some cases, how was your day? Because some of you are already on the other side of the world, so maybe you're towards the end of your Sunday. I am just starting my Sunday, although I am starting a little late today. I'm starting kind of late today. I kind of slept really late. You know, had a really nice sleep. I slept so good last night, so woke up late. Over on Instagram, thanks for joining in. Let me get people already coming in with questions. Schneider says, hey, what's up? Hey, how are you, Schneider? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Jody, welcome back. I know it's not your first time. Pretty sure you've been here before. Jody says, Dennis, I need your opinion, man. I think I am cooked. Okay, lay it on me. What do you want to talk about, Jody? What's the issue at hand? You know, the beauty of this stream is that I have no agenda. So whatever you guys want to talk about, let me know. What's on your mind, guys? What's going on? Sounds like Jody has something on their mind. So Jody, let me know what you need help with. But I am here to talk about anything you guys want. I am fresh. I am awake. I slept for maybe like 10 hours last night, you know, in that real quality sleep. You know, the quality sleep where you have dreams and you know you're in a deep sleep and all that. Oh, that felt so good last night. Mohammed says, hi. Hey, Mohammed, nice to see you again. Hope that you're doing well. But yeah, I slept really good last night, so I'm ready to talk about anything and everything, guys. Whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm here for it. Let me know how you're doing. What are you up to? Where are you checking in from? I love having followers all over the world. My analytics tells me that I have followers in a lot of countries. So I want to hear from you guys. Let me know what's going on. Let me know, what are you working on? What are your projects? What are your side projects? What is the side project to your side project to your side project? Because we all have those. Don't tell me you don't have those. Everybody has those, right? So let me know what's going on. JPS over on Instagram. JPS, oh my gosh. You know what, JPS? JPS says, start with why software engineering dead. JPS, you answered your own question. Guys, I want you to take a look at JPS. No good morning, no how are you, no hello, doesn't greet me, doesn't greet the room. JPS, you have terrible soft skills. JPS, you are the reason why software engineering is dead. Why would anybody hire you? JPS, why would anybody hire you? So JPS, you answered your own question. You are why software engineering is dead. And guys, you know, I've been saying that. Like, software engineers do not help themselves. They're terrible communicators, they're neckbeards, they sit in the corner by themselves. You are your own biggest problem, JPS. Abdul says, when you say software engineering is dead, does that mean computer science is also dead? Sure, absolutely. You know, guys, I think people try to make too many distinctions in the world of computer science and software engineering. It's all just code monkeys. It's all just code monkeys. But I'm a system architect. You're a code monkey. You're a code monkey. 3 trillion lines of code on GitHub didn't write themselves, guys. We didn't get to 3 trillion lines of code on GitHub because nobody's writing it. So Abdul, yes. Don't get into those distinctions of this and that. It's all code monkey. It's all code monkey work. Jody says, I am recently wrapping up a master's in data science. Okay. With hopes for being a data scientist, I think is what you meant to write. With the AI boom, do you think I am wasting time or being counterproductive? I really enjoy this. Jody, I think you're going to be okay. Jody says, I'm a St. Lucian living in Trinidad. You are followed all over the world. Thank you for that, Jody. I appreciate that. So Jody, I'm glad you put in that second thought, because my question to you would be, are you planning to work remotely from Trinidad, or are you finding local opportunities, or are you planning to move? Because Jody, I think you're going to be okay as a data scientist, but your location might be a bigger problem than AI. So let me know, Jody, if what your plans are there, because that could also play into it, right? And I get this, guys. I get people who come to me with different issues or problems, and they think their problem is X, but they've kind of become blindsided to the fact that their problem is Y. Like, I have people who come to me wanting to be a data scientist, but they don't have a 4-year college degree. That's your biggest problem, not I don't know data science, right? So Jody, let me know about that, because I think you're going to be okay. The data scientists of the future are going to be heavily aided by AI, right? You're going to have more creativity, more soft skills, more stakeholder skills, more implementation and measurement skills. But the modeling and everything else will basically be handled by AI, right? So I think as a data scientist, you're going to be okay. But let me know about your location. What are your plans there? I mean, for all I know, Trinidad is a hotbed of data science activity. I'm ignorant. But let me know what you're planning there, Jody. Mohammed says, if AI is going to do all the work for me or most of it, why do I have to learn the concepts in the stage of learning? You probably don't, Mohammed. I don't advocate for it. Like, I've given that advice before for new people. Don't start by saying, let me go look at Python 101 and start learning Python. Like, that's the old way, right? I've never advocated that, Mohammed. So if anything, work on your communication, on your soft skills, on your business skills, right? Understanding the business side of things. But yeah, Mohammed, I would not advocate you for having to learn like those base concepts. If I had said something contrary to that, let me know, because that's definitely wrong, but I don't think I have. I'm pretty consistent in my messaging. Eamon, I think it might be your first time. Welcome, Eamon. I'm thinking of what major should specialize in IT. So to be honest with you, I want to specialize in DevOps or cloud engineering, but I don't have any experience on those, and I just graduated from my college. So did you mean that you're thinking about the field to specialize? Because you said the major to specialize in IT, but you already graduated. Or maybe you're talking about a master's? You said you graduated. Eamon, please clarify. What do you mean? You're trying to choose your career path, or you're trying to choose a study path? I'm kind of lost. You kind of gave conflicting information there. So Eamon, please clarify. Amin, welcome. I don't speak Darija, so I don't know what that means. Mohammed says, is there a future in sysadmin Linux? Yes, but I don't think that would be your only role. I think that people who are sysadmins are going to be expected to do more with AI. So maybe in the past, a sysadmin or a Linux administrator was like a role, but that will probably become a hybrid role involving other things. At least that's what my gut tells me. I'm happy to be wrong on that. I definitely don't put myself out there as a systems expert. I know just enough Linux to be effective in what I need as a data scientist. I'm definitely an advocate for studying Linux. I think Linux is a very good skill to have if you want to work in a corporate environment. But yeah, that's what I would tell you, Mohammed. Like, yes, you can go into that field, but be prepared to do other things in addition to. We'll call you BK. BK says, "Have you tried Codex? I think it's getting better than Claude." Ooh, BK, love the question. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate that observation. And BK, I think you're right. I have heard the same thing. I have some very good, trusted colleagues that I keep in contact with, other people in the media. And yeah, they're telling me the same thing. I'm definitely hearing very, very positive things about Codex. I have it on my to-do list to go back and try them because I hear that their plans are, even on their $20 plan, it's you still get a lot of time. There's been a lot of usage resets recently, which is basically like free tokens, right? But yeah, BK and for anybody else in the chat, I am definitely hearing good things about Codex. I was an OpenAI guy from the beginning. I basically had their subscription as soon as they offered it. And I felt like Codex was on kind of a downslope. At one point, they even gave me early access to one of their coding models. And that one really turned me off because it was such a terrible model. I thought it was horrendous. That I said, you know what, let me go try Claude. So I think I caught OpenAI on a downslope, but ever since then, they've been on an upslope, doing good stuff. So I am thinking of that because I do spend quite a bit of money on Claude, but I do hear that Codex is solid. So BK, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, definitely OpenAI and Codex is worth looking at. And by the way, I'm also starting to hear early good things about the latest Grok models. I think Elon Musk is a sociopath. I don't like supporting him. So take that for what you will. But I am also hearing very, very positive things about Grok. Welcome everybody. Thanks for being patient in the chat. I'm seeing a bunch of questions. I'm trying to get to them. Give me just a second. Okay, so Jody says, I am working remotely right now. Okay, cool, Jody. Yeah, Jody. So I don't know if I'm feeling optimistic about the future of remote work. I obviously, if it continues for you, great. I'm happy for you. I hope that continues for you. I don't know where remote work is going to end up. Something tells me that it could be, kind of touch and go, right? So if that's your plan, great. I think you're on the right track. I don't see you being cooked at all. I mean, that's what you said in your first message. I don't see that. Just keep going. Just keep going. Eddie, my good friend in Marrakesh says, Mr. Dennis, tap water is boiling in Marrakesh. I'm sure it is, Eddie. So Eddie is from Morocco, Marrakesh. For those of you who don't know, Marrakesh is in the middle of the desert. It is blazing hot, I am sure, Eddie. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine how hot it must be out there. So please stay cool as much as you can, Eddie. And really, for anybody in the Northern Hemisphere, you're probably in some warm temperatures, right? So everybody, please stay cool out there. It's just, we can't wait for summer to be over here. So Eddie, nice to see you again. Thanks for coming back, my friend. Jody says, I'm going to apply for your coaching session so we can speak more privately. Appreciate the advice. Yeah, thank you, Jody. Look forward to it. For those of you who don't know, I do offer one-on-one coaching. I don't sell any cheap courses or any of that nonsense. I sell one-on-one coaching. That's what I do. That's how I work best. Click on the link in your chat so you can try out my digital twin. It's completely free to try out. It gives you the same advice that it would give you if we were in a one-on-one session. It's my own AI that I've trained in my tone with my knowledge. So it's not generic advice, I promise you. And if you end up working with me, I work with quite a few professionals. We have a group meet where we all talk. You also meet one-on-one with me. So it's a great resource if you guys are interested. Mohammed says, in the interview, what will I do when they test me? Well, if you're worried about the interview, Mohammed, then you're probably not ready, right? You're probably not ready. I mean, if interviews worry you that much, you're probably just not ready to go. Over on YouTube, let me pay some attention to YouTube. YouTube, we have is it Abhishek? Abhishek, welcome. Nice to see you again. I'm pretty sure you've been here before. Abhishek says, does data analytics have a future? Probably not, Abhishek. Probably not. I'm seeing a lot of good advancements with AI in the field of data analytics. So I wouldn't bank on just being a data analyst in the future. You would probably have to move up to modeling or do something else. Yeah, data analytics tools out there are getting very good, guys. Very good. Adam says, hey, so what are you doing now? Adam, I don't get it. What am I doing now? I'm running a live stream. Or maybe you meant to somebody else's career question? Adam, let me know. Let me know what you mean. Schneider says, tough bald head, by the way. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's hot where I live, so I just thought I'd do something different and just go bald for the summer. My hair grows so fast that I can grow my hair back in no time. I'm not worried about that. But yeah, I just thought I'd do something different. And yes, I know that when I do that with the beard and the sunglasses, it gives me like a tough look and all that. But I'm just me, guys. I'm just trying something different. Just shave your head for the summer. Just do something different. Just do something fun. Um, what is the next path expected after sysadmin Linux? It depends, Mohammed. It depends. I think when I say that you're going to be doing other things, I'm thinking maybe like maybe you become like a storage specialist, right? Storage is going to be important in the future. Well, storage is always important. Maybe you would go into authentication and authorization, like identity management, right? I guess is the bigger field of that. You could go into identity management. Um, on the sysadmin and Linux side, there's always room for more automation, right? Like scripting, right? Now AI will take care of a lot of that, but maybe you would kind of veer off into that. There's a lot of places you could go with that, Mohammed. It just kind of depends on you and your interests, the company you're working for, what the company needs, right? But there's a lot of routes you can go with that. We'll call you Kala. Kala, welcome. I think it's your first time, so welcome to the community. Kala says, I am studying a CS degree. My condolences. Now in China, my double condolences. Which masters would you suggest? Um, I would pick, Paula, I would pick any masters that is not tech. Don't pick any tech masters. Go study the humanities. Go get a psychology master's. Go get a public health master's or something. Something completely unrelated to tech. And then while you're doing that, make sure you keep up with AI. So in other words, you won't be using your CS degree, right? You've wasted your time with a CS degree. It's basically useless, right? So go get a useful master's and study AI in the evenings, and then graduate with that, right? That's what I would tell you. Eamon says, I just graduated from IT. That means I studied everything in general. Do I want to choose my career job because I'm scared of AI? I want to specialize in something. Well, why not specialize in AI, Eamon? You can be an AI specialist. You'll just do it across different fields, right? Well, why not make AI your specialty? Like, like If I was in your position, I would master AI to the point where I could take just about any job in an AI forward organization. So if an AI company, if a company says they need somebody to write code with AI, great, I can do that. You want me to do system admin with AI, I can do that. You want me to do front end with AI, I can do that. So Eamon, why are you not considering AI itself as your specialty? I think that's a valid path. What's going on there, right? Huatu says, good morning. Good morning to you too, Huatu. I think it might be your first time here. Nice to see you. Guys, I appreciate when somebody comes in and says hello, they greet the room, they ask how everyone's doing. It's a small display of good soft skills. Trust me, guys, soft skills are very important. There are other reasons why I say software engineering is dead, and it's because software engineers are terrible people. They are terrible to have in the office. They are way too easy to lay off because they don't talk to anyone anyways, right? So trust me, soft skills, very important. Adam says, by the way, what's a better path, engineer and AI or like a general software engineer? Engineer and AI, and it's not even close. Guys, anything with software engineer in the title is dead. Like 100% dead. Couldn't possibly be any more dead. So Adam, don't even consider anything that has software engineer in the title. BK says, yes, you should absolutely try it. The thing to be aware about is this is a personal opinion. OpenAI is making more stuff free to steal more ideas, just like Microsoft did with Excel, I think. BK, but all the AI labs are doing that, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Claude is better because it doesn't steal it, right? It doesn't steal from you. It does, right? So BK, I hear you on that, but they all do that. They all do that. Mohammed says, but I think it's hard to learn sysadmin with AI in the new way. Not at all. Not at all, Mohammed. Mohammed, I think maybe you need to reconsider what sysadmin means. Because, Mohammed, you sound like a beginner, and that's okay. Everybody was a beginner. But I'm starting to question whether you understand what a sysadmin does. But sysadmins, for a good part of their work, rely on scripts, right? They're not sitting there typing every command fresh. They're writing scripts to do things. Especially when you're talking about being in an organization that has like thousands, if not tens of thousands of employees, right? Like you're not going to sit there and type things out. So Mohammed, I would reconsider what your understanding of sysadmin is. BK says, last thing I said, I am not sure about, but I think Microsoft open sourced some kind of thing that led to stealing the Excel idea from a guy that used the open source thing. So be aware out. Yeah, thank you for that, BK. I appreciate that insight. Adam says, I mean work. Are you working on something? Adam, I'm working right now. You guys think that live streaming's not work? I'm working right now, Adam. Adam, you're a weird dude. You're a weird dude, Adam. I'm working. This is work right now. Adam, when you guys write to me and participate in my live stream, you get a message from my digital twin. I worked to make that happen. That digital twin didn't create itself. So Adam, this is all work, buddy. Come on, Adam, get with the program here. You're seeing the work and you're wondering, where's the work? Come on, Adam. Um, I'm gonna skip a chat there. Uh, Snyder says, does that mean that there will be a moment when we can trust the AI code blindly? Sure, sure, Schneider. I would argue we're already there. I think we are already at the point where you can trust AI code. Now, that doesn't mean you trust the first pass. That doesn't mean that you don't have your own safety checks, right? But we are at a point where you could do that, where you could set up a harness, set up a system for yourself to say, here's my code, right? Here's what I want to accomplish. Here's my code writer. Here's my auditor. Here's my team of auditors. And then here's my final check. Right? See, people aren't thinking in those terms. They think they can just prompt themselves to an answer, they take the answer, and they deploy it. Why would you do that when agents are cheap to create? Agents cost basically zero to create. So even the people who are creating agents, why are you only creating one agent? Create 100 agents. Have 100 different agents audit your code. You can have a code review council that you set up. It literally costs you nothing to do that. Have a code review council with 50 agents on it. Right now, even in the best organizations, one other person reviews your code. And I know this because I work for IBM. I've been through IBM code reviews. One person reviews your work. You can have 50 agents reviewing your work, right? So Schneider, we're already there. And we're only going to get better, right? Coding engines are only getting better. As BK rightly pointed out, the latest Codex engine is putting up some amazing numbers, right? So Schneider, good question, but I would tell you that we're already there. We're already there. Huatu says, hey Dennis, I am also finishing my CS degree. My condolences. What do you think about doing an MBA or something in project management? I don't know the exact name. I'm very good at soft skills. I promise I'm not a typical CS stew. Is that a thing, CS stew? Or maybe you meant to say student. That'd be funny to come up with a CS stew name or something, right? MBAs are so played out. They're so played out. I don't know if they're valuable anymore, to be frankly honest. Project management, maybe. Huatu, have you considered something else like political science or public health or public affairs or communications? Like there's so many more things you could be getting benefit from. Because I think that most tech degrees and even MBAs will be devalued in the future, right? Like I just don't see them holding their value, 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. I just don't see it. AI is going to be too strong, right? So if I were you, I would start thinking, well, eventually I might want to work on Wall Street, or I might want to work, so let me go get a master's in finance, or I'm interested in health, so let me go get a master's in public health, or you know what I mean? Maybe start thinking about like what you really want to do over the long term, instead of like the individual tech skills. I think that's the way of the future there, Huatu. Let me know what you think. I'm open to being wrong on that, but let me know what you think. Huatu says also, which country would you recommend doing the masters in? I don't know. I don't know what countries you have access to, right? Not everybody has access to every country. And also, budgets are a concern, so that's too broad of a question to answer. We'll call you Siobhan. Siobhan says, hello, Dennis. I have started my master's in data science from, is it MIMS College? NMIMS College? Well, congratulations. I'm glad you're doing that. Let me know what your undergrad was in. Please don't say data science. BK says people need to understand that the code that AI writes comes from real code that was written before and shared through Stack Overflow. Some use real enterprise databases, etc. BK, you're right that it was trained on that, but the code it generates is new. That's the generative part of AI. There is no database for generative AI models, right? They're not pulling from a database. They were trained on a collection of code, like a database of code, you could say. But the code and the output they write is new. They do generate that. So I think you're half right there. But to your point, yes, it was trained on human written code. right? I mean, open source has basically come back and bitten every software engineer right in the butt, right? Like, you know what, guys? BK, you're giving me a good opportunity here. And this is one of the reasons why I think software engineers are stupid people, right? Because if you were really a smart software engineer, like you had some brains, you know what you'd be doing right now? You'd be creating a collective of all the software engineers. You'd be getting all your money together, all your funds, go raise some money, go buy GitHub and shut down GitHub. Like the answer is right there in front of them, right? These monkeys have been pushing to GitHub all this time, and because of that, they're gonna just push themselves out of a job, right? Like, why are you still pushing to GitHub? You deserve to lose your job. Like, if software engineers had any brains, they would be doing that. Let's get together. One, we're going to stop pushing to GitHub. Two, we're going to erase all our our public repositories. And three, we're going to shut GitHub down. Go out and buy GitHub and shut it down. Like, seriously, stop being stupid and do something about your jobs. But software engineers are dumb people, right? Okay, Huatu says, I'm currently doing my internship in a bank, so finance. Okay, great. Go get a master's in finance. Go get a master's in accounting. Go get a master's in marketing. Right? Lots of options there for Huatu. BK says, yes, exactly. It's new, but like you said, it was trained on that and it connects the dots based on your prompts. Yes, it does. Principal says, based on training to add to. Yes. Yes, but remember, don't fall into the trap because I see this at all levels. Even executives that I work with think. Everyone thinks that there is some database out there where they can adjust the answer or they can eliminate an answer from or whatever, right? That's not really the case with generative AI. It used to be the case with like the old school chatbots, right? Where you could have like a database of questions and answers and generate and produce an answer that way. But with generative AI, it's trained on other things, but the answers that it generates are literally new. There is no database that it's pulling from. Just keep that in mind. It's an important distinction. BK says software engineering is dead. End of story. They are trying too hard. Personally, I have a business mind. I'm trying to solve problems the smart way. Yeah, BK, I love it. I love your attitude there. Because you know what, BK? What happens when every business person comes to that same realization that you've done, right? Because you're early, BK, and good for you. You're an early adopter, good for you. But what happens when everybody starts thinking that way? When Jenny from accounting no longer needs you as a software engineer. And this is what I've said. I said this just yesterday, but I've said this before. This is the thing software engineers don't understand. They think that there's going to be some sort of massive event or like a massive layoff. That's not the case. It's just going to be that their phone doesn't ring anymore. The phone will stop ringing, right? Because when every business person says, hey, I can do this on my own, you're not emailing the software developers. You don't have to come up with a BRD so that you can talk to them, right? And all their silly requirements that they have. You just do it. And that's where software engineers are just going to go dead, right? Because no one's calling them. Like literally their phone will stop ringing, right? So yeah. BK says, actually, if you build a database around that, it will kind of strip AI from its real meaning, which is to be quick and automate itself. Yeah, absolutely, BK. Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that that's not what you meant in earlier statements, because I do see that error being made. I've been at conferences where even my own colleagues in the media will make that mistake. They'll think that there's some database that they can just go in and pull data out of, and that's just not the case, right? Like I said, that used to be the case. There were plenty of chatbots out there that would use a database of questions and answers, right, in columns, and then you could create answers from that and make it look like you were chatting with a chatbot, right? But yeah, but that's definitely not the case. That hasn't been the case in a while now, at least for most advanced companies. All right, guys, what a great conversation. What a great Sunday. I think this is a good stopping point. I stream every week, Wednesdays through Sundays. So today is my last day streaming this week. Daddy needs his rest. Daddy takes Monday and Tuesdays off. So I won't be streaming the next 2 days, but please come back on Wednesday when I will start up again and start my week. Until then, as always, please take care of yourselves. Hey everyone, how are you? It's so good to see you. Today is Wednesday, which is the start of my streaming week. I am here to stream with you guys, hold space, talk about AI, talk about careers, talk about anything you want, really. So let me know how you're doing. Hopefully you're doing well. I am going to be here for the next 5 days. I stream Wednesdays through Sundays. So please feel free to keep joining me. I do take Monday and Tuesdays off because, everybody's got to rest, right? So today is the start of my week. I hope that you're doing well. I'm already seeing people coming in on Instagram. Eunice, Kirilos, welcome. Zenu, Mohammed says hi. Hey, Mohammed, how are you? C4, nice to see you again. I'm pretty sure you've been here before. X17, is it Fasiha? Fasiha, welcome. Schneider says, what's up? How are you? Is it Schneider? No, Schneidler. We'll just call you V2. V2, how are you? So good to see you. Hussam, Amul, Suka, G-Velo, nice to see you guys. Hope everyone is doing well. I am doing really good. It's the start of my day. It's 8 a.m. where I am. Where are you? What time is it for you? Let me know. I'm always curious about where my followers are from, but we are kicking off another week of streaming. So let me know how you're doing. What are you up to? What do you got going on? What are you experimenting with? What's your project? What's your side project? What's your side project to your side project to your side project? We all have those side projects. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me you don't, because you do. But yeah. C4, geez. C4. C4, what is wrong with you, bro? You don't even say hello or good morning. You just jump right into being aggressive. Come on. You know what, C4? You're obviously a computer science major, which is dumb on your part. Um, Look at your message. This is why you're not going to get a job, my guy. I mean, you don't have the personality skills to say hello, good morning. My name's C4 and I'm from this. How are you today? C4, read your message. You want to know why you're not going to get a job? Read your message. Soft skills are important, guys. In the age of AI, soft skills are super important. C4, AI is not your biggest problem. You are your biggest problem. You don't write messages like that, my guy. Be better than this. Yes, everybody else in the chat wants to look at an example of what not to do, how not to get hired. Read that message by C4. A lack of soft skills is a very, very detrimental thing in today's workforce. We'll call you MO2. MO2 says, hey, hello, MO2. How are you? Nice to see you. Let me know where you're from. Zach says, I'm studying software engineering. Thanks for Zach, I'd like to motivate you to find a new major. How can we motivate you to do that? What year are you in, Zach? What year are you? Zuhir says it is 5 p.m. in Germany. Nice, awesome. I love having viewers from all over the world. I don't get a lot in Asia and not a lot in Germany. So it's nice to see that I'm picking up traction in Germany. Awesome. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for being here. 4508, welcome. Prol, welcome. Down syndrome says, I just applied for CS in university. Was it a good decision? Okay, Down syndrome, the good thing about your situation is that you said you applied, which means you haven't started, you haven't committed anywhere. So I would like to encourage you to think about a different major. I think computer science is dead. Software engineering is dead, right? So Down syndrome, you still have time. That's your biggest bonus. Your biggest asset right now is time. You have time to switch out, right? So what I would tell you is go to my profile, go to the highlights in my profile. You're going to find a highlight named Roadmaps. Within those roadmaps, you're going to find my guide for college students. I tell you what I would be studying if I was in college right now, what I would be doing. And basically, get yourself a humanities degree, or basically like a non-tech degree, and even some of the non-engineering degrees. Get yourself like a humanities degree, and then do your own prompting and AI study at night for at least 2 hours every single day that you go to college. I want you to graduate with a humanities degree and a lot of hours of AI and prompting. If you can do that, you will be a very desirable, very dangerous candidate in candidate upon graduation, right? So that's what I would tell you, Down syndrome. Your biggest advantage is that you can still move, right? I mean, I think the people right now who are already in the program, who are already in their second year, third year, fourth year of a CS degree are in awful danger, right? Danger, danger, danger. So you can avoid that by switching now. Drek, welcome. Manilo, nice to see you. Is it Kvino? Kvino, welcome. Jazwan, nice to see you guys. Is it Hillary? We'll call you Hillary. Hillary, welcome. Sub-Zero, what a name. I love that. Is it Khadija? Khadija says hello. Hello, Khadija. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you guys here. Down syndrome says no. I'm talking about cybersecurity. Who uses Down syndrome? Come on, be better than this. Who uses CS for cybersecurity? Okay, you know what? I don't even know if you know what you applied for. Be better than that. Come on. Is it we'll call you Shung. Shung says, "Hello, DRCs. Greetings from Morocco. I am a software engineer too. My condolences. However, I do want to start in game development. Any ideas or suggestions for this?" Shung, have you seen some of the example games that have come out from working with Anthropic? Um, if you want, it just happened like in the last 2 weeks. Go look up the tweets by Matt Schumer. He showed the prompt that he used to come up with a Call of Duty replica using Claude Code. Actually, I think he just used Claude Desktop, technically speaking. But he created an entire Call of Duty, shoot 'em up style game with a single prompt within Claude Code. So that's where I would tell you game development is heading, right? Game development is heading towards a very AI-driven approach to it. And if you wanted to get more sophisticated with it, you certainly could, right? You could be using Claude Code to write to, one of the engines like the Unreal Engine. I think that's what it's called, right? The Unreal Engine and start doing that, right? Because Unreal Engine is, been code driven, right? You need the assets and all that. But you could start doing that too, right? The bottom line is don't go and start like from a blank piece of code. Start it with a prompting approach. That's very possible. And like I said, it's possible you wouldn't even need an additional engine or a lot of fancy software or hardware. You can just do it within Claude. So that's what I would tell you, Shun. Go look up the tweet by Matt Schumer. He provides the actual prompt to use, and he provides the game too. From what I saw, it looked to be like a very nice game. I mean, for a single prompt within Claude, it was a pretty good effort as a first pass, right? You could choose to take that and refine it, and you'd have a pretty darn good game. So that's what I would tell you, Shun. Don't start like from a blank sheet. Game development is about to completely be turned upside down. Nada, welcome. Cyber Barat, nice to see you. Faria, Shoel, Farid, nice to see you guys. Thanks for being here. Is it Ariel? Ariel, nice to see you. Okay. Give me just a second here, guys. I have to do a little bit of cleanup on my end. Um, I'm going to come back to the chats over on Instagram, but I want to go over to YouTube where we have the good doctor. He is back, never misses a chat. This guy is amazing. He doesn't even miss a chat when he's in the car. Dr. Casual Economist has entered the chat. Thanks so much for being here, my friend. Casual Economist says, Dennis, the data menace, good morning. Good morning to you too, my friend. How are you? I think that some people in the chat could learn from the good doctor here because I think you just missed it, Casual Economist, but we had some people being rude in the chat, just jumping in, no greeting, nothing. So I'm glad that you're here to show these young people how to say hello. But I hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope that you're staying cool out there. I assume that it's very warm out where you live. It's certainly warm where I live. But glad you're here, my friend. Hope you had a I was gonna say hope you had a good weekend, but it wasn't your weekend. It's been my weekend. But glad you're here. Okay. V2, and we'll just call you V2. V2 says, I'm a freshman IT student, software development. Okay, we're going to come back to that. And there is a lot of confusion about it in Iraq. Is it the same as software engineering? Ooh, so you know what? This might be a good opportunity. This is a good opportunity to talk about a topic that I think I've seen a lot of people make this mistake recently. So, B2, I have a problem with your first statement. You're a freshman IT student, software development. Okay, guys, so remember, there is IT and there's also IS. There's IT and there's IS. Information technology, information systems, right? Now, I'm open to people telling me I'm wrong on this because, there have been some slight changes over the years. But traditionally speaking, IT refers to the more hardware based things in the tech world, right? So that's going to be your servers, your networks, your protocols like your Ethernet protocols and packets and things like that, right? Your switches and your routers. That's more of the IT side. The IS side, the information system side, is more about that. It's more about the system side. And generally speaking, software development or anything having to do with software and programs and specific apps falls under the IS side. So I have a problem with your initial statement. You're not actually an IT student, you're actually an IS student. And I say that because you say that you're in software development, right? If you told me you were in networking studies, okay, yeah, now you're an IT student, right? But if you're a traditional software developer, you're not going to be out there racking servers and things like that, right? Working in data centers. Because that's not you, that's IT, right? So, guys, how we express ourselves is very important. The vocabulary we choose to use is very important. I can tell if you're a legitimate data scientist within 10 minutes of talking to you mostly because of your vocabulary, right? How you talk about your projects. So make sure you're getting it right from the beginning. You are an IS student if you are in software development. And is it the same as software engineering? Yes, it is. Don't let anybody tell you differently. Software engineering, software development, code monkey, it's all the same, right? Code monkey, software development, software engineer, same things. But I'm special. I work on system architecture and scale. You're a code monkey. Just shut up. Write the code, you little code monkey. That's all you do. Right? So yeah. So V2, that's your answer, right? You're an IS student and you're in software development, you're in software engineering, you're getting a degree in being a code monkey. Good question. Dragonborn says, hi, hello Dragonborn, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Is it Shub? Shub, welcome. Nice to see you guys. Is it Begim? Begim, welcome. Amine, welcome. Jessica herself. Okay, welcome, Jessica. Glad that you cleared that up for us so we didn't confuse you with any other Jessica. Shung says, I agree with you. Yeah, I've already seen something related to AI generated games. Thank you so much. Yeah, Shung, that's only going to keep growing. AI generated games are going to, like, they're right now, they're a rocket prepared to go to the moon right now. The power of the current engines to be able to program them is like incredible, right? And we're still in a very early stage for that. If you guys want to know what's coming after that, I think it's going to be video editing, right? The next big like unsolved portion of that you can apply AI is video editing. And there's already some very good tools for that. They're not quite there yet, but that's going to be the next field that you're going to see people talking about video editing being significantly better or significantly improved because of AI. Trust me on that. You guys can write that down. Over on YouTube, the good doctor says dehumanizing language for CS majors. This is why I don't miss a stream. Is that dehumanizing? But look, I didn't invent the term code monkey. They invented the term code monkey because they say that they feel like code monkeys. Well, they are code monkeys. When you hear them talk about all these other things they do, that's just a coping mechanism, right? It's a drowning man's plea to keep their jobs, right? So I don't think it's dehumanizing. I think it's just, helping them, get to the natural conclusion where they're headed anyways, right? Because look, you know how many lines of code there are on GitHub? I asked that to a couple of engines, and all of the engines came up with about 3 trillion, just under 3 trillion lines of code on GitHub. Okay. You say you're not a code monkey, but what? The 3 trillion lines of code just wrote themselves? It just appeared out of nowhere? The aliens just dropped all that code into GitHub? They're code monkeys. Like, I don't know. There's no debate, right? they're code monkeys. So when they say they're not, that's just a coping mechanism. It's a drowning man's last cry, right? But thank you, casual economist. Whether you're here for that or for anything else, I sincerely appreciate you, friend. Oh gosh, what a name. Juarez, welcome. But this name is hard. Is it Wiami? Wiami, welcome. 18, nice to see you. Amine, welcome. Oh my gosh, you guys are really challenging me today with the names. Is it Yayar? Yayar says hello. Hello, Yayar. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope everything is good in your part of the world. Um, give me just Yayar says, hey, hello. Can I tell you something? Yes, of course, Yayar. It's an open chat. Feel free to share anything. Feel free to share anything you want in the chat. Melly or Hillary says, hello, everybody. Hello, Hillary. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I think it's your first time. I don't recognize your name. So let us know where you're checking in, Hillary. Yayar says, give me a Claude Pro account. I wish I could, but I can't. I wish I had some Claude accounts to give away. But look, guys, if you want to test a prompt, I do have Claude ready to go. You can see it in my chat, right? On my screen. Put a prompt in the chat and I'll put it into Claude Code. And we can use Fable 5 if you want. Now, I will say this though. I've been doing quite a bit of work in Fable 5 recently. Not a fast engine. Not a fast engine at all, guys. That is the downside to Fable. But yeah, if you guys want to try something, you don't have access to Fable or whatnot, send me a prompt. Put it in the chat. I'll copy it over. Pretty easy. Black, welcome, 39.99. Nice to see you. Ahmed, welcome. 911, welcome. Yamani said, I think it's Yamani. Yamani says, is cybersecurity still good? Maybe. Maybe. Do you like cybersecurity? You know, for everyone in the chat, my biggest wish for you is that when you're evaluating a career, your first question isn't, is AI going to replace this career? I would hope that your first question is, do I like this career? Because if you don't like that career, nothing's going to help you. Whether AI exists or not, who cares? Nothing's going to help you. You got to actually like something to be good at it, to succeed in it, right? So I hope that you're not asking like, well, I know that you're asking because of AI, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying, is it still good, right? So, Yamani, really the question's on you. Do you like it? Does it interest you? Like, do you find some joy in it or some passion in it? Because, guys, I know when I tell you this, I'm sharing like stuff that I did. I was a software developer for a very long time. I've done everything you can think of in C sharp. Like, if you want to challenge me in C sharp, you're gonna have a long day. Pack a lunch. I'm pretty good in C sharp, but I didn't like it. I wasn't passionate about it. I'm passionate about data science, and I've been doing that for the last 15 plus years. And that's why I've been successful in it. That's why I've worked for some of the largest companies doing data science. That's why I've grown my social media accounts from zero, because I actually like this. If you if you follow something you really want to do, then everything else you want in life will follow, right? So yeah, Yamani, I don't know if cybersecurity is good. Do you like it? Only you can decide that, right? Bilal, welcome. I think you've been here before. Mahmoud, nice to see you guys. Azuz, Principal, welcome. 911 started following you. Oh, thanks for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, guys, if you don't follow already, feel free to click on the follow button. I post a good amount of content and you'll get notifications when I am live. Crocs, Sonderless Soul. Jeez. What a heavy name. Sonderless Soul. Jeez. Don Salazar, welcome. Jani, sorry I don't speak Darija, so you're gonna, or whatever that is, I think it's Darija. 911 says, I'm about to start my second year in cybersecurity in university, but I heard a lot of people saying that cyber jobs are very little and hard to get. I want to know if I should stay in the major or change. So 911, same question for you that I asked for Yamani. Do you like what you're doing in cybersecurity? Do you like the field? If you like the field, then you'll find a way for everything else. Right? You'll find a way to get a job. You'll find a way to get the experience. But do you like it? I mean, really, guys, if I could give my younger the younger version of myself advice, is just to find something that I like. I was very successful at being a software developer, but it was ultimately like a waste of my career. Like I don't look upon that time fondly. I wasn't broke. I was making a good living. I was flying all over the world, but I didn't like it. Right? So yeah, same thing. 911. Do you like it? And also, guys, try not to listen to other people when it comes to jobs. The jobs are out there. The jobs are 100% out there. A lot of it has to do with your own mental attitude. Do you think that it's difficult to have jobs or easy? Your outlook determines a lot about your success in getting jobs. It's all in your head. It's all in your outlook, right? And that goes for whatever major you're going after. Farah, welcome. Mr. BZ, Mohammed. Is it? We'll call you Mangela. Mangela, welcome. Masood. Um, is it Isla? Isla says, so what to do if I got in software engineering, drop out? If it's not too late to change majors, I would definitely encourage you to change majors. Software engineering is dead, guys. Software engineering is 100% dead. The technical barriers and the costs for creating apps for basically any platform has gone to zero. And if there's zero cost or zero ability for that job, then it shouldn't be a degree because there's no requirements, right? So right now, being in computer science or software development, software engineering, you're done for. You're absolutely done for. It's like saying, I want a special, my specialty, my career is going to be in teaching people to breathe. There's no skill in that. People know how to breathe, right? You don't have to remind people to breathe. So that's not a job, right? Same thing for software engineering. That's what I hear when I hear somebody say, "I'm going to study software engineering." You're choosing to study teaching people how to breathe. Like there's no job there. People don't need that, right? It's not a needed skill. It's not a needed job. People don't need to be reminded to breathe. So that's software engineering right now. It's a dead profession. So that's what I would tell you is like don't drop out. Get a degree. Getting a 4-year degree in anything is important, I think. But software engineering, don't do that to yourself. Amen, welcome, Enuma. Is it Akram? Akram, Prince, Bass, nice to see you guys. Hillary says, yes, it's my first time here, and I'm glad to be here. Thanks, Hillary. I just want to say that a software engineer focuses more on system architecture, while a software developer focuses on coding apps. Oh, Hillary. Oh, Hillary. You were off to such a good start, and then you blew it up. Hillary, it's all Code Monkey. It's all Code Monkey stuff. You're a code monkey, Hillary. Well, you're not saying that you're a software engineer, but software engineers are just code monkeys. Don't let them fool you with that system architecture stuff. That is nonsense. That is complete nonsense, Hillary. I mean, Hillary, I don't know if you joined when we were talking about that, but there's 3 trillion lines of code on GitHub. Nobody wrote that code? That code just appeared out of nowhere? It's all Code Monkey, Hillary. It's all Code Monkey. Mustafa says, is there any news about AI? Mustafa, there's always news about AI. What are you talking about? This is nothing but AI, right? That's the only news you should be reading about right now. So Mustafa, if you had a specific question, be happy to help you. But yeah, of course there is always news about AI. Or if you guys want to try Fable 5, try something in Anthropic, put a prompt in the chat. I'll put it into Anthropic and we'll see what it gives us. Bass says, what are you doing? What am I doing? What are you doing? What, are you the police or something? What are you doing? What are you doing? Weirdo? Is it Maroa? Maroa, welcome. Elvic the Creator. Wow, what a name. Welcome. Should we call you Mr. the Creator? Welcome, Mr. the Creator. It's JNKR. Okay, we'll call you Janker. Janker, welcome. Omar, nice to see you. Ahmad. Desert Apple 3. Not Desert Apple 2 or Desert Apple 1, but Desert Apple 3. A very specific name. Is it? We'll call you Batter. Batter, welcome. Elvic says Fable 5 on Max. Okay, ball. Yeah, I mean, fortunately for me, this is all a tax write-off, right? All my subscriptions are a tax write-off because I use them in my work. I use them in my coaching. I use them in my content creation. So I get it for free, basically, right? But yeah, thanks for being here. If you want to try a prompt, put a prompt in the chat. You can see how slowly Fable 5 works. Fable 5 is not a fast engine, guys. But yeah, if you guys want to try it, I'm here for it. Water Voltex, welcome. Bass says, what is the most complex task you've accomplished with Fable 5? You know, Bass, that's a good question. I don't think about it. I don't think about what engine I use as much as how much time things have saved me with Claude tools in general, or excuse me, Anthropic tools in general. That's how I think about it. And by far, the most complex things that I've done that have saved me the most time is working with external APIs, right? Now, if you know, some of you that are early in your career or still students aren't going to understand this. But throughout my career as a software developer, there was nothing more challenging than when somebody comes and tells you, "Hey, we need to use this new API from some vendor or from some service or whatever. Can you start writing code so that we can integrate this API?" That to me was always the hardest, most time-consuming task. My standard reply in that situation was always, "Okay, come back in 2 weeks. Let me get my bearings with this new API." So the fact that now you can do that with Claude and say, "Hey, here's a new API, here's a link to the documentation, get me X, Y, and Z from the API," and it can do it in like the matter of minutes, that to me is the most fascinating thing possible. Like, I'm literally seeing the time saving because it would take me a minimum of 2 weeks just to understand the other API, right? Um, so to be able to get up and working with it is incredible. So I worked on a project where I had to integrate 6 APIs into a single project, and it did it in like one day. Like in one day, I had a fully working example that integrated 6 external APIs. Like that's amazing, amazing. If you have experience programming, then you know what I'm talking about. But being able to work with APIs like that in like minutes, like that is like a true verifiable savings that I feel because I know what it takes to do that by hand or you know the old fashioned way. So yeah, so Baz, great question, and I hope that answer satisfies you. But yeah, I mean, to be able to just say, here, I want to use this. Here's a documentation. Go write it for me. Like if you're not amazed by that, I don't know what to tell you. And check your pulse. You're probably dead, right? Like to me, that's just mind blowing that you. Don Salazar says Fable and Opus take so long. I just default to Groxum. Yeah, yeah, Don, I appreciate that sentiment. I am not a fan of Elon Musk. I think the guy's a weirdo. I think the guy is a a con man. So I try to avoid Grok products or X products. Um, I have like 7,000 followers on X that I don't even pay attention to, guys. That's how much I don't like those products. Um, but yeah, Fable is not fast. Fable is not fast. What you can do is just downgrade. Well, I shouldn't say downgrade. You can just move to Opus 4.8. You know, guys, you don't always have to use the most current engine. That's not a requirement. Use the engine that fits your needs. Believe it or not, I have some products of mine that run on Opus 4.6. Why? Because 4.6 is a pretty good engine in it, and it fits the needs of my solution, right? You don't have to be on the latest and greatest engine. So keep that in mind. But I hear you, I hear you, Don. I hear you, Don. 1023, welcome. 2506, welcome. Water Voltec says, yo there, Dennis, doing good. I'm doing great, thank you. I'm doing very well. It's very hot where I live, so I'm going to be staying indoors today. I'm also working through this process of getting a truck, guys. I bought a truck on Sunday, a used truck, and I'm hoping to get it back from the shop today. It's been in the shop since I bought it. So I'm hoping to get my truck going today, but I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. Been busy. It's been a busy week with clients. Been a busy week with sourcing new clients. My business is always growing. If you guys want more information on my one-on-one coaching, which is what I do, feel free to click on the links in your chats. But yeah. Lubna, welcome. Rahul, welcome. Nice to see you, my friend. How are you? Ayub, nice to see you. Sophia, welcome. Is your name Mira or Miriam? I think that's a variation on Miriam. Again, guys, again, with the women in Morocco always being named Miriam. Why is that? Somebody tell me why that is. Coder 510, welcome. Mohammed, nice to see you. Hussein, Aza, hope you guys are doing well. So many good people in the chat. Thanks for joining, guys. I'm trying to keep up with the names. Don says, for a sec, I thought you said breed. I can't remember the answer I gave you or how that would come up, but I don't think I used the word breed. Thanks for the question, though, Don. Casual Economist over on YouTube says, I was thinking of getting a Tesla. Talk me out of it. Okay, guys, that's a good challenge for the chat. Why would you not get a Tesla? What do you guys think? So, Casual Economist, you're a smart guy, so you probably already saw this. But my answer to you would be, did you see that Tesla is considering selling off its China division? And they say that's significant because right now the Tesla factory in Shanghai produces the largest numbers of Teslas in the world. So selling off the Chinese operations would be a massive, massive reduction in their overall production, right? So casual economists, I would tell you that do you want to buy into a company that's basically going to sell off one of its biggest assets or one of its biggest operations? I don't know. I don't know. Casual economists, you should join me with the old truck purchase. I'm buying cars with zero electronics, nothing monitoring me, nothing in the dash. I don't want any screens. Just give me a nice truck that's reliable and I can drive around with my dog. That's all I want. That's all I want. I don't want any electronics. I don't want any speed governors. I don't want to have to choose ludicrous mode. Nothing. Just give me a truck and have it have air conditioning. That's all my requirements. So that's what I'm doing with cars. Everybody can choose what they want to do, but that's what I'm doing. Mr. Witty, welcome. Muna98, welcome. Aza, is it Aza? Aza says maybe this issue will be to all of the jobs in IT. Yeah, Aza, absolutely. I mean, look, at the very, very least, no matter what tech job you work in, you're going to be heavily aided by AI, period. You're going to have to use it in some way, right? I just don't think there's anything in IT that can say that they're going to be 100% safe from AI. That's just not realistic, right? That if you believe that, then you're just not understanding the power of AI. But yeah, as I think you're on the right track with that. SQM, welcome. Hassan, nice to see you. Eunice, is it Eunice? Eunice says, what do you think about mechatronics and AI? Do you recommend studying mechatronics as a robots and AI and how we connect them together? Eunice, you wrote that in quotes. Is that intended to be a prompt? Let me know if you want that as a prompt, Eunice. You got to be clear there. We have another Mariam in the chat. Mariam, welcome. I'm going to assume you're from Morocco because every woman in Morocco is named Mariam. Nanny, nice to see you. Farah, welcome. Azza says, what about cybersecurity in this era of AI? What about it? What about it? You gotta be a little bit more specific in the questions, please, guys. Just a little bit more specific. Dina, welcome. Is it Ishmael? Ishmael, nice to see you. Elvic the creator says Vic is fine. No. Mr. the Creator is a much better name, Vic. Mr. the Creator is much better. Much better. It's a good artist name too. Dami, welcome. Is it Ziada? Ziada says, for a fourth year AI student, should I focus on data science or AI engineering? What would be easier to get a job when I become a fresh grad next year? Bad question, my friend. It's not about what is easier for a job? Why are you trying to do things that are easy? Do things that you like. Do things that you find interesting, not the easy path. Dosiata, I would ask you to reconsider your line of thought there. If you follow the easy path, that's not necessarily going to make you happy, right? Heisenberg, welcome. 737, nice to see you. Is it Manarita? Manarita, welcome. Oh man, is it Taufik? Taufik says, do you think AI will discover new knowledge? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. In many ways, it already has. I'm not sure if you guys have been following some of the latest posts coming out of the Anthropic labs where they have solved a good number of mathematical problems that have been out there for decades that maybe they weren't considered unsolvable, but they were still open questions in math. I think there's a total of 10 significant ones, and like 6 of them or something like that have been solved by some of the Anthropic models within their labs, or not public models yet, right? But within their labs, it's already been solved. Have you guys been keeping up with this? Because Taufik, that basically kind of proves your question, right? That AI is able to generate answers that are brand new, right? People who are uneducated always call AI the word guessing machine or it's predictive words, and that's not 100%, that's not completely incorrect for previous models. But they do generate answers now. And because of a recursive approach, they can approach reasoning skills, right? So Taufik, I would tell you that it's already happening. I'm not ready to declare this just yet, but I'm working on a new idea where, you guys know that I'm very down on software engineering, right? Don't get a computer science degree. In fact, I think you shouldn't get most tech degrees. And I think I'm going to start extending that to math degrees, math and engineering degrees maybe. Right? Because if AI is out there solving these long-term open questions in math, why would you pursue a master's in math right now? Like at some point you have to form an argument against it, right? At some point you have to say, okay, wait a minute, what am I doing here? The world's best mathematicians with PhDs and decades of experience, people much more talented than me, have seen these 10 questions that these 10 open math questions that haven't been solved, but AI can solve them. So like, what purpose do I have? What am I adding as a master's student in math? Like at some point, you have to start having those conversations with yourself, right? So Taufik, that's what I would tell you, right? That it's already happening. Look at what's happening in that math space. I mean, you know where it gets really crazy, guys? What happens when these AIs start solving really, really difficult problems or these big open questions in math and physics and medicine? Can you give the Nobel Prize to an AI algorithm? Because that's the level of questions that they're answering, right? If you were an individual that answered 6 open math questions, you're probably in line for like a Nobel Prize or the Fields Medal, right? So what does that mean for human students in the math field? Danger, danger, right? So yeah, that's what I would tell you, Taufik. It's already happening, my friend. Elias, welcome. Trek, nice to see you. Sarmad, Tima, Husam. Sarmad says, Sarmad here, remember me? No, sorry. Guys, I don't mean that in a negative way, but there's a lot of people that come through my chat, my guy. So, do I remember you? Sorry. Ride the Lightning 1990. Well, I would have remembered that name, so I know it's your first time. So welcome, Ride the Lightning. Glad you're here. Dark Lucy, I think you've been here before. Welcome. Ali, nice to see you. Mohammed, welcome. Vic, Mr. the Creator says, ha ha ha. I'm telling you, that's the better name, Mister. Moad says, hi, I am Moad from Morocco. Thank you, Moad. Thank you for introducing yourself. We had some challenges earlier with people being rude and not greeting the room, so thank you, Moad. I started my first year in CS. Ooh, Moab, we were doing so well, and now you gotta go screw it up. What is the best advice you can give me? Change majors, my friend. Change majors. Yeah, that's what I would tell you. You're in your first year. You can still switch without too much of a hassle, right? Change majors. Computer science is dead, guys. Computer science, software engineering is completely dead. Don't let anybody else tell you differently. Don't listen to the other idiot influencers. Computer science is dead. Period. The cost savings between what a software developer costs the company versus what AI costs the company is too big to ignore. Executives will find a way to make AI work and not hire computer science people. They're not needed. You're not needed. Technical barrier for software, zero. Cost for software, zero. Computer science is not needed. So Moad, I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. But honestly, that's the best advice. Switch majors. Go to my profile. Go to the highlights section. In the highlights are the little circles. One of those highlights is called roadmaps. Click on that. Find my roadmap for current college students. I tell you what I would be doing if I was in college right now. Get a humanities degree and study AI prompting and AI tools for 2 hours every day that you had a college class. So for every college day of college studies, give me 2 hours of prompting at night. If you do that in 4 years, you'll graduate with a good degree, a humanities degree, and a lot of prompting, a lot of AI experience. That is the well-prepared candidate of the future. Trust me on that. Zaza, welcome. 907, welcome. Osama, welcome. Adam says, Moroccan audience help you getting popularity. Yeah, sure. But Adam, a lot of audiences have helped me along the way, and I appreciate that. So Adam, one of the things that you learn about social media, because I've been at this for like 2.5 years, is that you're gonna have your peaks and valleys in your views and your engagement and your followers and all that, right? It's just the nature of it, right? It just goes up and down, and that's okay. So yes, I have had a lot of Moroccan followers, but that's this summer. That happened kind of like earlier this year, this summer. But did you know that the previous summer I had a lot of Egyptian followers? I went through this little streak where people thought I was Egyptian, and I guess there's an Egyptian influencer that looks like me. So there was a lot of jokes back and forth. So Egypt also gave me a big boost in followers and popularity, just like Morocco did, right? Earlier this year, I went to CES, which is a great show. I love CES. It's the biggest trade show in the world. I do a lot of content around CES. I also did a partnership with Microsoft. I did a partnership with Samsung. Did you know that in January and February of this year, I did 9 million views? Like, that's huge for me. I average around 2 million, 2.5 million. I did 9 million views based on those shows alone. So that also gave me popularity, right? But overall, I also think that people follow me because I'm honest in my advice. I don't sell courses. I'm talking from actual experiences I have, right? A lot of these idiot influencers out there have no work experience, right? They're just trying to sell you crap. So all of those things add to popularity, right? Social media is not static. Social media is not always going to be like an upwards arrow. You're going to have your variance, right? So yeah, I'm grateful to Moroccan followers, but there's been other things around it. Oh, one more thing, right? I know that people always think it's funny when I post those videos with the Habibatis and all that. Did you know that every time I post those videos, my popularity with women go up? I get more female followers when I post those videos as opposed to not. My channel, a tech channel, has 35% women. Do you know how hard it is for a tech channel to have 35% women? There are tech channels out there led by women who don't have 35% followers of women. Because, the tech world tends to be, heavily male, right? I have 35% followers of females. So the bottom line with social media is that you never know what's popular and what's not. You just have to keep at it. That's why I've been at this for 2+ years now, 2.5 years. But that's the reality of it, Adam, that there is no single audience that helps you. Everything helps you. Like, I'm really proud of that last number to be 35% women. I mean, if you're good at a tech channel, you're maybe 10 to 12% women. Like I said, there's female-led channels out there that don't have 35%. But this guy posting the Ed Sheeran videos, because who doesn't like Ed Sheeran? I have 35% women. So you just never know. You never know, Adam. That's the bottom line. You never know what's popular or what's going to give you popularity or what people are going to like. It could be Moroccans, it could be women, it could be Egyptians, it could be just your average data scientist from anywhere in the world. That's the reality of social media. But yeah, I did 9 million views in January and February. I was very... Don Salazar says, oh man, I was looking to get a master's in data science. Well, what's your undergrad in? What's your undergrad? Don, knowing that's your master's study without knowing your undergrad is not helpful. So let me know. You know, guys, during the summer, I love starting with a Starbucks. It's nice and cold. I got my little sugar-free vanilla syrup in here. The girls at the Starbucks know me because I go there every day. Nothing better than a nice iced coffee. Nyan, welcome. Oh my gosh. We'll call you Hamid. Hamid, welcome. Big Milwaukee. I think you've been here before. I think I remember that name. Welcome, Big. Mr. the Creator says, prompt for Fable. Build a simple local snake game that has directional button reversed. Up and oh my god. That's a good one. That's a good one. Let's try it. All right. Let's see what it'll do. We'll wait for that. Yassine, welcome. Oh man, is it Rockman? Rockman, nice to see you. Mohammed, Viper, Kenza. It's me, Abdel. Nice to see you. Mehdi says, is data engineering safe from AI in 3 years? No. No, data engineering is almost certainly going to be taken over by AI. Some people would say it's already happened. Lewis, welcome. Jack, I think you've been here before, maybe. D, welcome. Mohammed. Mehdi says, Moroccan bro, how are you today? I'm doing well, my Moroccan brother. How are you? My day's going well, guys. I'm a lucky guy. I get to work from home. I sit here with my dog. I have a nice place to live. I have air conditioning. What else? What else does a man need? I'm doing just fine. So thanks for asking. I'm just trying to practice gratitude, right? I'm a lucky guy. It's Lewis G is here. Welcome. Is it Imane? Imane Iyab? Welcome. Mamdu, nice to see you. Viviers? Ian Viviers? Welcome. Eamon says, tell Fable to build a music player in C. Well, you can't just do that. You got to give me a prompt, right? I mean, at least Mr. the Creator gave me a prompt. You got to give me a prompt, my guy. Don't be lazy. Come on. Enz joins Zakaria. Welcome. Don Salazar says economics. Okay, you have an economics undergrad? Okay, Don. So, guys, Don is telling us he's an economics undergrad thinking of a master's in data science. I wouldn't do that. I would build upon. I would double down on your economics side. I would get like a master's in finance, maybe an MBA, but MBAs are so boring, right? Or maybe get like a master's in accounting or something like that. But same thing applies, right? Every day you go to school, finish off the day with 2 hours of prompting of AI and AI tools, right? So a master's in accounting is like an 18-month program, 24-month program. You'll in 2 years you'll have a master's in accounting and you'll have a lot of hours of AI. That is a really good setup. I think that would prepare you for more jobs in the future than a master's in data science. That sounds about right. Yeah, Don, if you want a little bit more guidance, feel free to click on the data career coaching link. It's completely free, but my digital twin will give you answers in the same tone and the same quality advice that I give to my one-on-one coaching clients. I promise you guys, it is not generic advice. It's not just another chatbot. It's a system that I trained on my own notes, my own experience. It will coach you just like I would coach you one-on-one. I've done quite a bit of work on my digital twin. I get a lot of compliments on it where people tell me that they enjoy the experience. So Don or anybody else who wants to click on that, go ahead and click on that link for questions like this, and it'll give you that type of advice. Moad says, so like moved all the way to China to study CS. So is there any chance I can continue my master's in AI? You can do whatever you like, Moad. It's just, do you really like this stuff, right? But don't live in fear of AI. Don't live in fear just because, oh, I'm going to be replaced, the job market's going to suck. Well, that's no way to live. Do something that you enjoy. And if you enjoy it and you're really passionate about it, then, the jobs will come, right? Good things will come your way. That's what I would tell you, Moad. Vinu, welcome. Chevy, nice to see you. 3870. Corleo 90. What a name. What a name. Yassine, welcome. Abdella, Hamza. Um, So Art Style. Oh, I like that name. So Art Style. I like it. Don Salazar says, thanks, man. Yeah, Don, I hope that helps you. Like I said, anybody is welcome to click on the link for my career coaching. It's completely free. But my digital twin has been trained to help you just in the same way that I would help you in a one-on-one. If for those of you guys that don't know, I don't sell courses. I don't sell you any of that crap that the idiot influencers do. From my own experience, I coach people one-on-one. I have a great set of professionals that I work with. I have a group me where everybody comes together as a community. Because if you come to me for coaching, you're probably of like mind. So I have everybody in the same group. So we have group discussion, we have one-on-one discussions with me. I send out articles, I check in with everybody every single Friday. And it's really just like an all-around coaching service that can help you with anything that you want. So if you guys want more information on that, click on the link in your chats. Be happy to help you if you're interested. Khadija, welcome. Ola, nice to see you. Kumar, Temporary Sammy? Temporary Sammy. That's an interesting name. Um, Sala, nice to see you. 43. Johnny Rocks Harder. Okay. Okay, a little bit of a weird name. Mr. the Creator says, try the game, should be fun. Okay, yeah. You know what? I haven't even looked. Okay, guys. Eat the food. How's that for instructions? Eat the food, don't hit the walls. It gives a little pad, but I think I'm going to use my keyboard pads over here. Okay, so every input is okay, guys. So don't laugh at me if I suck at this game. All right, the inputs have been mixed around. So let me start. Oh gosh, dang it! I lost already. Okay, up, that way, down, that way, up. Oh shoot! Let me go. Let me go again. Oh man. Oh Ah, why did I agree to take this prompt? This prompt is terrible. Who wrote this prompt? Oh man, I am terrible at this game, guys. All right, let me see. Let me see the whole. There, that's a little better. I'm never letting you guys write prompts again. Oh, yeah. This is hard, guys. This is making my brain hurt. Oh, I like the creativity behind this prompt, but this is not an easy game to play, guys. Down. No, no, no. Not to mention that I have very, very small keys on my Mac keyboard. If you guys don't know, I stream on a Mac, so my keyboard is actually very small. Guys, I am terrible at this game. I am terrible at this. There we go. Oh, I thought I was going to beat my high score. My high score is 2. Who wrote this prompt? Or better said, who created this prompt? Oh no. You know, I got the up and down okay. It's the left right that's really screwing me up right now. Ugh. All right, that looks good. Oh man, this is hard, guys. Never letting the chat pick a prompt again. Oh man. This is embarrassing. My high score is 2, guys. Oh man. Oh, this is hard. All right, guys, I'm going to stop embarrassing myself here. All right, I'm done. I'm done. That was a hard one. Vic the Creator, Mr. the Creator, good for you. That was a challenging prompt. But to all of you out there, if you're a computer science student, or, you know, we have a couple students, people saying, oh, it's my first year. Can you write this game as quickly as Claude did? That didn't take very long. That was a very quick prompt, right? So guys, if you think software engineering has a future, we created something right here. And you know what? The token cost on that is like nothing. Like it literally costs pennies, like fractions of a pennies to create a game like this. So guys, be very careful. Be very careful. Mohammed, welcome. Krishna, Jobjo, David, welcome. Is it Vinay? Vinay, nice to see you. Victor Creator says, haha, this is great. Yeah, you know, it is fun to see that, just to see the capabilities. But obviously, I am terrible at the game. I got the up and down, but I didn't get the left right as good as I could. But yeah, that's a good one. Mehdi says, hey Aziz, what's your background in tech? A lot. A lot. I mean, that's my background. My background's a lot. 25 plus years in tech. I've written books. I've spoken at conferences. I've been around the world. I've done contracts all over the world. I've worked for IBM, Ticketmaster, Disney, Citi, Caesars Entertainment. I've worked in a lot of industries. I've managed people, I've hired people, I've fired people. I've read thousands of resumes in my career. I've done dozens and dozens, hundreds of interviews in my career. Um, Now I do social media and I also do coaching. I have placed more than 15 clients into new jobs in the past 2 years. I have a 100% placement rate for people that come to me and want a new job. Um, I have more than 200,000 followers around the world. My content reaches about 2 million people every year. So yeah, Mehdi, that's my background in tech. A lot, a lot. 8330, welcome. ULTW, welcome. Amin, nice to see you. Mr. the Creator says, how much usage did that take up, by the way? I don't know if you can figure that out. Give me just a second. Let's try that. Uh, is it, I can't remember the command. Is it limit? I can't remember the command that can help you see your usage in desktop. Because see, the thing is, Mr. the Creator, that on desktop, you're not using tokens, you're using your plan limits. So I don't know if they ever tell you how much you're using on your plan limits. If anybody knows the / command to get to the usage, let me know. But I know that within Claude Code, we can see our usage, but I don't know if you can do that on desktop. But maybe somebody in the chat knows better than I do. But I can tell you just by time usage, because it didn't take a long time, it's probably very little, right? And guys, like we've looked at before in some of these chats, it's, what is it? It's $1. What is it? I think it's $1.25 for a million input tokens and $5 for a million output tokens. I mean, that was nowhere near a million output tokens, right? So guys, AI is not expensive. Don't fall for those idiot influencers that are trying to tell you that it's expensive. They're too dumb to know any better. Vivek, welcome. Ahmed, welcome. 1024. 1024, I think you've been here before. That lazy man. Wow. What a name. Obscure Bite, welcome. Samdeep, nice to see you. Soto. Frenemy 101. Wow. Okay. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Give me just a second here, guys. Medi says, what careers in tech do you recommend to study now? It's up to you. What do you like? What interests you? Don't do something because it interests me. What interests you? Right? I think that's the more important question. Don't chase careers because you think they're safe. Chase careers because you want to do them, guys. That's always going to be your best bet. Always. Neither frequency says, what's up, dude? I'm doing well, thanks. How are you? I'm doing very well. Lots of things are going on right now. Right now, I'm waiting to get my truck from the shop. I'm waiting for the weather to cool down. I've got a couple other things that I have, that I'm waiting on from certain vendors. But overall, I'm doing great, man. I'm just every day above ground's a good day, guys. I'm just a grateful guy for everything that God has provided in my life. So I'm doing great. I'm doing really good. I got my dog with me. I got a nice air-conditioned place to live. So what else do I need, guys? I'm doing fantastic. So guys, on that note, I think this is a good time to transition out. I stream Wednesdays through Sundays. So please feel free to keep on coming back. Today is my first day of streaming this week, but I am here. Come back with your questions, with your prompts. If you want to chat, you want to ask me, you want to ask the community, go ahead and do that. Please click on the follow link and also click on the link in your chat if you want data career coaching. It's completely free. It's a digital twin that I have trained to give you the same advice that I would give you in a one-on-one coaching session, okay? So as always, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Please take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I will see you again tomorrow. Hey everybody, how are you? Welcome. It is Thursday. I hope that you are doing well in your part of the world. It's going to be a great day today. I can already feel that it's going to be a good day for streaming. I don't know why. I can just feel it in my bones. So thanks for being here. I'm already seeing people join over on Instagram. Belma, Baghdad, Vignesh, Abdul, welcome. Imran, nice to see you. Vignesh says, I'm back. Dennis, yes, welcome back. I get encouraged when people come back. Maybe I'm doing a couple things right. Imran says, I'm welcomed. Yes, yes, you are. You are welcome anytime. Glad to see people joining from all over the world. I get excited when I see followers all over the world. So thanks a lot for that. Is it Sandeep? Sandeep, welcome. Oh my gosh. Ualadi, welcome. Ualadi says hi. Hello, Ualadi. Nice to see you. Aran, thanks for introducing yourself. I appreciate it. Aran from Iraq says you are awesome. Thanks for your content. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Just trying to give real world experience, guys. That's all I do. I can only share my real world experience. I have lived this stuff for the last 25 plus years. I've been in tech a long time, guys. I've been in tech since even before I graduated college. So it's been a long time. Been a long time. Vignesh says, is data science dead? No, of course not. Of course not. It's changing. It's evolving, right? The tools are a little different. But is it dead? Far from it, right? I mean, why would you ask that? We still need algorithms. We still need predictions. We still need categories. We still need all types of things from data science. So it's kind of a weird question on your part because it's not dead. It's certainly evolving, and that's okay, right? But far from dead. Far from dead. Kalash, welcome. Oh my gosh. Is it Abderam? Abderam, welcome. Oh, you guys are really challenging me with the names today. I'm going to say it's Shad El Ashri. Shad El Ashri, nice to see you. Danny. 1972. Old Stone Sean. Okay. I guess that could be like a person's real name, right? Melly, or Hillary rather, welcome back. I think you were here yesterday. It's nice to see you back. Mira, welcome. Andrew, I know you've been here before. A great supporter. Thanks for being here. Whiskey 624. I could go for a whiskey right now. And I say that not even 7:30 in the morning, and I could use a whiskey right now. So welcome, whiskey. Cogitate, welcome. 88, Mohammed. Aran says, any advice to master system design and architecture? Don't do it. Don't do it. AI can already handle that. If you want to practice that, you really want to learn it, that's okay. Just start learning it from prompting. Don't start with a blank sheet. Pick an AI engine and have it walk you through system architecture. But I think it would be a huge mistake to start it like from zero. Don't do that. AI is already pretty good at system design and architecture. So yeah, there's still a future in it, Iran, but don't do it from a blank sheet. That's a mistake, right? Let me know what you think about that, Iran. Unknown up now. That's a name. Welcome. Sammy, nice to see you. Camille Harsing. Aran says, awesome. That's the answer I wanted. Thanks. Yeah. I mean, guys, most of the questions or most of the fields that you're going to want to go into, start with promptings. Start with the assumption that you're going to be using AI quite a bit for it. And that goes for everything. system design, architecture, data science, data engineering, visualizations, data analytics, whatever you want to think about, just assume that you're going to be using AI for like a good portion of it, right? Abdul, is it Abdul? Abdul says thoughts on data engineering. Same thing, Abdul. Like I just said, um, data engineering I think is quickly dying out because AI is very good. Look, here's something that I haven't really explained when it comes to data engineering. The trick to data engineering is always that good projects come together when you're using a variety of data sources, right? That's when you're going to find some real insights in data science. So that used to be a very difficult skill, right? To be able to bring in different APIs, different data sources, different connections, all that stuff. That used to be hard, and that's why data engineering was its own field, right? But now with AI, where you can just say, go here, 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 and AI will write you all the code and connectors you need, all the layers you need. Data engineering isn't really viewed as much of a skill anymore, right? It kind of took the skill out of it. So we still need data engineer. You still need to pull, you still need, excuse me, you still need the concept of data engineering. You still need to pull multiple data sources, right? That's still a positive thing in data science. But the coding side of it, the skill side of it is basically gone, right? So just make sure you're doing it with AI. So that's what I would tell you there, Abdul. One the boy Sid. We'll just call you Sid. How about that? Welcome. Human, Jalad, nice to see you guys. Sammy, I see your question. Is it Wissal? Wissal, nice to see you. Welcome. Someone like anyone. Okay, welcome. We'll just call you someone. Hickam, nice to see you. Killmister? Killmister, I think you've been here before. Welcome. Rainbow, Ilias, welcome. Uh, El Muiz? I don't know how to say that. Sophie Ann, nice to see you. Sajad, Mellow Maima, welcome, guys. Sammy says, what do you think about Odoo and ERP sector? What is Odoo? Did you mistype something there, or what is Odoo? I don't know what Odoo is. I don't know if you mistyped something, whatever, or whatever it is. And ERP. You know, that's a good question. I think that a lot of the ERP package companies are going to be smart about it and they're going to incorporate AI into their bigger packages, right? Like, I envision a time when there will be packages that have their own AI tool so that you can create additional features within the ERP package just as you described them, right? Like, why can't you deploy a simple ERP and then have people prompt everything they want to do? You know what I mean? Like, ERP systems don't need to be big deployments now. You can just deploy a basic ERP, like very, very basic, and then just make sure it has an AI engine that knows how to rebuild itself. Like, why can't that be a thing, right? So, Sammy, that's where I think that's headed. Companies will still use ERP systems. They'll just want them to be a lot more refined. And you can do that with AI, right? So that's what I think. Good question, though. Aran says, I'm using Supabase as a backend to develop business internal tools. Any advice on that? What's the business internal tool you're building? I think a lot of people tend to start with like the cool technology they hear about online, like Supabase, but who cares, right? How do you know that's the right tool? You don't know that's the right tool if you haven't defined what you're building, right? You don't buy a hammer and then go look for things to nail down. You figure out what you need to do, and then you go buy the tools, right? So that's what I would tell you, Aran. What is it that you're doing? What is it you're trying to solve? And then go look for the tools. Otherwise, you're just using Supabase because you heard one of the idiot influencers talking about it, right? But there's nothing inherently special about Supabase. You're just holding data, right? I mean, that's it. So that's what I would tell you. Over on YouTube, the good doctor, right on time, has showed up. Thank you so much for being here, my good friend, Dr. Casual Economist. Dr. Casual Economist says, is this one of those boxing training streams? I wish it was. I need to get in shape. But I'm assuming that you're referring to AB and who's the other guy, Dean or whatever. I am fascinated by that storyline. Have you guys seen that? Let me know in the chat if you've seen the AB and Dean streams. I watch the clips and I don't know. I want to cheer for the guy, but that guy he's his own worst enemy, right? I mean, AB has got problems, guys. Uh, I want to cheer for him. I thought it was funny yesterday when I saw the clip that Dean slapped AB's belly. I thought that was hilarious. But let me know if you guys have seen the AB and Dean streams. I want to root for the guy, but he's got to get his act together. Got to get his act together. But welcome, Dr. Casual Economist. Felipe, welcome. Yusuf, nice to see you. Aaron, Joshua, welcome. Lily199, have you been here before? I think you have. Sajad says, do you think that AI will end the traditional coding methods? Absolutely, Sajad. It already has. It already has, but just not everyone has caught up, right? It has been shocking to me how resistant software engineers are to change. I mean, they have been terrible. They have been little children when it comes to this, right? But yeah, clearly the old methods have changed, right? The old methods do not apply. If you are coding by hand, you are an idiot. I mean, that's really what it comes down. So yeah, absolutely, Sajad. Absolutely. The coding engines are too good right now. They're amazingly good. Anybody who tells you differently just isn't paying attention. Yesterday, I was watching a podcast with Uncle Bob. He's a well-known developer in many circles, and he was saying how he doesn't even read code anymore, and he got a little roasted for that. And it's 100% true. You don't even have to read the code anymore. There's plenty of ways for you to build systems that let you agentic systems. I mean, that really let you review the code and kind of reduce the risk of anything going wrong, right? So yeah, Sajad, absolutely. Anybody who tells you any differently is just the number one way to know that someone's an idiot and you shouldn't listen to them is if they think that AI is not going to master coding. Like, you have to be a moron to say that right now. Joseph, welcome. OEO, nice to see you. Imran says hello. Hello, Imran. How are you? Nice to see you. Welcome back. Riyadh, nice to see you. Joseph says, hey, how are you doing today? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. It's Thursday, so it's almost the end of the week. I'm busy with clients. I am busy with a lot of work. You know, guys, I haven't made an announcement on this yet, but I actually managed to place 2 clients this week. So do not tell me that there's no jobs out there. Nobody's hiring. This idiot influencer I heard said that there's no jobs. Don't listen to that. The jobs are out there. I have placed 2 clients this week alone. That's a total of 16 clients that I have placed over the last 2.5 years, like that. The jobs are out there, guys. Don't let anybody tell you differently. So yeah, it's been a good week. Things are going well. Things are going very well. So thanks for asking, Joseph. Gulba, welcome. Yusuf, nice to see you. Over on YouTube, Casual Economist says AB might have CTE. Yeah, sure. It would be hilarious to see. That's funny. First of all, yes, AB might very well have CTE. On top of that, he probably also has a drinking problem, right? And you know what? It's not like me to comment on another man's things like that, but obviously there's other things there for him. It would be hilarious to see you fight random. Casual economist. I can appreciate the humor in that comment. Um, but I do have to say that even before I started in social media, nowadays I have a ton of understanding of social media. But even beforehand, I always thought that it was weird that they would have like those boxing events with the streamers, like this streamer versus that streamer. You guys have seen those online, right? There's no shortage of them. And I don't know, to be honest with you, it kind of makes me sad, right? Because some of these people, like, they have legitimately good personalities, they have interesting stories, otherwise they would have never succeeded in social media. They have amazing audiences, right? They have a lot of influence. It seems very, like, I don't know, like simple to just say, well, the best thing I have to offer the world is for you and me to get into a boxing ring and fight. Like, really? Like, that's the best thing you come up with? Like, that's your best idea of using your audience and your influence and your platform to, hey, let's go box each other. That's stupid. Like, it's like I said, it's kind of simple. Like that's the best you could come up with? Like, really? Like, were you dropped on your head as a child? Like, it's weird, right? So I think, obviously, they do it for the money and the pay-per-views and all that other nonsense. But like, some of these people have amazing followings, like amazing platforms, like they could be doing so much good with. And they just decide to go boxing? Doesn't make sense to me. To me, it seems like it's a loss of an opportunity, right? But yeah, that's what I think about it. Taufik, welcome back. Just Dark, welcome. Mur, welcome. Ben, nice to see you. Sing, welcome. Is it Manas? I think it's Manas. Manas, welcome. Aya, welcome. 2200. Sammy says with over 28 million users worldwide. What is that? What is 28 million users worldwide? Tell me what that is, Sammy. I can't remember what you were talking about before. Guys, remember, the chat moves for me fast, so you got to remind me what you're talking about. Abdul, welcome. Ujwal, nice to see you. Fatty. 2200 says, hi, Dennis. How are you? It's been a while to join. Welcome back. Always nice to see people come back. I appreciate you. So let me know how you've been. Aran says, just tools like collecting data in the field and making some reports and dashboards for managers. It works very well so far, managing 100 users on it. Okay, well, good for you. Good for you. Yeah, that's great. That doesn't necessarily make Supabase your best selection, though. I mean, there's a lot of things you could be doing for this, right? Or could be using. But yeah, I mean, if it works for you, good for you, man. Hussam, welcome. Is it Sakaria? Sakaria, nice to see you. Oh my God, you guys are really challenging me with the names today. Shashank, we'll call you Mackie. Mackie, nice to see you. I can't quite make out your name. Rahim, Jagadesh, nice to see you guys. Free Deuce? Is that your name? Free Deuce, welcome. Lorna Carter, nice to see you. Getting a good mix of return people and new people. Is it Maroa? Maroa, nice to see you. Welcome. Lots of people in the chat. Thanks so much for stopping by, guys. Papa Smurf. That's a good name. I love that name. Papa Smurf. Begans? The Begans? Rasul Coder? Rasul Coder, I hate to tell you this, but you're out of a job. There's no such thing as a coder anymore, guys. That's just the way it is. One of the best ways to survive in the tech world is to learn how to adapt, right? You got to adapt, guys. So the era of coding, the era of the software engineer is dunzo. Dunzo. Sammy says, Odoo is an all-in-one business management software and suite of open source ERPs, kind of like Salesforce. Okay, cool. Okay, so I think that's the one you said had 28 million users worldwide. Okay, no problem. You know what it reminds me of, Sammy? I like following Alex Hormozy, and he has this famous saying that nobody knows who you are, right? No matter how big you think you are, or what audience you have, or what user base, nobody knows you because there's always people out there who don't know you, right? And I had no idea what Odoo was. Like 28 million users, great, but I'm not one, so it doesn't really matter to me, right? Like there's no personal connection there, right? So yeah, I mean that sounds great. And I think you said is it open source? Yeah, it is open source. Okay. Yeah, great. But if you don't know it, then who cares, right? Khalil, welcome. Momo, nice to see you. Is it Yashari? Yashari? We. That's a heck of a name. That's not a very good name for people to remember you if you have different underscores. We'll call you Light. Light, welcome. Aziz, nice to see you. Riyadh, Amin, Mohammed. Mohammed says, "Hi, glad to join the live, Dennis." Yeah, thanks for being here, Mohammed. All people are welcome. I love having an open stream. I walk in here with no agenda, so whatever you guys want to talk about, let me know. I'm here for it. I'm here every day, Wednesday through Sunday. I take Monday and Tuesdays off. But yeah, whatever you guys want to talk about. I also have Fable 5 up and ready. You guys want to try a prompt? I love the prompt we did yesterday. Somebody asked for a snake game. So that was fun. It was fun to see how quickly it can be developed, right? Scary quick. So let me know what you guys want to do. Marwan, Mohammed, is it Makrak? Makrak, welcome. Zeta, oh my God, what a name. We'll just call you Hajar. Hajar, welcome. Zizo. Aran says, how to get good at the security side of the apps built with AI. I have built apps for some local small businesses. I am just worried security side of the apps. What did your AI say about it? What did your AI say? You can be using AI for security. You can be using it for to come up with a plan. You could be using it to do the implementation. You could be using it to review your current implementation. You could be using it to do penetration testing, just like classic penetration testing. So what does your AI say about it, Aran? Like you should be using these same tools, right? The same tools you use to build it, you can use to try to take it down or try to, kind of poke holes in it, right? So what did your AI say about it? That's what I would be doing if I was you. You build an agent to build your implementation, and then you build an agent to try to destroy your implementation, right? And then you can build another agent to audit the whole process if you want. And then you could also have multiple agents that are trying to bring down your current implementation. If you have an agent build your implementation, and you have two other agents that are going to try to break it down, and then you have a third agent that's going to audit the entire process, the probability of something going really wrong is very low, right? Hassan, Pradeep, Meki, nice to see you guys. Aran says almost every time it says pretty good or finds vulnerabilities from here and there. I was wondering if there's a checklist I can give it to the AI to check and go through. The AI can come up with its own checklist, right? Create an auditor that creates that checklist, have another one double check the checklist, and then have a third one execute the checklist, right? Aran, you have to start thinking in the tools that you can create for yourself. What are the tools you can create for yourself to help you come up with this, right? And by tools, I really mean kind of agents, right? What are the different agent roles that you can assign to help you with all of this, right? Um, Amine, welcome. Sarik, Sammy asked, did you see Claude Commerce that launched recently? It's basically Shopify with steroids. Yeah, Sammy, I did see that. And you know what? Good for them. Good for them. Have you guys ever looked at Shopify prices? Shopify's expensive. I've looked at Shopify for a couple of other projects. Shopify's a lot of money for what they do, right? So you know what, Sammy? I'm for it. I think they should be able to build something like that, right? And you can build something like that on your own now, right? So yeah, I hope that they have success with that. I think people will find their own success with it. I mean, look, guys, I'll give you the example that I did. You know, to run this account, to do all the social media stuff I do, I also had to rely on third-party software, right? So I made a list of all those pieces of software, and I just started going down the list and replacing them. I created an entire control center where for my business, and then each feature is basically a SaaS that I replace. And I see no reason why somebody couldn't do that with Shopify. I don't use Shopify because again, I think they're too expensive. But if I'm a small business owner, a small e-commerce owner, I could see how I could say, you know what? I'm going to let go of Shopify. I'm going to ask Claude to give me the same features on my own website. I'm going to customize it to the way I need it, and then I'm going to stop paying the Shopify bill. That's People can do that. You can do that now, right? So yeah, Sammy, I hope they have success with it. I think it's very easy to have success with it. So if I was Shopify, I'd be worried right now. Arij, welcome. Sir Lumix? Sir Lumix, welcome. Usama, nice to see you. Aran says, do you think you can make a YouTube video on how to build these agents or auditors? Maybe. Maybe. Aran, I like live streaming. I hate sitting here and pre-recording stuff. So maybe we can do something about that. I don't know. Osama says, what are your favorite connectors? Well, for what? And really, to me, there's no favorite per se. It's just what I need at the time, right? What is the problem I'm trying to solve at the time? Right? So you got to give me a little bit more information there, Osama. And also, what type of connector? Are you talking like MCPs? Are you talking a skill? Are you talking an API, a database? What are we talking here? What are we talking here? Mohammed says, I have a quick question. How can I switch from SWE to AI career? Because I'm really confused, especially with horrible things that AI does better than humans. So can I change the career to find a job? Mohammed, are you employed now? Let me know if you're employed now. And guys, you know, I know some of you are new. So my philosophy on this is that don't pick something just because you want a job. That is a road to failure. Don't do that. Pick something because you are interested in it, because you have like an inherent curiosity or an inherent desire to be in that field. If you pick things just because I think it's a good job market, you'll be miserable. You'll be miserable, and in 2 years, you'll just be looking for another job. You'll be looking for another career change. Don't do that to yourselves, guys. Trust me on that. 85, welcome. Is it Chima? Chima, nice to see you. Avad, welcome. Is it Imane? You know, guys, somebody help me with that because I know I get that name a lot. Imane. Somebody tell me how to pronounce that. Put that in the chat. I think it's Imane. Somebody tell me in the chat because I get a few people with that same name and I don't want to mispronounce it. Jeremiah, welcome. Boston, nice to see you. Mohammed says, on what should I improve my skills and not being replaced by AI? Things to learn that will make me valuable in tech companies. Mohammed, that's the wrong question. You're not looking to be valuable to another company. You're looking to be valuable to yourself. Right? A tech company's not going to love you back, my friend. Only you can love yourself. So whatever interests you, that's the road you should go down. Is that in tech? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe you want to open a restaurant. I don't know. Maybe you, I don't know. Maybe you want to play the guitar for a living. But do something that you really like. Don't do it because tech company. Especially when it comes to data science, guys. Data science is a very serious profession. Nobody becomes a cancer doctor because they think there's going to be more cancer in the future. Right? You become a cancer doctor because you're interested, because you want to help people, because maybe your mother died of cancer, because you're interested in the human body. Same thing for tech. Same thing for data science. Don't go into data science just because you think there'll be more jobs. Mohammed, trust me on this. If you do that, you will have a miserable life. Osama says, I was talking with your AI chatbot to reply to comments. Yeah, thanks for that, Osama. Yeah, Osama says, really cool. Yeah, thanks for that, Osama. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, you can participate in the chat, and my digital twin will reply to you, or you can do a comment, or just send me a DM, and my digital twin will reply. I have a digital twin that will have a conversation with you in my same tone, my same advice that I would give you in a one-on-one coaching session. I've worked hard on that. I've trained it. I've built it. I've rebuilt it, but it's finally dialed in right. And yeah, my digital twin handles a lot of my DMs and conversations for me because I get a lot. I get a lot of DMs. So it's good for me to have something like that so that I can help more people. But obviously, I want it to be in my voice. I want it to represent me, right? So if you guys want to see like an actual implementation of AI, you can send me a DM or just participate in the chat, and my digital twin will reply back to you. Or you can also click on the link in your chat. That's also the same digital twin, just on the web instead of DMs. But thanks for that feedback, Osama. I am proud of that. And like I said, I'm not one of these idiot influencers that's never worked. I actually do this stuff. Like, I build my business using AI. Like, I actually do this. I have done this for a living. But now I just do it for myself. But yeah, thanks for that feedback. I appreciate it. Mike, welcome. Tripathi, nice to see you. Beery, welcome. Aran says, how about guiding us now? Just create a simple agent to check the security of the app. Aran, come on, my friend. Don't be acting crazy now. You want me to show you a secure agent in a couple minutes on a live stream? Come on, that's irresponsible. Security is too serious of a topic to do just flippantly like that. Bad question. Bad question. Osama says, I'm working on a scientific research in multi-agent systems, and I use consensus to navigate through papers, so research and app development. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, when I'm describing a multi-agent model, you can definitely do that, right? You can gather the consensus. You can give the agents different tasks. You can give multiple agents the same task and then do consensus, do majority, or not, or oh my gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? You can do majority rules, or you can do like has to be unanimous, right? But yeah, it's up to you how you do it, Osama. So it sounds like you're a little bit more advanced, which is great. Sahar, nice to see you. Faris, my good friend Faris is here. How are you? Dr. Hadir, we'll just call you Dr. Hadir. Welcome. I don't think you've been here before, so welcome. Faris says, morning friend, how are you today? I'm doing great, my friend. Hope you are doing well too. I know you got a big day ahead of you, so I hope that you're doing well, and you know where to reach me if you need any help. But thanks for being here, my good friend. Is it Aldine? Aldine, welcome. Osama says, and it's more of a stack of connectors, plugins, MCPs, etc. Okay, cool. Good for you, Osama. Definitely sounds like you're a little bit more advanced. Osama says, without the E in the end. Okay, I think was that talking about Imane? I think you're referring to the Imane. So I guess it's Iman? If it's there's no E, it would be Iman? Am I saying that right? So guys, if the name is Imane, is the right name Iman? I think that's what Osama's telling me. Thanks for that, Osama. Ayub, Benjamin, nice to see you. Um, Abhishek, welcome. Faris says Iman. That's how it would be pronounced. Okay, thank you, Faris. Yeah, so Iman. I've been saying Imane, so whoops, sorry guys. Sorry. Iman. Okay, thank you, Faris. Ahmed says no, I'm not a jet. Okay. Guys, seriously, I get so concerned with you guys when you just when you're hunting for like any tech job. Please be careful with that. That is so dangerous. So dangerous. Please be careful with that. Do something that you want to do. Mohammed, I would recommend the book Mastery by Robert Greene to you. It's a book that had a big effect on my life. I really enjoyed it. But the whole point of the book is mastery at a skill takes a long time. You have to dedicate your life to it, and you have to make sure you're dedicating your life to something that you really enjoyed, something that you're really passionate about. If you can do that, everything else you want, everything, money, promotions, titles, will come. And that's what I did. That's why I've had success as a data scientist. That's why, quite frankly, you guys watch me. Because if I wasn't passionate about this stuff, I'd have 0 followers. Right? So please make sure you're doing something that you're passionate about. Don't just go into a tech career because your friends are doing it or because of jobs or whatever. 12, welcome. Is it Malika or Melly? We'll just call you Melly. Melly, welcome. Morocco Ben, welcome. That's an interesting name. Berber, nice to see you. Mohammed. Osama says, I told him he looks Moroccan. Your AI, he spent some time to reply, so I just dialed back to the line. That's funny. That's funny. People definitely have weird conversations with my AI, but you know, that's okay. It's still saving me time. Aran says, where is your digital twin? How can we get a hold of it? Aran, it should have already replied to you at some point because you've been participating in the yeah, Iran, it sent you a message, Iran. So check your DMs. But my digital twin has already sent you a message. If you guys send me a DM, write a comment in my content, or participate in the live chat, my digital twin will send you a reply based on what you've written, and you can ask it questions. It'll tell you how to contact me. It'll basically help you just in the same way that I would help you, right? I have trained it so that I can give you genuine advice, right? I don't want it to not represent me. I want it to be a representation of me. Over on YouTube, the good doctor says, most of my career is based off money and peer pressure. Nice. Okay, but that could be a lot of careers, right? Dating life too. Money and peer pressure when it comes to dating is definitely a connection. I love that. I love that. But you know what, casual economist, you're doing well for yourself. So good for you. You know, you've got a good thing going. You're remote, which is not a common thing. So you're still whatever you're doing is working, man. So keep at it. Keep at it. Hamoud, welcome. Black Rebel, what a name. Welcome. We'll just call you Skipper. Skipper, nice to see you. Oh my God. WIJD Anna. We'll just call you Anna. I don't know how to say WIJD. Widged? Widged? I don't know. Osama says you're not getting it. No, Iran should have received the message. I see it in my interface here. Salma, nice to see you. 290, welcome. 290 says hello. Hello, 290. How are you? I think it's your first time. So welcome. Nice to see new people. Hattie21, welcome. Med, Kareem, nice to see you guys. And yes, you got Iman right. Okay, thanks for that, Iman. I've been saying it wrong this whole time. I feel bad about that. Iman. Osama says, what are you working on right now if it's not confidential? So guys, I do this full time. But what really adds to my revenue is basically the one-on-one coaching that I do. So if you guys want to click on a link, I offer one-on-one coaching for people who are serious about their careers. And I do that a lot. You know, I've got a good group of clients. I got a great group of clients actually. I've placed 2 clients in new jobs this week. I had one last week who got a very serious promotion. They now lead a staff of 20 people. I have other clients that are doing other things I don't necessarily want to talk about. But I have clients all over the US, some parts of the world. I have clients that work for government, they work for private, they work for the military, they have top secret clearances, or they're students, or whatever. I have a really good mix of people that I work with. So that's what I really do as far as like my day-to-day stuff. But yeah, I just like talking about data science. You know, I'm going to do that right now. And then also early in 2027, I'm already looking ahead. It's going to be a busy conference season. I already have 3 very, very, very big conferences on my calendar for the beginning of 2027. So I'll be going there. I'll be doing interviews. I'll be doing live streams and bringing it to you guys from there. But yeah, that's what I do. So thanks for asking, Osama. But that's what I'm working on right now. Sambo, nice to see you. Sammy says, but what is the point for wanting to do a job that wouldn't exist? Sammy, I have that same question. I don't know why are so insistent on still being alive. Like, software engineering is dead, and it no longer exists, right? So yeah, I don't know. Oh my gosh, we have our first Maryam of the day. Hello, Maryam 84. Oh, every woman out there is named Maryam. I swear. Between Maryam and Fatima, that's like 99.978 of the women in Morocco. I swear to God. El Mora, welcome. Ishmael, nice to see you. We'll call you Zulfi. Zulfi, welcome. Jabri, nice to see you. The Unknown, nice to see you. Osama says he's like Mini or your Mini you or assistant. Yeah, absolutely, Osama. Internally, when I was building it, the project name was called Mini Me. You know, I don't advertise that name out, but yeah, the whole point was to basically have me be able to help more people because I get a lot of DMs, guys. I mean, I have like 60,000 something followers. I get a lot of DMs. I can't help everybody. So this does help me address the majority of people. And if you need help beyond that, I'm happy to help you. But yeah, the whole point is that it would be something where it can replicate what I do. Like I said, it's my digital twin. Not easy to do. I had to do I had to bring a lot of components together. I had to do a lot of iterative testing, right, to get the right voice, because getting AI to share your voice and your thoughts and your views, that's not easy. Not easy. So I had to do all of that. But yeah, Osama, you got it exactly. I called it the mini me project internally. So yeah, that's exactly what it's intended to do. So you guys can click on the link in the chat, or you can send me a DM, and my digital twin will reply. And by the way, guys, just as I've said with streaming, right? If you think there's one of the, you know, if you're admiring one of these idiot influencers out there, ask them, hey, why don't you have a digital? Why don't you have AI running your account? Because they can't. Because there are people that you shouldn't be taking advice from because they don't know what they're doing, right? But I actually work with this stuff. I actually implement this stuff. Um, Authentic, we'll call you Authentic. Authentic says, do you mean by software engineering being a developer? Yeah, sure. Sure, Authentic. Yeah, guys, I've never been one to get too caught up between software engineer, software developer, coder. It's all the same, right? Don't get too caught up in the titles. At the end of the day, you're just doing apps, right? That's it. All you're doing, right? So yeah, when I say software engineer, software developer, SWE, you can all take them to be the same thing. They're all just a code monkey. They're all just unemployed code monkeys at this. So yeah, Authentic. That's what I would tell you. Casual gamer, welcome. Is it Alsa? Alsa, welcome. Talib, nice to see you. 17 says, hey Aziz, the econometrics guy is here again. Welcome, welcome back. Asma, nice to see you. Gerby, I'm sorry I don't do Arabic. Mohammed says, if you want to be a data scientist, I have to understand system thinking. No, not anymore, Mohammed. Not anymore. Now, I think a data scientist should be focused much more on the business side of the solutions they're developing. That's 10 times more valuable, right? The coding side and a lot of like the component side of data science can be done by AI. But the business side of being able to meet with people, understanding their business, understanding their concerns, understanding where you can help them, and then designing something and then being able to give them something where you can interpret the results, you can measure the impact, that is still an extremely valuable skill for data scientists. That the other side, the coding side, the putting together the pieces, that's going to be heavily aided by AI. Sharma, geez, you don't even say hello. You don't even say how are you. You don't greet the room. And you say, I'm not able to find a job as a freshman. Well, this is why, Sharma, because your soft skills stink. That's why you can't find it. It's not your degree, it's you, bro. You gotta say hello, good morning. You gotta have a greeting, a greeting of the day. So, Sharma, read the message, and your message is why you can't get a job as a fresher. Guys, as AI gets more popular, that means the tech skills, the requirement for your tech skills go down drastically. So what does that leave? It leaves your soft skills. It leaves your communication, your manners, your politeness, your comportment, your ability to, live in a business environment. That becomes more important, right? So Sharma, the answer is within, as they say. Uh, 17, I don't read Darija. Osama says, are there any promo codes for your people? I'm closer to your home in Morocco. $98 is an American price. Osama, I can appreciate your sentiment. I don't want to dismiss your sentiment. But I do have plenty of foreign clients. So I have I have developed my pricing based on my own experiments and the conversations I've had. Look, guys, I've been at this for like more than 2 years. I mean, at this point, I have done, I don't know, a couple hundred calls with people, right? So I didn't just come up with that pricing. That pricing has been developed over time. So I can appreciate the feeling, Osama. But believe it or not, I do have foreign clients at those rates. Over on YouTube, Casual Economist, thank you so much. Casual Economist is giving a tip for the freshers. So, casual economist, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You don't have to do that, my friend. But I do appreciate the sentiment behind that. Uh, Thank you for the super chat. Last time, I know that I got a chicken biscuit because of you, so thank you for that. But a tip for the freshers. Maybe that's your way of reminding me to not be so hard on the freshers. Um, but you know what? For me, for somebody like me who's done a lot of hiring, manners go a long way. Being polite goes a long way. So something like that, somebody sending a message like that still kind of catches my eye, right? Dharma says, should I do a master's too, or just work on my skills more? Sharma, I think you should do more of the skill building, the people building, right? Soft skills are very important, guys. Super important. More important than ever. They were important before AI, by the way. Like, you'll never be a manager in a modern company. You will not get promoted to management if you don't have good soft skills. Period. I don't care what country, I don't care what company, I don't care what industry. You will never be promoted to manager without good soft skills. Right? Modern management theory has shown that people follow good managers. So it was important before AI, and now after AI, it's super important. Super important. Mohammed, well, we have two Mohammeds joining at the same time. Welcome to both. Yusuf, nice to see you. Maradi, welcome. Think about IT, especially at the start of a career. Did you reject them or no? Did you start with a low salary in your IT career? Um, Sammy, I guess it depends what you mean by low salary. You'd have to give me like a range. But did I start with a low salary in my IT career? Sure, sure. I mean, compared to what? Well, I mean, compared to what though, Sammy, right? Like, I could tell you it was low, but I didn't really have a ton of options because I didn't really have the experience to justify anything higher, right? But as I've said before, my first grown-up job was at Disney Interactive. So, yeah, I wasn't killing it there. I wasn't making a ton of money, but I was getting good experience. I was at a good, name brand company. Um, I could basically pick my hours. I was learning from interesting people and not and some people that were not so interesting. Um, and I was enjoying what I was doing. So yeah, I wasn't paid a lot, but I liked it. I valued the gain that I was getting in other ways. Okay, so from there I went to college, and was I making a lot? No, but I wasn't making zero, which in college is typical, right? They want interns for free, right? I was still working in an interesting industry, and I was still valuing that I was building a resume that I could graduate with, right? And then when I graduated, when I was like a fresher, as most people say, I had two really really good offers from two big companies because of the experience that I had in college, because I had some of those lower paying jobs, right? So yeah, I mean, I did it and it helped me. And don't get me wrong, I needed the money. When I was in college, the deal I had with my parents was that they could only afford to pay the tuition, and that's it. I had to pay for my own housing, my own food, my own books, my own transportation. If I wanted pizza with my friends, I had to come up with the money. So I had to work during college. Like, I needed the money. I worked a lot of hours in college. So like, yeah, like I wasn't paid a lot, but it was a good experience. Like, I'm glad I had those names on my resume when I graduated, right? Like, when I graduated college, I had Disney Interactive on my resume. Like, that was a good thing, right? So yeah, that's what I would tell you. Osama says data science is a clear pipeline. So it's tasked in order and iterate after evaluation if visualization is showing ambiguities. Um, Osama, you're not wrong, but you're also describing the easy part of data science. You can only get to that part if you have a well-defined problem with data you've collected, with a business stakeholder that's bought in, with a human validation team that's ready to go, right? So yeah, you're not wrong, but like there's a lot more to data science than that. Like that's the easy part. That's like the easy 20% of data science, right? There's like 80% that still need a lot of help, right? Casual Economist over on YouTube says the super chat boosts the YT algorithm. The YouTube AI is biased for bucks. Ah, that's interesting. You know, Casual Economist, that's interesting. I've never thought of that. Hmm. You know, I think there could be something to that. Because I've thought about that, Casual Economist. You know, YouTube has the memberships available for channels, and I had toyed with the idea of going 100% memberships, having zero free videos online. I toyed with that idea, right? And my thinking was along the same lines, where when I told that to some friends, they said, "Oh, the YouTube algorithm will kill you. They'll never show you." And I thought, well, why wouldn't they show me? They make money off memberships too, right? It might actually boost me in the algorithm. So yeah, you might be right. Maybe it is a little bit of a boost for these super chats because they get a cut, right? Yeah, trust me, guys. For those of you guys that don't know who aren't content creators, YouTube gets its cut. YouTube is doing very, very well. Don't you worry about them. They get their money. But yeah, so casual economists, I think you might be right. You might be onto something. Um, Back to Instagram. Thanks everybody who's joining. It's hard for me to keep up with the names. Osama says, I was just trying my luck. I'm still a student. I'm using AI for academic projects and I'm acing them. Okay, that's good. But there's more to life than academic products, right? So be careful with that. Life is not academics. Um, is it, we'll call you 32. 32 says, Sir, is learning the code essential for understanding what you're doing? Because I'm currently learning web dev. Ooh, why would you do? When I try to create a website with a language I didn't learn, it's a nightmare to get what I want. Um, so 32, I'm assuming you mean that you're coding it yourself and not with AI, right? 32, give me more information there. A good scientist doesn't make assumptions. So, is that what you mean? You're using AI or you're doing it by hand? It sounds like you're doing it by hand. But let me know what you think, or let me know what it is. Graziano, welcome. Ray, nice to see you. Just Data, that's an interesting name. Hiba, welcome. Abba Kazoya Braviano, nice to see you. Osama says, that's an objection he just handled. You said high price compared to Woo. Yes, I was in Tunisia selling to people in Florida, and that's an objection. Osama, I don't get it. What was I talking about? I don't get it. You lost me. Kazoya says, who will be required to apply from now until 7 years old? Will it be cybersecurity or required to apply? Kazoya, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. From now until 7 years old? Kazoya, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say there. Suma says, hello, actually I have just one more question. What do you think about red teaming in Morocco? Because it's still the culture of hacking scares companies. Okay, well, what about it, Suma? Like, you want to start a red team company? Like, you want to be a red team consultant? Or what exactly do you mean, Suma? Help me understand, like, what side of that question you're on. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm not understanding these last couple of questions. Boston said someone is asking where to start their AI career today. Well, what's your starting point? Do you have tech experience? Do you have data experience? Are you a student? Right? What's your starting point? There is no single answer, right? It depends on where you're starting from and what you want to build, right? Um, Osama says, in the world of sales, what you're doing right now, I was trying to get a lower price and you said 98 bucks for an hour is high compared to who to what, and that's how the high price objection. Osama says, I worked in. Okay, okay, thanks for that. I appreciate that. The running fix is joined. Welcome, guys. All right, guys. I think that this is a good transition point. Thanks so much for being here. Lots of interesting questions in the chat today. And I'm sorry if I didn't quite understand some of your questions. If I didn't get to you, feel free to come back tomorrow. I stream Wednesdays through Sundays. So this is only my second day of streaming this week. I look forward to seeing you guys again. And as always, please take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I will see you again tomorrow. Hey, everybody, how are you? Happy Friday. We made it to Friday. I hope that you're doing well. It is a beautiful day out where I live. I hope the same for you. Hope you're having a good day. Hope everything is good in your part of the world. So good to see people already joining in on Instagram. Let me know what you guys are up to. Imran, I finally have your name pronounced correctly. Imran says, good morning. How are you, Imran? Nice to see you. I'm sorry for all the times I mispronounced your name. Miss Moad says, hello. Hello, Miss Moad. How are you? The women are coming in today. That's two women coming in. That's great. JD Man says, hi. 59 says, hey. Hey, how are you guys? Good to see you guys. 1F says, hey. Down syndrome. Our good friend Down Syndrome is back, says hello. God, so many people are saying hello. What a Friday. I can feel the energy from the chat. So many people come in and say hello. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Imran, sorry, I don't speak Darija. Exotic AB. Exotic AB. Come on, Exotic AB. You're better than this. I raised you better than this. Exotic AB just wants to jump in with the questions. Exotic AB, my friend, read the room. Look at all the people saying hello, how are you, good morning. Come on, AB. You're better than that. You're better than that. Come on. Eric, welcome. Nilanjan, nice to see you. Ahmed says, vibe coder unk again. Rage bait. Okay, look, I get it. Saying software engineering is dead is not a popular opinion. But what if I'm right? What if I'm right and you're wrong? You guys think AI is just gonna go away? That's not gonna happen. I'm telling you, it's a big bet. It's a big bet for you to say, oh no, this vibe coding thing is just a phase. It's gonna go away. Danger, danger. So Ahmed, you can call me rage baiting. That's fine. I'll own that, and I don't care. But what if I'm right? What if I'm right? Be careful, guys. Imran says nice. Well, I'm trying. Imran. I'm trying to, be respectful to my audience and pronounce their names right. Imran also says nice Friday. It is a nice Friday. It's a great Friday where I live. You wake up, you feel good. I took my dog to the dog park. I stopped by to get my Starbucks. I got my Starbucks right next to me. So it is going to be a nice Friday. Thanks for being here, Imran, and everybody else. Uh, Imran also says, Shut up, Ahmed. He is doing his job. That's funny. You know what? Yes, I mean, data science is my passion. Social media is the way I convey it. But guys, I truly believe this. I truly believe that software engineering is dead. AI is here to stay. AI is going to be with us for hundreds of years. Do not think it's a fad, right? That's a mistake to think it's a fad or that it's not going to affect you. So Imran, I appreciate the vote of confidence, and I get it. People do think it's rage bait, but guys, look, I've had a lot of experience in tech. I lived through the dot-com boom, right? I was there when all the dot-com sites started. I go to many conferences during the year. I speak to a lot of executives. I still have a lot of executives that are my old friends from, places I've worked at. AI is 100% here to stay. The cost savings between AI and a software engineer who dresses funny and has a neck beard, right? Like, there's no comparison. Executives are eager to fire the software engineer. So I'm telling you guys, you gotta trust me. Trust me, bro. Thanks for being here, guys. Um, Muhan, I think is it Muhan? Muhan says, "I'm a first-year software engineer. My condolences. Do you advise me to switch to data engineering?" Generally, no. I mean, first of all, I want you to switch to something that you're going to enjoy. Don't switch just because you're running scared, right? That's no way to live. Data engineering, I think, will generally be eaten up by AI. I think that's likely, right? Data engineering used to be very fun. It used to be very challenging, but I think that AI probably has taken over that. So Muhan, my number one recommendation to you is do something that you really enjoy, right? Whether it's tech or not. But I do not see data engineering as being a great move. Um, yeah, I mean, I think it's fun. I've done plenty of data engineering in my time, and I think it's great. But I think AI has eliminated most of the challenging parts of that role. Miss Moad says, "How is the air conditioning today?" That's funny. It's very cold inside my house because it's very hot outside my house. So I live in the desert in the western part of the United States. I live in Las Vegas, and it is extremely hot out here, like 110 degrees, which I believe is like 48, 49 Celsius, something like that. I mean, it's very, very hot. Maybe more than that. But yeah, it's air conditioning is God's gift right now. Um, Ahmed says, "I don't hate you, mate, but you rage baited me." You know what? I take that as a compliment. I want to rage bait people. But look, guys, I get it. Change is hard, right? Change is hard. One of my mentors always told me that, right? Change is hard when you're trying to do it in an organization, much less the world. Um, but I'm not putting it out there intentionally as rage bait. I truly believe these things. I really do. You know? And I have no problems planting a flag and saying this is what I believe in. This is what I think is going to happen. I think that's important for those of you that want to be data scientists, right? No one's going to trust you if you just say, "Well, I think this will work," or "Yeah, I guess it's got some chance of work." No, you got to get out there and say, "Look, here's what's going to happen. Here's how we're going to do it, and this is why we're going to do it. And I'm done talking. Let's go." You got to have a little bit of that conviction if you're going to be in data science and in a lot of tech roles too, right? Especially, guys, if you want to be in data science where you're going to be like changing people's minds and like challenging people's assumptions, you got to have a little bit of strength behind you, right? So if I rage baited you, today's been a good day. Harrison Davis, welcome. I think it's your first time. I think, what did we call you? Did we call you Jamdan? Jamdan says vibe coding does not have the same human touch as developers. But why do we need human developers? Jamdan, your statement is based on the assumption that we need humans to write code. Why? We don't need humans to flap their wings to fly to Aruba. We use airplanes. Why can't we just use AI? And I mean, look, any argument you can have for humans writing code can be destroyed by two very basic concepts. One, Patch Tuesday. Two, Stack Overflow. Why do those things even exist? You know why they exist? Because humans stink at writing code. Oh, you forgot Stack Overflow exists? You want to pretend that you don't have an account on there? Everybody has an account on there. Right? Why does that exist? Because we suck. We suck at writing code. Patch Tuesday exists because even the big companies suck at writing code. So, Jamdan, I've heard that argument and I just don't think it holds any water, my friend. Like, why do we need humans writing code? The only real answer you come up with is because that's the way we've always done it. Well, that's a terrible answer. So, Jamdan, I'd encourage you to completely, shift your thinking because we don't need humans writing code. We simply don't. Over on YouTube, our good friend, our community doctor is here. Dr. Casual Economist says, "Fair season starts soon. Do you want me to mail you a fair treat?" Oh my gosh! I'm assuming you mean like a cook treat, and I don't know if that's gonna do any any good in the mail. I appreciate that though. What was it that you told me you were eating last year? Was it like a fried hot dog or something like that? Something like that. What was it, Casual Economist? You had something at the Minnesota Fair. What was it? It wasn't like a fried Twinkie. It was something like more exotic than that. Uh, 1F says, "What are we cooking today?" We are cooking whatever you want, my friend. The chat is open. Feel free to share your thoughts. You can also send me a prompt to put into Claude. I have Claude ready to go. Some of you I know don't have access to Fable, so if you want to see it in action, this is the chance. Imran says, "I got to go. I have to charge my phone." Thanks for stopping by, Imran. I really appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for keeping the chat lively. Maybe I'll be back anytime, Imran. I'm here Wednesdays through Sundays, guys. So I'm here whenever you guys want to talk. L50 says, "Is it your birthday?" No, that's a weird question. Are you just gonna randomly ask me that every day? You could just ask me, when is your birthday? My birthday's in April, my friend. So no, my birthday already passed. And I'm not looking forward to my next birthday because my next birthday I'll be 50 years old, guys. I'm going to be 50 years old. Oh my God. I still can't believe that. But my next birthday I will be 50 years old, guys. The good doctor says bacon on a stick. No, it was something else. It was something else that you were eating at the fair. What was it? I think it was like some sort of hot dog or something like that. Ahmed says, "So what do you think we should choose next? DevOps or AI engineering? AI is going to stay. Does who does do people who not use it will be replaced?" Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm not understand. You're asking if AI people who don't use AI are they going to be replaced? I think that's a yes. That's absolutely yes. Right? Companies will be looking for people with AI skills first. That will be the primary skill that they're looking for because they will have adopted AI quite a bit, right? Or they will understand the power and the speed of AI, right? So yeah, Ahmed, I mean, if there's any hesitation on your part to learn AI, definitely get over that and do it, right? Because the people who are enabled with AI will be the most in demand for the future. And I say that regardless of industry, whether you're in the legal industry or medical or tech or whatever, AI enabled people will 100% be in demand. So I think that's what you're asking, Ahmed. Imran says, why does it say Happy Thursday? It just says Happy Thursday because I haven't refreshed my prompt, my window since yesterday. But today is Friday, you know, and it'll change after we prompt it. But thanks for noticing that, Imran. You're the only one who said anything. Imran says, prove the exact financial return on investment, ROI, on a specific data literacy training program 6 months after it ends. Is that a prompt that you're proposing, Imran? Or were you having a chat with my digital twin? Imran, help me understand your last message. Is that a prompt you want to try? Let me know, Imran. Dadman says, if AI takes over, then what? Nobody's going to work. Who is going to afford stuff to keep the corporates running? They're not stupid. They not replace humans with AI. Why not? Why not, Jamdan? Why not? I think it means that there'll be probably less people employed, right? There's also the thought that maybe universal basic income will come into play at some point, right? There's also the thought that because AI is so much faster, there'll be more products or more services available in a shorter amount of time, right? Because one of the benefits is that a company could maybe produce, let's just say, 3 projects in a year. Well, now they can produce 10 projects in a year, right? Because AI enables that speed, right? So if there's more services out there, maybe there's more things that'll be more innovative to help humanity, right? So my point to you, Jamdan, is that you can choose to be negative about it, but there can also be upsides to it. So you got to see both sides of the coin. You can't just be like, you know, negative about it. There are going to be upsides to it. Just like when you hear the idiot influencers talking about token spend and oh my god, companies are blowing their token budget. They're getting something out of it, right? Like, yeah, they're spending on tokens, but those tokens are resulting in some really interesting things, right? So you got to look at it with both sides, guys. It's ignorant, you know. You're not being a scientist if you only look at one side. You got to look at all sides. So Jandan, I would warn you about that, right? That you know, if you're only looking at one side, then that's kind of telling on yourself and your skills as a scientist, right? You got to look at it all around. Yannick says, "What are you doing? What are you going to do today? Again or no script? No script, my friend. No script, guys. I like this format. The no script is why I go on live stream. Come on, you guys do not want to sit through another video. Hi, in this video, I'm going to show you how you can use Claude Code 2. Part 1. Come on, that's boring. That's boring for me to make. That's boring for you guys to see. So yeah, I come here, no script, just having fun, just seeing shows up, just, you know, just go with it, man. Just have fun with it. So Yannick, if that's not your cup of tea, that's cool, but I like just talking with you guys and whoever shows up, right? And also, I mean, not everybody can do this, right? Not those idiot influencers that you follow and you love, they can't do this because they don't have real world experience. Them doing live streaming terrifies them because they'll be found out as frauds, right? So I'm here because I can take on all questions. So let's just have some fun with it. Guys, thanks so much for coming in the chat. I see all your questions. I promise I am getting to them, okay? You guys are really active today. I love it, but it is slowing me down. So give me just a second. Perez, welcome. I don't think you've been here before, Perez, so nice to see you. Perez says, do you think data analysts will be taken over by data science or some other role? Yes. I have seen the emergence of a lot of really good data analytics tools. So yes, I think that the traditional, data analyst or data analytics role will probably be handled by AI in the future. Many of it already is, right? And you can try it yourself, right? Go find a data set online, give it to ChatGPT or Claude and say, hey, tell me something about this data set. It'll do a pretty decent job. So yeah. So Perez, yes, I think that will be very, very much taken over by AI. We'll call you Cobb. Cobb, welcome. I think it's your first time, so welcome, my friend. I think coding will just be mainly on AI. Yeah, absolutely, Cobb. In many ways, it already is, guys. In many ways, it already is. I'm starting to, it's increasing, right? The adoption is increasing. I'm starting to see a lot more conversation around people saying, yeah, I basically don't write code anymore. It's all AI. There's even some people saying that they don't even read the code anymore because the AI is that. And that's totally fine. We are headed to a place where that's going. So Cobb, yeah, I think your instincts are right there. It's definitely going to be, a lot of AI, and it already is. I mean, for some of you that are still resistant, like, have you actually tried it? Like, just try it. Even if you can only afford 1 month of subscription, get to the paid service, use some of the latest models. They're very, very good at coding that. I mean, just the other day, somebody put a prompt in the chat for doing a little snake game. And we got a very nice functioning snake game in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes worth of processing. Like, if you're not amazed by that, I don't know what to tell you. Like, like it's clear that nobody's going to be doing coding by hand, right? Like, software engineering is completely dead, guys. Imran, Imran says 50 years old. Damn. Well, thank you so much for making me feel better about my age. I'm so happy that I shared with you guys. Oh man, you know what? I'm usually not somebody who pays attention to birthdays, whatever. But 50 is definitely a big one. I'm definitely feeling that one. It's definitely playing a little bit with my mind when I'm thinking. So that one is kind of playing with me a little. So Imran, thanks so much for making me feel so much better about it. Jamdan says, Jamdan, please don't repeat questions. Come on, you're better than that. Don't spam my chat, guys. You're better than that, Jamdan. Cobb says, I think AI will take the majority of coding, but the overall engineering, system thinking, and production can still be replaced. Data science and engineering will stay alive for so long. Jamdan, oh, excuse me, this is Cobb. Cobb, no. Oh man, hold on a second, guys. I gotta ban this. Guys, please don't spam my chat. That's so rude. Me just. I have a completely different view on my like administrative side of this stream. So when somebody spams my chat, it really screws up my own views over here, and it affects the way I can reply to you guys. So I gotta block that guy. Okay, where was I? Okay, so Cobb, I hear this argument a lot about how yeah, it'll take over coding, but I'm not a code monkey. I'm a system engineer, and they still need. Why would you think that, right? To me, that's a fundamental misunderstanding. Look, nobody in the AI labs set out to make a coding engine. They set out to make a system that learns and reasons. That's what AI does, right? Learns and reasons and generates new answers. That's AI in a nutshell. It just so happens that it learned coding because there's so much documentation out there, right? Well, you know what else has good documentation out there? System engineering, system design. That's pretty well documented too. Is it scriptable? Yes, absolutely. So why would you say that AI is not going to be taken over? Like like you just don't get AI if you really think that. Like why would AI just stop at coding? If there's documentation out there on system design and architecture, which there is, then AI will learn that too. So why would you say that? Like to me, John Dunn, you're telling on yourself here, like you don't understand AI. Like AI is not a coding engine, AI is a learning engine. So why would you say that it's not going to learn it? Doesn't make sense, my friend. Um, we'll call you 2011. 2011, welcome. I think it's your first time. Does ML engineering in big companies write code by hand? Not anymore. Not anymore. That is also being done by AI. Because again, same reason I said right now. It's not just a coding engine, it's a learning engine. Can it learn machine learning concepts and machine learning code? Sure. So 2011, no, you'd still be better if you want to go into the data science field. You would still be better off learning it by prompting. That's still the better route. Okay, over on YouTube, we have a new person, RSB. We'll call you RSB. RSB, welcome. Pretty sure it's your first time. RSB says we don't need to code ground up anymore unless we need to create code in a very specific way that AI may not be able to comprehend. So how do we add value on top of what AI can do? RSB, that's an interesting statement. I'm having a hard time thinking about pieces of code that AI may not be able to comprehend, as you put it. Do you have examples of that? I say that because, I do have a Claude Max plan. I do spend quite a bit of time with Claude Code. And I have yet to find a scenario that can't be handled. I haven't come across a scenario where it's like, oh, let me interject here or let me do something, right? Let me do something by hand, I mean. So do you have an example, RSB? Have you run into something? Let me know. Let me know. We'll stay on YouTube for a little bit. Math, welcome back. I think you've been here before, so welcome, my friend. Data science is also dead. A junior data scientist can't make bread. I think you're partially right there, right? Data science is definitely being aided quite a bit by AI. And I've been saying that for years, right? The data scientists of the future will be heavily, heavily aided by AI, right? However, you mentioned junior data scientists, but here's the thing that nobody says out loud, Math. Most junior data scientists are horribly underprepared for the real world. That's why they're not being hired. It's not because of AI. It's because they're not ready for real world problems. How do I know this? I know this by multiple ways. One, I know a lot of junior data scientists. Two, I know those data scientists because those are the people that come to me for coaching. I offer one-on-one coaching. You can click on the link in the chats. But the majority of people who come to me for coaching tell me the same thing. I have a degree. I can't pass the tech interviews. That's like half of my coaching clients. I hear the same story over and over again. And I hear it from graduates from Michigan, from Berkeley, from Georgia Tech, from SMU. Who else do I have? I have a couple of other graduates of universities, right? From all over the world. So yes, junior data scientists, very hard to place, but it's on them. It's on their lack of experience. And the third way I know this is because I have friends that do hiring. All of my friends are directors and managing directors. And they tell me, Dennis, I hate hiring these people because they don't know anything. They want to come in on a master's degree salary, but they're no good. They're no better than my summer interns. They tell me this. Obviously, I'm not going to name names, but I can tell you that I've sat down for dinner, for coffee with my friends, and they tell me that. They hate hiring the juniors because they're unprepared, right? So math, I agree with you partially, but the problems for the junior data scientists in the market isn't always just because of AI. So keep that in mind, math. I appreciate the contribution though. Going back over to YouTube, excuse me, to Instagram. Oh, what a terrible name. We'll just call you JCB. JCB says, what is this about? It's about whatever you want it to be, JCB. We're just having a chat. Look, guys, I can always tell the nerds in the chat because they need something structured. They need something of, well, what's the lesson today? What step are we on? Guys, we're just hanging out, dude. Just be a cool dude and hang out. Not everything has to be structured. We can just get together as a community and talk. If you guys want to ask questions, go for it. If not, that's cool too. I'm just here, holding space, having fun, chatting. And I do this, also because I have the experience to do this. You guys can ask me anything and I can probably speak to it, right? So yeah, we're just hanging out, dude. Just so relax. We're just having fun. Not everything has to be a structured video. Just hanging out, just having fun. Ahmed, I think you're my same Ahmed as before. I can't remember. Actually, I was aiming for AI ML engineering, but we can't directly get a job as an AI engineer. That's why I chose SDE as an initial point, then go for AI engineer. Okay. Okay, I mean, if that fits your needs, go for it. If that fits your needs and your local market, go for it. Cobb says, do you think healthcare technology still has a bright future in the AGI era? I believe the healthcare domain still remains as a hardcore skill for AI to replace humans. Well, Cobb, I appreciate the question. But this goes for you and anybody else in the chat. It worries me when I see people like running scared from AI. That's no way to live, guys. Don't live like running scared from AI. What are you doing to yourself? Don't do that to yourself. Do something because you like it, because it's interesting, right? So having said that, I am optimistic on bioinformatics. Bioinformatics has been an interesting field for a long time. I think it'll continue to be an interesting field. But don't run scared from AI. You should be trying to figure out how to best use it, right? Like, don't run from it, integrate it. Find ways to work with it. Right? That's the better plan. But don't just be like running around like, oh, I'm going to do this because I think I'll be safe here. Like, that's no way to live, right? So Cobb, I mean, overall, I think you're on the right track, but don't do it just because of that. Do it because you like it, right? Cobb says, what about research data analyst job, not just traditional data analyst role? I don't see a difference there, Cobb. From a hiring and skills perspective, I don't see a difference there. So I would say that's like, it's a nothing burger. Osama says subscription versus local deployment. Subscription of what? Local deployment of what? Osama, if you want to be a scientist, you gotta be clear in what you're asking. So I would never answer that because it's unclear to me. I would also never make assumptions. Masood says hello. Hello, Masood. How are you? Nice to see you. I think it might be your first time. Welcome to the chat. Baby Bama is here. I love that name. Baby Bama. Baby Bama. Welcome back. I know it's not your first time. How could I forget a name like that? So welcome. Ashish, I don't know what that word is. Ahmed, oh man, Ahmed, please don't spam the chat. Look, guys, I know I'm going slower than usual.